Jasmarovich. Last season, we put you in total frenzy. This season,
prepare for mayhem as the cream of the crop battle it out in the League of Champions.
Global Clash Cup Season 9. 10 electrifying divisions, where every match is a roller coaster of emotions.
Compete for a share of the staggering $19,000 cash prize, gold passes, hero skins, sceneries, and there's a silver lining. The Gothic Division champion wins a silver ticket.
The clock is ticking, the stage is set. Join the ultimate battle for immortality and carve your name into history.
Boom, boom, boom! Sponsored by Clash of Clans Esports.
Hello everybody and welcome into the Global Clash Cup Grand Finals yet again. Now this time we have a little bit of a twist. This is the Gothic Division and they're in it to fight for the crown, but also there's a silver ticket on the line for some of these teams. My name's Coco and I'll be here with the lovely Susie Gaming today. Are you ready, Susie?
Thank you, Coco. I am very ready. It is a pleasure to be here and especially co-casting with you. We have stacked a lineup of the amazing teams which have still a long way for that last silver ticket. We had opportunity to watch them during the all season. Can you tell us a little bit closer about the format, how they got to the finals?
Yeah, I mean, these teams, this is not the first day that they're playing in the Global Clash Cup. This has been going on for many, many weeks. We had 203 teams sign up and play in the open qualifiers. Anybody from all around the world were able to play in this match, where we then thinned it down to 128 teams. These teams then played 4 rounds in a single elimination bracket to be here today, where we'll be going through a double elimination bracket for the crown. And as we mentioned before, we have that silver ticket. But that is not the only thing that is up for grabs.
We have amazing prize pool here. Good news is every team which is playing today will be leaving with some cash. But of course, everyone is aiming for that first place, which is $3,500, but especially that last silver ticket, which will be opening the door for the last chance qualifier. But even the second place is $2,000, third place of $1,500, and we're also gonna have the gold pass for MVP. Can you introduce us the teams which are playing today, Coco?
Yes, as you can see on the screen right now, these are the top 8 teams that were victorious after the previous rounds. We have Cosmo Esports, Dizi Group, Marcos Esports, Stamina Esports, DeathGod Gaming, Dizi World, Reckoning Esports, and Team Queso. Why don't you tell us a little bit about some of these teams, Susie?
I'm sure many of you definitely recognize these teams. We have opportunity to watch them during all Town Hall 16 season, but let me remind you, from these 8 teams, 1 team is the holder of the golden ticket, STMN. That means 7 of these teams will be fighting for that silver ticket. We have opportunity to watch a Dizi Group and Marcos Esports. They actually got close. They were fighting for the golden ticket in the monthly finals. But also the other teams were very well known in the many different tournaments. But I'm sure you guys are ready to see the bracket and the way how they can get closer to the silver ticket, Coco.
Yes, as you can see, we mentioned before, it is double elimination. So that means if you slip up once or fall behind, you do still have a second chance at victory. Now, the first few matches are already on that upper bracket side. We have Cosmo Esports versus Marcos, followed by DeathGod Gaming and Reckoning, Dizi Group versus STMN, and Dizi World versus Team Queso.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a big fan of the double elimination bracket because sometimes you have the, one bad match and it can be result and kind of finish your dreams, right? Like these teams are really trying their best to fight for that silver ticket. So double elimination work in that way. If you lose the war, you will move to the lower bracket where you will get a second chance. But from that time, everything will be single elimination. Coco, we have really amazing bracket. Do you have any favorites one, or do you have any prediction how the bracket will move?
Oh, it's tough to predict these matches because, as you know, as you mentioned, there's only one team that has a ticket at the moment. So they're in it for fun and also a little bit for the fame and also to get a little bit extra pocket money on the side to help fund maybe some of the base building or all sorts of stuff like that. So I think these teams, they're 100% bringing their A game because getting that silver ticket is huge. Getting that silver ticket means you can go to that last chance qualifier at a chance to go to the World Championship on the main stage, all eyes on you. So I think they're all in it. And honestly, it could be anybody's war. I did crunch some of the numbers off broadcast. So we actually have Marcos and Dizi group who actually, they've only missed one single attack across all matches that they've played so far. So I'll definitely be keeping my eye out for those teams.
Yeah, I think so for the Indian community, like Marcos Esport and DeathGod Gaming, they are definitely the favorites one. But we also have like Dizi teams, like they have 3 teams. 2 of them are playing in the finals of the Global Clash Cup. And it's interesting, like I see them in many tournaments and they do really, really well. They're not gonna have easy opponents like STMN, team with the golden ticket, team also which we know very well they can hit very fast triples, so the pressure will be definitely on. Team Queso, another amazing team. So I think so this is a really stacked weekend of the amazing action, Coco.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, if you look at the stats here, as I just mentioned, Marcos, they only missed one single attack of the entire tournament so far. The time is swaying in their favor. We have seen that these matches are very, very close to these 15-star wars, and the stats just go to show it again. I mean, Marcos, the one that they missed puts them at a 14.9 average star, which is crazy to me that these teams are always able to perform with such success. But let us know in chat. We will have some predictions open over on Twitch and on YouTube. Who is your favorite of this match? And we won't be able to get it on screen so we can see who you guys are rooting for.
Yeah, we can check the lineup for the team. So let me introduce you. Cosmo Esport, we have Bunch, Warman, Danny the King, Javi, and Doyer. Their stats are amazing, like most of them has perfect hit rate, and also when you check their timing of the attacks is impressive as well, Coco.
Yeah, I mean, they're all close, like under that 2-minute mark. And we've got the MVP bunch. We've got that 1 minute 31 second average. And we're definitely going to be bringing in some speed today. But we also have the Marcos Esports lineup. We have Amar Gupta as the MVP. We have Mr. Adil, MWC, Tanwar, and we have Christian Don as well. Again, look at these stats all the way through.
Exactly. I was watching Marcos Esport like more often, and for me, from what I learned about their team, they don't really have problems to hit 15 stars. But if the match will be decided by the time, I think so that is a little bit their weakness, like they are not totally fast with the triples, but they are very confident with the hitting 15 stars. So I have very high expectation of this war because Cosmo Esport as well, very well known team, had the opportunity to stream them just only a few days ago, and they surprised me nicely with some crazy hits, or even with some fireballs. So I'm ready for this, Coco.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we looked at the numbers, it did sway ever so slightly in Marcos' favor. And because of the stats that I did crunch off screen, I know that Marcos only missed one single triple in the entire tournament. So they're on a streak at the moment. That's why my prediction was in favor of Marcos. They've performed so well already. But as you mentioned, Cosmo, they're a very well-known team within the community. They've played well across multiple tournaments. We see them getting up towards these playoffs in various tournaments, so I'm excited to see what they bring today as well.
Yeah, I am very curious, like what kind of strategies they will decide to go. If they're gonna be playing safe, we're gonna see some Root Riders, or we're gonna see some, which we are seeing now more often, some fireball hits, because we saw like people are able to hit a very fast triple with the fireballs and rocket balloons, or anything else. But I'm definitely ready, and I think I will agree with you in the prediction here. I will go with the Marcos Esport as well. I think so they will be able to hit the 15 stars. But yeah, we are live. Coco with the first attack from Cosmo. Javi is in and opening here with the giant arrow equipment from the Queen, and we will have the Root Rider attack.
Yeah, the giant arrow flew all the way across the base, did manage to get some damage down, and also got rid of that rage spell tower, which means the scatter shot and the multi-archer towers are not going to be doing as much damage anymore. Now we've cleared the funnel nicely up top with the siege barracks, which will allow for all these root riders to go directly in towards these compartments and go for these major defenses as they make their way through. It looks like we also have that rage gem on, which is very nice because that way everything's doing as much damage as possible.
Yeah, I really like how you say that he got rid of the rage spell tower. That is a huge help. Oh, here we go, we are back. Root Raiders are now reaching that compartment where we have the Town Hall. He's not using Overgrowth spell, so the Root Raider is immediately going for the Town Hall Warden ability, looking really good timing. Now just hoping that a bunch of Root Raiders will be moving away from the poison. There's still few defenses, but he has enough power. Rage even helping and boosting the RC with the Hoggies, and Cosmo Esport will be definitely hitting a decent fast triple here, Coco.
Yeah, this is under the 1 minute 30 mark, which is below his own average attack duration. So he's just getting the speed in nice and early, and he's be setting the pace for Marcos Esports.
Yeah, maybe they're just like, saving their best for this weekend. It is the most important weekend for them. So I think so. I kind of think like if you are hitting any triples below 80 seconds, it is a really good timing. This one was 83 seconds. So I think so it was seriously decent. And also it's so important for the teams if they start with the triple. I think so it is a really good boost for them, and they feel confident and like, yeah, we got this, we're gonna get this win done.
Yeah, for sure. Going into the first attack and getting the triple down, and it was a solid one as well, which will help them, their mental going into this match, knowing that they're setting the pace. We'll just have to wait and see what happens in the rest of the match. Bear in mind, this is not in hard mode. We've seen a few community events that have adjusted to this new hard mode, but is not applied here in this tournament at the moment. Maybe on future ones, but yeah, that's just one note to keep in mind.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, Marcos Esport will be opening. Let's see if they're gonna go with the Root Riders. Yes, they do. They are bringing the Overgrow spell here. We are starting again, setting up the funnel very quickly, and most important is to deploy all these troops as quickly as possible and get that early push with the Warden. As you can see, using immediately the Warden ability, Rage Spell Tower got activated, so the Overgrowth spell gonna be dropped over the Town Hall again. We still have King, and we have now seeing like more often people using the Spiky Ball. I am huge fan of the Spiky Ball. It seriously can help with the cleanup, but also make the attack much easier, Coco.
Yeah, that's for sure. It does quite a lot of damage in a short period of time. That's why we've seen also some fireballs come in. I wonder if we'll see any today. However, this one is again the Rage Gem and the Warden Eternal Tome, which we saw being used very early on. Now, because of the overgrowth, we did lose a lot of the troops up top, but the heroes still path into this Town Hall compartment. The King and the Royal Champion will clear out the Town Hall and nearby defenses, which only means we have to clear up on this left wing. Only one more defense still stands, and Amar Gupta is also getting a triple down for his team, which means it is going to be even. Cosmo Esports and Marcos are going to be bringing in the heat.
What is insane? He was actually 1 second faster than attack from Cosmo Esports. So they are definitely letting us know, yep, this match will be very, very close here. So right now, Cosmo Esport has lead by 1 second. That's how close is it. But we have still plenty of attacks left, and anything can happen, especially if they're like kind of pushing for the time. Any small mistake can actually even finish with the 1-star, Coco.
Yeah, we've seen some 1-stars before. I hope we don't see too many of them today. But the 1-stars do tend to happen because that overgrowth has become very, very popular in the esports scene. Because we don't want these root riders to go through that Giga Poison. So some players opt to use the overgrowth on the Town Hall, meaning they go clear out all those defenses before going back into the center or to the compartment where the Town Hall remains. And if you don't have enough power to get those defenses down before you get back to the Town Hall, it might just stay up.
That's why I like the spiky ball. I like most of the time the spiky ball can clear all these defenses around the town hall, and even when that attack looks like oh yo it's gonna be 1-star, spiky ball just clear everything, and it is still nice triple here. But looks like even Twitch and YouTube are voting in for the Marcos Esport. Everyone is voting for them. I hope so. This double jinx not gonna happen, and they will have chance to defend against our jinx here.
Don't even bring the jinxes here, Susie. The jinx queen is already starting. This is only match 1.
I just see on the screen for Marcos Esport. I don't know what will happen here.
They seem to be the favorites. They seem to be the favorites for this match outcome. But as we mentioned, Cosmos, they have played well in many tournaments before. They played well already, and the difference at the moment is only 1 second. One slip up and one team can take the lead, and that's all it takes for it to show us if we were right or if we're all wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. Also, I think I'm very curious if we're gonna see like some dragon hits by Marcos. I really like to see their dragon attacks. They have some dragon attackers, but it looks like the Cosmo Esport is ready. Danny the King will be using the Road Rider hit, and we have Overgrowth spell here as well, deploying the Road Riders right into the Tesla farm here, Siege Barrack, which is really now favorite siege machine here, especially because instead of 1 P.K.K.A. you have now 2 P.K.K.A.s, which is really a huge support and nicely making the funnel for the Road Riders.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the funnel is set up nicely. The queen's going that way as well. Now, Danny has used that Warden ability to make all of his troops immune from the incoming damage, and he just used the Overgrowth. Yet again, as we mentioned before, we do see a lot coming in on the Town Hall and some of those nearby defenses. It will stop the amount of damage coming through from the Monolith as well. He's raging everything up to speed everything up to the 12 o'clock corner to get all these defenses down. The World Champion just got sent in as well from the south side, and she's going to clear up some of those defenses that were missed under the Overgrowth spell.
Yeah, and now the Overgrowth spell is all gone, so everything being visible for his army. Looks like the Road Rider still going for the defenses and the north side, but the Royal Champion, look at her, standing right in front of the Town Hall with the freeze help. She's fine. She doesn't have Fox, but we still have Haste and the Hog Puppet, which is a nice boost for her. But sadly, the Hoggies will be dying on the poison and the explosion, but we still have enough troops to finish this base, and it's not gonna be the faster one of today for sure. Oh okay. All right, I was a little bit worried that everything gonna die, but it's just gonna slow him down. It still will be 3-star, like the Road Riders are still opening the walls for the king, which is awesome. It's just gonna be attack over 2 minutes, feels like.
Yeah, the cleanup on this left-hand side did take a little bit longer than expected. It would be nice to be able to get that down quicker, because this is just eating at their time. Now, as we've seen in many matches before, the priority is getting those stars down. If there's a defense, then it's the most percentage. But if it is a complete tie with stars and percentage, then we'll be also moving over to time. Who had the time advantage during their attack? So something like this could cost you the win if you don't get those cleanup troops down, which is why it's always important to keep an eye out on all corners of your base. Even if you've demolished all of those defenses, there might be a building that might be sneaking in on that corner to slow you down.
Yeah, but for the Cosmo Esport is not over yet. Like, they could get a defense, Marcos Esport could make the mistake, or I saw even the teams being able to recover when they're hitting kind of slower hit. You know, if the rest of the teammates can really hit the fast restart, that average attack duration will go down, and they can be high on the time or getting closer on the time for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when it's a tournament like this, there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of money. Also, the silver ticket is very important. They want to keep their head in the game. If they keep their head cool, they might be, you know, slow and steady, might win the race at this point, because if your nerves are getting too much, because they're on camera now as well, they know that there are many people all around the world, you guys at home are watching, and they might know this. So these are things that all go into account in what happens on screen.
Exactly, it's adding extra pressure, but these teams were already fighting in the single elimination bracket, and I think so that was a really big pressure for them because they were facing some big teams which had a golden ticket, and they were able to win against some of them. So they are used to this pressure, but we have that last silver ticket, and they know, like for the most of the teams, the goal is to be part of the World Championship, and this is for some of the teams really, really the last chance, Coco.
Yes, I mean, that's why it's called Last Chance Qualifier. That is the last chance that they'll have. We'll see by the end of the weekend who will be joining the other awesome teams in that Last Chance Qualifier. But we have Christian Don up with the next attack for Marcos Esports. And this time we have a bunch of Root Riders yet again. We haven't got a Rage Gem on the Warden. We got the double book, Healing and Eternal Tome.
Yeah, and again bringing the spiky ball equipment. Like usually we're able to see just giant gauntlet with the rage, but now the spiky ball seriously getting a favorite one. I even seeing the teams bringing some earthquake spells to help the spiky ball to destroy buildings, like almost like one-shot them. But Christian here going with that spiky ball did hit some buildings, did some damage, so that's mean that Root Rider is gonna clear them much faster. Overgrowth spell again, hiding the town hall. He was waiting for the giant gauntlet to get some extra value before dropping the overgrowth spell.
Yes, now we do have a bunch of troops going up top and towards the left-hand side. I don't think we have too many Root Riders still out there. I think we have a bunch of them stacked. They're nice and compact up top. They will take quite a bit of damage from that new ricochet cannon that we've been seeing. The troops from the clan castle already emerging. We have those super minions reaching over towards the core. Now we only have one freeze spell to stop incoming damage. Where do you think we'll use that? Probably on that town hall. We'll see what happens with that queen. She does still have her ability to make her a little bit immune.
Yeah, but looks like the Royal Champion gonna get that a little bit faster here. But yeah, it was use of the freeze, but the troops are taking quite a lot of damage. Luckily, that frozen arrow equipment from the queen nicely slowing down the town hall and letting the troops clearing the final two buildings here. It was attack under 93 seconds here, so second triple for Marcos Esport is keeping them in the lead right now against the Cosmo Esport here. I think so. It was a decent pass, 3-star, and especially in this match, still keeping Marcos Esport in the lead. That's what is important for their team.
Yeah, for sure. Again, another quick one, as you mentioned. I still can't believe that, you know, anything over the 1:30 mark is deemed slow for these esports. I still think it's a really big accomplishment to be going for. Last season, we had these attacks where we had time fails, and now we have 1:30 attacks. It just amazes me.
It's just showing how amazing the players are, because every month they're pushing the time more and more. Like at the start of the Town Hall 16, like first months of the year, I didn't even think that someone can hit the 3 pounder 2 minutes, and now it's like the normal thing, you know, and it's going more and more. And now we are seeing some world's record, which are like 50 seconds, 3-star. I'm like, wow, how you even can do this. So these guys are like all amazing, and I think so we will be seeing some very, very quick triples today.
Yeah, I mean, they figured it out. They figured out small additions to add to their army, which just makes the world of a difference between winning and losing. I mean, I think we saw it for the first time where Synchronic were bringing a jump spell for their king to go into deeper compartments to get a lot of damage down. And that did help them get some really quick triples, and that quickly got adapted to many, many other players as well. And I think that's just what happens. Everybody kind of starts at a similar place. One person finds out something really cool that helps advance them, and then everybody tests around with it, sees what works, and this is what makes somebody a pro player at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be using the best strategy you can, and I think so the Root Riders and Valks are also kind of safer strategy. If you're going with the Dragons, it's usually easier to bait it, but this one was seriously great start by Doyer here, like using the giant arrow and using 2 earthquake spells. Perfect draw, because he was able to get rid of 2 poison spell towers, which not gonna have effect on his army of the Root Riders, Coco.
Yeah, it's really, really nice to get those poison spell towers down. We've got the funnel set from the siege barracks on the right, so these root riders go directly in towards that right-hand side compartment. Now, we don't have an overgrowth yet again, which means we are heading with the world champion towards the town hall. The root riders, for the most part, they're going up top to 12 o'clock, so they're going to even avoid the giga poison from the town hall as well.
I think that even the Royal Champion, she kind of dodges, so that was a really nice split here. And this is getting so fast, like, I don't even know if he lost any troop. Like, this one was seriously clean. Root Rider attack, you can see that celebration because he knows. This is exactly what Cosmo Esport needs. I was saying, like, I saw the teams, they hit like almost 2 minutes attack, but they were able to recover with the time, where the other teammates were really pushing for the time, and Doyer with the 64-second to restart.
Wow.
That is amazing job by him.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and I think that will pull their average down quite a lot. And I think, if correct, I think it's only a 2-second difference yet again. Cosmo and Marcos, they're definitely delivering. We might have quite a game on our hands here in the first round.
Yeah, that's why that was that celebration. He knew that was exactly how he planned. I'm very impressed. Like, the giant arrow is not easy. Like, when I am trying, my arrow always going outside of the base, hitting the air and probably someone else's base, but just not mine. So it's not easy because it can be tricky. You have to be perfect timing to look which way the queen is looking, and also, of course, the perfect timing to press her ability here. And also the dropping of the earthquake spell could be a tricky one tile, and he could miss one of the spell towers. So really nicely done by him. I really like that plan. So clean attack.
Yeah, it was very good. It was very quick, and as we mentioned, it's exactly what Cosmo needed. So we are getting into quite neck and neck now, because all they need is one slow attack from Marcos, and then they could be pulling their average attack much slower, and then Cosmos could take the lead. We'll just have to wait and see. But so far, as you can see the stats below, it is a 2-second advantage, 129 to 127.
And also, it's important that teams don't want to go to the lower bracket. Staying in the upper bracket means also you will be playing less matches, right? And you have less chances that you will get out of the competition here. So yeah, this is huge. Like, taking one victory right in this round is really a huge step. Keeping them in that upper bracket, I can't even, like, going to the lower bracket and facing another victims can end that your team will lose and you will be out. So yeah, I'm very impressed how Cosmo Esport did. I like it that they still have that motivation fighting and are not giving up.
Yeah, they're waiting to prove us all wrong. We all predicted Marcos.
Yeah.
They're looking really good. They're on track. If they keep this up, it looks promising for them. But yes, as we mentioned, the stats did favor Marcos in the beginning. I think that is what swayed us all before. They did only miss one attack in the entire tournament so far. Cosmo, they missed a few, but they still managed to come in clutch. Also, I think get some defenses along the way, which helped them get to this stage. So both offense and defenses were good from them. We do have the next attack coming up from Marcos. We have Mr. Adil up next, again bringing in the Root Riders, but I see a spiky ball in here too, as well as that gauntlet. And we've got the Angry Jelly on the Queen, which means she will only go for those defenses.
Yeah, it's in max level, so I hope so we will be able to keep the queen alive. It's always very tricky. Sometimes the players actually stay with the level 9, so that way the queen doesn't get go kind of deeper in the base. But here looks like everything is under control. Like, queen dealing with the enemy royal champion, and now she's clearing the scattershot at frozen arrow. Definitely help. Wooden ability, nicely done, protecting everything. And have you said we are using the overgrowth spell, so the bottom side of the base being right now invisible for his army, but the super barbs are already on the duty here, clearing these storages and going for the Teslas.
Yeah, that mini queen charge on that left-hand side was really, really nice. And as you mentioned, the overgrowth pushing everything towards that right-hand side. We're leaving that town hall up for last. We did keep one rage, one and two freezes actually, which we can stop some of that splash damage down here on the bottom side, because there's also a rage spell tower, I think, that just went off, meaning that this ricochet cannon, the town hall beams, and the multi-inferno are trying to do as much damage as possible. He wanted to slow that all down, and with the spiky ball at the very end here, Marcos gets yet another triple on the board.
Yep, that's how I said. That's why I like the spiky ball. That was amazing. The attack took 77 seconds. I feel that Mr. Adel is actually one of the faster attacker for Marcos Esports, so I expect to see some fast triple. But that was a very nice detail. Looks like the army missed the X-bow. He saw it. He used the Skelly spell, which was distracting the X-bow, and his headhunter with the archers actually cleared it. So that's kind of saved him a few seconds. So very nice play by him.
Yeah, and as you can see, 124 to 129 at the moment. That did help their average, holding their lead already. 3 attacks in. But as you mentioned, it's still anything could happen in these matches. A defense or a 1-star could sway this war very, very easily.
Oh wow, someone really want to see the 1-star here. Oh, we have still these 4 hits. I'm kind of waiting to see something different. If we're gonna be seeing some dragons, because I really think the dragons can be a very powerful strategy. It is just maybe a little bit risky because they are easier to bait here. But even, I love the fireball hit, so I hope so we're gonna see some today.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it before. It does a lot of damage very quickly if well planned, and if it goes well, it is a lot of investment. I think the problem with these fireball attacks is that it's very risky. If something goes wrong, if a tester pops up when it's not underneath that invisibility spell and it pulls that ability to the side, a lot of investment just gets wasted. The fireball, which is one of the most important abilities there. I mean, we've got the warden, if that doesn't go through, but then also the amount of spells that you use, it can be really hard to recover.
Yeah, but sometimes it's very worth it, risk. Sometimes working, sometimes not, but that's why it is a risk here. So yeah, Cosmo is for Marcos is for fighting in that upper bracket, very close. We can look at them, how they're all focusing. Even if the players are done with their attacks, they're not actually done because they're also helping their teammates, using the spotters, and spotters are amazing. If you miss something during the hit, they can remind you and help you. But Warman is in. There is pressure on Cosmo Esport because right now they're few seconds behind here, so they know their hits has to be very quick. So starting with the Root Riders, we know that we have new troop, a Druid, and now they're very favorite to use, especially with the Root Riders, because they're awesome. They're healing any kind of troops, doesn't matter if it's air or ground. And after 30 seconds, they usually shapeshift into the bears, which also can tank for your army.
Yeah, it is quite nice to have them in addition, especially when we're not using the healing tome on the warden. So this is why you can still get the healing from the druids. Now we have all of the root riders, or the most of them, actually going up top. We're investing some freezes to stop some of those hidden testers and the ricochet cannon mainly to do some damage. But we did have a few that strayed away there with the queen and the world champion securing the town hall. Freezes coming through there on the monolith to ensure that these heroes can clear out that right-hand side. And we're already 60 seconds in and only about 5 buildings left, and it is another really quick triple coming through for Cosmos.
Wow, 67 seconds to restart. This is exactly what they needed. Whoa, this is a really, really good war here. Like, whoa, I am impressed. I was like thinking it's gonna be 50-50, but I went in the favor of the Marcos. But look at the Cosmo. They are seriously fighting back here. And wow, like they have 64, 67 3 stars. I can't even imagine what's gonna be their final hit.
Yeah, they brought their A game, and look at the stats. It is completely even. 1 minute 24 to 1 minute 24 for both of these teams. Now Marcos do have 2 hits still remaining, so they know what to beat. They have to make sure that they're getting some quick attacks down if they want to sway the time in their favor.
Yeah, Marcos has some good players left. We still have MWC usually attacking as the last for Marcos, but now for Marcos and Cosmo, these last attackers, there is pressure on them because probably their attacks will be deciding result of the war here. Marcos still have to keep hitting the decent fast 3-star to keep same average attack duration or even try to take the lead and be even faster.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not an last attacker. I can't do that. The pressure is too much. So honestly, hats off to everybody who does end these matches because really, well, it can sway it in terms of you can play it safe. If you got a defense, you can have a little bit of fun with the final attack. But if it all comes down to you at the very end, it is too much pressure for me to handle. These players, they do manage it very well. We'll see what happens with the last few attacks. As you mentioned, we still have some really amazing players still left.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I cannot attack last one as well. Like the first and last place is like, I think so very important, you know. So like second, third, fine. Fifth is good on one term that you can that you have like extra time to plan, right? But you are in so many cases that your attack is decider and you have to know how to deal with this pressure here. But these teams are in the competitive scene for a while. We also had the opportunity to watch them even during the Town Hall 15 and of course the lower Town Hall. So they have so much experience. This is not new to them, so they know how to handle it. And yeah, they're for sure hungry for that silver ticket.
Oh, yeah, definitely, for sure. Right, let's see. You mentioned MWC, and here we go. We've got Root Riders yet again, and I love that we've actually been seeing quite a lot of these druids coming through with the Rage Gem, because that traditionally, I feel like over the past few months, we've been seeing a lot of the double book, the Healing Tome and the Eternal Tome. And I like that we're still incorporating the new troops that Supercell have given us to get the heal value, but also the tank, as well as getting the Rage Gem value, so that these Root Riders are doing as much damage as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we have the overgrowth spell. Looks like the king start pulling the enemy Clank as a troop, so we will be fighting against the ice golem. Right now, king is kind of ignoring them and focusing on the job. Looks like the queen will be dealing with them. Root Riders are now reaching all these defenses front of the town hall. Overgrowth spell only hiding the town hall with the monolith, so there is still many visible buildings for the army. But I see that many of his troops are actually quite low health here. He doesn't have freeze, he has only raid spell, so I hope so the Town Hall not gonna be finishing these Root Riders, because if it does, that's gonna slow down this attack. Phoenix, Jesus, pulling so many air traps, Town Hall being clear, Coco.
Yeah, we have a few hidden those traps slowing everything down. We had those skeletons, but it's still pretty quick. I think this is 1:15 around that mark, which will be helping Marcos. So the teams will have to pick up the pace in the final round. Marcos is now sat at 1 minute 21 to 1 minute 24 to Cosmos.
Yeah, they hit another quick triple. Actually, this one was their faster attack. It was 75 seconds. So MWC, a great job by him. I think so Cosmo still can take the W here. There is not that like huge time lead here, but it has to be something around that 60 seconds mark here. So we'll see how the final attacker from them will do. Maybe we're gonna see the first defense. Right now, both teams are on the way for the perfect war here, so maybe we will be finishing with the double perfect war.
Yeah, it looks like it. They've definitely showed us that they can get these triples done and they can get it done fast. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens with the final one. They are picking the pace even up from their average attack duration throughout the entire tournament. This is quicker than what we saw on the stats before we even started this match.
Yeah, the typical average attack duration was like around 1 minute 40 seconds, so a definitely huge improvement by them. But they had a few months, you know, so they were practicing. How I said, they were very active in many tournaments, and so they're just improving day by day and getting better with everything, like deployment, perfect combination of the equipments, you know, like yeah, great job by them.
Yeah, it goes to show that all of this does actually matter, and it does make a difference at the end of the day, that every time that you do an attack and you're practicing, that you're always learning new things and learning from maybe even your own mistakes. I mean, as we said, Cosmos, they have missed some attacks throughout the tournament, but today it doesn't even look like it. They're playing so well. And I just can't wait to see what they bring in the upper or even the lower bracket. Either of these teams are definitely one team to look out for.
Yeah, we have plenty of matches ready for us today, and we will also covering some of the matches from the lower bracket, so we will be saying goodbye some of these teams. And trust me, these teams don't want to say goodbye to us. They want to be ready and play tomorrow as well here. So we are live with that final attacker from Cosmo Esport. Bunch will be using the Root Rider hit. We are bringing one E-Dragon, feels like he will be trying to set up the funnel. Again, we have the Giant Arrow with the Healer Puppet. So that was combination of the Lightning spells and the Earthquake spell that was really nicely done. And Arrow was able to finish all these defenses, including the Poison spell Tower and the Monolith.
Yeah, very nice to get those defenses down on the southern side, which will also set up funding from this compartment, because we've also got the Queen with those healers now turning into like a little mini Queen Walk, Queen Charge. She's going to get stuck on these walls though. However, the one Electro Dragon up top was also there for funneling purposes. Now there goes that Warden, Eternal and Healing Tome on all of these troops coming through from that left-hand side in towards the Town Hall. He's also freezing, and there's so much damage coming through here because that Rage Spell Tower was also still up there, up top at 12, and we've lost so many troops already.
The position of the troops being in front of the Town Hall while they are fighting Ice Golems, oh, that was so unlucky. Now they're even going through the poison here, and there was opportunity for the Cosmo Esports still fight for this match here, but what does it mean when you are losing troops this kind of early? It means that the attack is really slowing down. Right now we have one Root Rider left. He's trying to protect the Root Rider because the Root Rider can open the walls for the heroes. Icy going down, and this could be possibility of the first kind of defense for Marcos Esport. Like, he still have Rage and the healers on the Queen. So there is possibility that Queen could survive. But if we are talking about time, Cosmo Esport will need the hold.
Yeah, this is definitely going to eat at the time, especially with the Queen having to break through these walls. I wish that there was one Root Rider still remaining. Now, she can reach everything here pretty easily, but yeah, it's just the time that might be an issue. The multi-archer tower is splitting off, not just hitting the Queen. The healers are actually transitioning here towards that Warden to keep the Warden alive. So there goes that Rage. We've only got 3 buildings left. He will still end with the triple here for Cosmo, putting them at a 15-star war. But if Marcos triple, it could be over for them.
Yeah, this one was the slowest attack of this match here. 136 seconds, so over 2 minutes. And I don't know, we were like, before the attack went in, we were like, oh, Cosmo, doing so well, and boom, this happened. Oh, Coco, why did you do this? They were doing so well. They were so close. Like, the match could even be tied on the time, Coco.
I had to praise them. They were playing so well. It's not a jinx. I had to point out how well that they were playing. Now, it still could go in their favor. It depends on what bases that they're running and how Marcos play on that base. Now, they have been playing very consistently throughout the entire tournament, not just today, but also in previous months. Everything that led up to this point, they have only missed one single attack. So you never know. This could be the craziest base we've seen. It might just also be a safe base to end on. We'll have to wait and see what happens when it pops up on screen. However, Marcos are in a very solid position. They will have time already in their favor. So unless anything goes horribly wrong for them, it does look like they might be taking the win here. But no jinxes for me. Okay.
I'm just waiting. You're gonna be saying more about the Marcos Esport final attack like you did about Cosmo? I don't know. Let us have very close war, Coco. Let's jinx them a little bit.
Right, we have the final attack coming in from Marcos Esports. Tanwal Sahab is up with the final attack. Again, we've got that giant arrow. It did go through on that right-hand side, got a sweeper down and an air defense, interestingly enough. But we're not really bringing in any dragons on this one.
No, we are back with the Root Riders here. I like that we were able to clear the Eagle that early. Like, I'm a big fan of the like clearing the eagle that's early, kind of dodging that so much damage. The Skelly spell is still nicely distracting the monolith on the north side of the base here. Overgrowth spell again, hiding the compartment where we have the town hall. Right now we are also fighting against the enemy clan castle troops. Super minions actually took care of them, so that's letting the Root Riders keep moving. Royal Champion reaching the multi-inferno, another Skelly spell, again doing the work, distracting the Teslas and the cannon.
Yeah, we're only 60 seconds in, and yet again, this is looking very, very solid. He has so many units still left as they now start to approach the core. The final spell, the free spell being invested here on this multi-inferno, but look how much still stands now. The town hall is one of the last few buildings left, but more than enough power, and you can see he's happy. He's done it. 1 minute 20-ish, 20 to 25 seconds coming through, and Marcos Esports will be taking the first war of the day.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like, we have double perfect war here, and Marcos Esports winning on the time. Amazing job by them.
Yeah, they played well. They're to be critical from the remainder of the tournament. They definitely lived up to the hype, proving that we can rely on stats for the most part. So yeah, huge congratulations. We can line all of these stats neck and neck. As you can see, that one really did pull the 1 minute 16 attack that we had there on that left hand side, did pull it down. But on average, we had some really quick attacks from both sides. I mean, we even had 1 minute 4 seconds as the quickest attack that we've seen today.
Yeah, like, definitely amazing job by them. How you say, both teams were able to hit some triples, like Cosmo Expo 64, 67 second triples by them, but they also have these some slow hits. But first of all, they were able to hit a 15 stars, so no mistake by, I mean, leaving the town hall or any building left here. But it was double elimination, so that's mean Marcos Esports will be advancing to the round of the 2 of the upper bracket, and Cosmo Esports will go to the lower bracket where the matches will be single eliminations.
Yeah, 2 chances you have in this tournament. So if you slip up once, we're not saying goodbye just yet. And that means if you go all the way to the finals, there could even be a bracket reset. Because if you go into that grand finals through the upper bracket, so if Marcos were to win it all the way through until the very end and potentially lose, they still get a second chance, even in the grand final. So if your favorite teams are moving into the lower bracket, don't worry. You will still see them there in the lower bracket, and they could still make it all the way through until the very end. We've seen some teams manage to make a comeback from the lower bracket, so don't lose hope is the main thing. Right. Now, we did have this attack from Doya, which I really, really loved. I loved that he used the giant arrow to snipe off both of the poison spell towers. Poison spell towers can do incredible amount of damage to these root riders, especially when they're nice and compact. And then you've also got the poison from the town hall. The funnel was perfectly set with the siege barracks on that right-hand side corner, which meant that all of these root riders are going in towards this town hall compartment. Now, we actually managed to avoid the Giga Poison because these Royal Champion went in towards the Town Hall. The Root Riders went up top, avoiding that Giga Poison nicely. Royal Champion managed to even get, I think, that Warden. Did she get the Warden ability? I think it was the Druids nearby that actually managed to get it. But with that ability, she clears up the left-hand side, and this is what made it really, really quick. We avoided the slows from the poison spell towers. We knew exactly where everything was going to path. We used the spells perfectly to help get as much value as possible from it. And 1 minute 4 seconds on this attack for Cosmo, which did put them in a very, very good position, but it was just unfortunate that they weren't able to keep up with the pace with that one attack. But that one was definitely one of my favorites to watch. We'll see if anybody manages to beat that throughout the finals over the next 2 days.
Exactly. We are ready for the next match, Coco. We will be covering Reckoning versus DeathGod Gaming. The both teams, again, very well known teams here. DeathGod Gaming is second Indian team. Like they already got Marcos Esport advancing to the next round. It will be very interesting because if DeathGod Gaming win, it could be like two Indian teams going against each other. But we know that Reckoning is very strong team. Just the lineup of the team saying we have skills, we have experience, and we are ready.
Yeah, that's for sure. I know that they are going to be bringing their A game. Again, I crunched the numbers on this before. They've only missed 2 attacks from the entire tournament. So they know how to get these triples down. When we look at the predictions, this is what did sway me. They've only failed 2 attacks. They've got a lot of experience behind them. DeathGod Gaming, we have seen in many tournaments as well before, but my heart has to go with Reckoning. They just have that extra bit of experience. They know how to deal with the pressure. But let us know at home over on Twitch and on YouTube who you'll be cheering for, who you think will be victorious after this round. But what do you think, Susie?
I have to go with the Reckoning. Some of their players were part of the GS team, which I was following, I think so it's like 5-6 years, so I know them for a very, very long time. Also, some of them are playing on the EA team here, so I have opportunity to meet them in the Helsinki. They're amazing people, so I will be cheering with them, and I think so they can do it. Let's check the stats here. You can see that the Reckoning average attack duration is 1 minute and 23 seconds. On the other side, DeathGod Gaming, 1 minute and 43 seconds, Coco.
Yeah, it's quite the advantage already. Now, DeathGod Gaming haven't missed many attacks either there. They know how to get those triples down too. Only 4 fails in the mix there, but they are much slower. Now, here we have the DeathGod Gaming lineup. Why don't you introduce them for us?
All right, so we have MVP Drew, Grim, Sabhagia, Jabodia and Gabriel. Amazing lineup. I actually have opportunity to have Grim in my friendly wars, which I was doing lately on my stream. And Grim is such a talented guy. Like he was using the fireball, and like that was insane fireball, using so many invisibility spells. His fireball kind of landed on the wrong place, and he still was able to recover. So I expecting a lot from him. Can you tell us about the lineup for the Reckoning Esports, Coco?
Yeah. Reckoning are some fan favorites. We have STK, we have Aryam, Nearome, we have Hiroya, and Ryuta. Look at the average attack on the MVP. STK has an average from all of his 6 attacks, average at 1 minute 10 seconds, and Aryam's not even that far behind on 8 attacks averaging at 1 minute 16. The pace is definitely going to be picked up if they manage to keep up with these stats, even in comparison to the previous match that we just watched.
Yeah, Mario, like SDK, which is Mario, he is amazing. Like he took some break from Clash, and after he come back, I was very, very happy because he's such a talented person. He was playing under many really big teams here, and he did well. Nairome also like captain of the GS in the past. Now he's an amazing player as well. He liked to try some different strategy. He always like to surprise us. So again, I expecting some crazy hit by him. Ryuta, Hiroya, Area, amazing players as well. So this is gonna be a very good match. Both teams are awesome. They are again in the competitive scene for many years, and they are ready here. Like we saw how close was the match number 1, which finished with the double perfect war. My prediction here is I actually don't think so the double perfect war will happen in this one.
Oh, the jinx is already starting. She says it's not going to be a perfect, but they haven't even missed that many attacks. So, well, based off of the predictions, me and Susie have both gone for Reckoning. It looks like you guys at home agree with us. All 4 are predicting for Reckoning. Me, Susie, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll see. Either we're all right or we're all wrong again. Last time we were correct, but Susie doesn't think that they're going to be a perfect match.
Yeah, I think so. Someone will make the mistake. I have a feeling they will be trying something different, and I don't know. That's my feeling, but maybe I will be totally wrong, and we're gonna see OP attacks with the 15 stars on the both sides, and we will be focusing on the time here, Coco.
Yeah, maybe. I think that the first few attacks will give us a good insight. If we have some really speedy attacks, maybe some of these players who are maybe thinking about trying something new, maybe they'll be a bit nervous to try it and maybe play it safe with the attacks that they feel is best for them, for their performance, what they feel comfortable with, because that will be a big difference at the end. If you don't feel comfortable and if it's a risk, obviously high risk, high value, we mentioned it before. Fireballs are fantastic, but it's just a big risk. So we'll just have to wait and see.
All right, so Attacker of the DeathGod, Asap, I saw him playing under many teams. I saw actually he loves to use the dragons. I'm not sure if he still like to go mainly with the dragons, but he usually opening for the teams. I'm curious if that's gonna happen today. But as you can see, the average attack time for him is 1 minute 49 seconds. Curious if it's gonna be fast enough for this game.
Yeah, it is a little bit slower than we tend to see in the esports scene, but it's still very quick on average. This is obviously what helped them get to this stage today. So we'll just have to wait and see if he's able to set the pace very well. In the previous match, we saw that almost all players were able to outperform their average stats in terms of how quick that they were attacking, and if they've been practicing and preparing, they might be able to see if we'll get that done today in this match as well. Now we actually have some differences on this one. This is the first dragon attack that we're bringing in. DeathGod Gaming starting this one off. We have got the Rage Gem as well, ensuring that these dragons are going to be doing so much damage. Now we also dropped that blimp from where those dragons are attacking, so that that blimp can get in the Eternal Tome and path in towards the center of the space and clear out these defenses before these dragons take too much damage.
Oh, he was using the clone spell, but I don't think so. He got like crazy value of the clone, because that especially was Blim. Like he was able to clear the scatter shot and the multi-archer tower. Now the dragons are catching up, and they're going for another defenses inside the core of the base, because the core of the base is the dangerous one. You can see how quickly his dragons are taking the damage, but his heroes are able to clear the rest of the base. Spiky ball hitting all these defenses around and even helping to finish the multi-inferno there. Royal Champion and the Queen taking out the Town Hall are still being forced to use the ability. Sadly, the Hoggies are taking some damage from the poison here. We still have some army left.
Yeah, honestly, as long as the Royal Champion stays alive, because I'm scared of these defenses on that left-hand side. The King and the Queen, they might have some trouble, but the Royal Champion was just too low. She didn't manage to stay alive there on that right-hand side, and now we're just going to have to eat at this time. Good thing that first wall was low. We got some more troops coming in, those super barbarians trying to help out from that left-hand side. Queen can actually reach over these walls, and he manages to get the triple down. First hit, first triple for DeathGod Gaming.
What was amazing, he brought the Yak on King. And usually when I sing Yak, I usually die like quickly, but here Yak was still alive. And that's why he went through the wall so fast, thanks to the pet. So that was definitely a good choice by him. But as you can see, his average attack duration, again, 1 minute and 41 seconds there. So, and he's kind of staying in the same stats he was kind of having during the GCC tournament here. But being opener is not easy here. And I like that he was using the dragons. I said at the start that he likes dragons, and I remember him as the dragon attacker. So I'm happy that he went with this strategy.
Yeah, I agree. Usually we see the Phoenix on the King, which helps him get some extra value once he does lose all of his hit points. But the Yak was actually really valuable there, especially when we can just reach over the walls on that left-hand side with the Queen. It was very well thought out, especially with the Vamp Stash. The Vamp Stash made sure that the King didn't go down too soon.
Yeah, like I guess in the few months we have kind of same combination of the equipments on the king, but now there's so many different variations here. Like people are bringing the Vem stash with the spiky ball. You can see that it's a giant gauntlet with the spiky ball, or the rage and the giant gauntlet. So I like that you have so many different options and picking, of course, the best one. So I like this kind of variations, and yeah, definitely good choice by him. Triple is in, and that's what is important here. We will see how Reckoning gonna open. I guess in the area will be attacking first, usually opening for them.
It could be. That's a very good a prediction there to see who will be opening. They did have some really speedy attacks. So if everyone came first, he had an average of 1 minute 10 seconds. We'll have to see. Actually it's STK. STK had 1 minute 10 seconds if I'm correct. I've messed up the stats there. So we'll see if this one's just as quick. We have more dragons. This time, though, we have Electro Dragons, Susie.
Yeah, SDK Moria was MVP for Reckoning, so good luck to him. Without the arrow, I'm just trying to see. I think so he was able to snipe one of the air sweepers, so that's a huge help for his E-Dragons. And he's attacking the base from almost all sides here. Like the E-Dragons are already reaching the core of the base. We have Royal Champion and King fighting against the Tesla and the Multi-Inferno, and of course on the way for the Town Hall. Queen is clearing the scattershot here. Sadly, the dragons which were in front of the Town Hall went down quickly. He even used the freeze spell but wasn't able to keep them alive, so now he will be really depending on the heroes to clear the rest of the base.
Yeah, those Electro Dragons, they got into the core, but they just thinned out really quickly. The Multi-Infernos and the Monolith, they just did so much damage, and when they were striking, there wasn't maybe too much chain value for these Electro Dragons in the center. Now, we've lost a lot on that left-hand side. He's trying his best to keep these super minions alive, to get the scatter shot down, because the queen can actually reach over these walls to get this Multi-Inferno down, whilst the baby dragon's getting the expo down.
Queen is able to finish last buildings, but there was one super minion which went for the Town Hall, and that minion clutched it, because I think so that would be a huge issue if the Town Hall stay up, but that the minion has enough HP to finish the Town Hall, so nicely done by that. It was a little bit kind of closer, the Queen still had I think so she still have the healer, so that was still fine here. The attack was 93 seconds, so that's putting the Reckoning in the lead with the time here. But I was saying that I have feeling that someone gonna make the mistake, because the hit was kind of close, so maybe something will be happening. But what is important, they were able to hit a triple, and both teams so far with the perfect hit rate.
Yep. I mean, maybe it's just the nerves. I don't know, but they still have the lead, and they're both very solid teams, and they are average. The attack duration is still quicker than mine, so still a huge achievement to get both a triple down to open this attack and open their matches. Good headspace going in, knowing that you've given your all, given the best position possible to your team, getting that first triple down. But, you've already jinxed this match, so...
Oh, I didn't jinx it. I just say someone will make mistake, So no jinx is coming. I love they're going with the dragons. I like the different strategies. We will see. I think so. We will be seeing some Root Raiders, but these teams are kind of well known with using so many different strategies. So it is very interesting. On the previous war was Root Raiders versus Root Raiders. Here maybe we will have dragons versus dragons. Who knows? But yeah, it is really a good start for the both teams, because I was a little bit worried about the first attack from DeathGod Gaming. They will be a little bit behind on the time. So it's not that kind of huge difference, only 8 seconds. So it's still very possible for DeathGod Gaming to catch up.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that they can still make a comeback if it were to come down to time. Because it really isn't much of a difference between those two. It was a little bit slow. It's unfortunate to see the first attack from the MVP as well be a little bit slower than we would have hoped, but they still have that lead and they still have the advantage already. Now, DeathGod Gaming are up with their next attack, and we have Gabriel coming in. And again, we have a little bit of a Hydra, I guess, because we've got the dragons. We've got a few loons, a few dragon riders in the mix there as well. And the Queen is going in from the 12 o'clock compartment. We've used her ability as well, cleared out the center of the base already using her arrow.
Yeah, I like the Slammer being able to clear the 9 o'clock corner here. The dragons are already reaching that first of the Infernos. King with the giant gauntlet, dealing with some of the CC troops, but also clearing some of the Teslas in the core of the base. So far, feels like it is a very fast start here. We have Queen, which gonna stay outside of the base. I was curious if gonna be bringing another extra super wall breakers, but probably doesn't need it because RC really setting up nice funnel for the dragons. Is gonna push them to go for the scatter shot and the sweeper here.
Yeah, and Gabriel's already done. He's deployed everything. He's showing his screen. He gets the triple down for DeathGod Gaming. And this one was much quicker than their first attack, which we'll have to wait and see how it averages out exactly there on the scoreboard. But this is another really solid triple coming in from them.
Yeah, 70 seconds triple, like that's huge help for that average attack duration. So nicely done, so clean. Like I think so with the dragons is so important how the start is looking. You know, if you are losing the dragon so quickly, of course that he's not gonna go well, but he has so many dragons still alive. I like the plan, like having that slammer, the funneling, dragons coming from the bottom side, Queen took care at the 12 o'clock, so very nicely done by him. A very solid attack.
Yeah, it looks like he had the plan set. You could see exactly how it was broken down, and he executed it perfectly. Everything seemed like it went where it was supposed to go, and everything that had its own individual job got it done so perfectly, allowing for everything else to succeed doing their portion of the attack. As you mentioned, the Queen up top, the Stone Slammer, and then the Dragons, and then the Royal Champion, it all just worked so effortlessly together.
I am impressed because I cannot do this. Like, I deploy one thing and I'm following and waiting. I cannot multitask. So seeing like people are attacking base from every side, I am like, how they can keep eyes on everything and still focusing, because they still have to drop some of the spells, of course, use some abilities. So wow, really great job by Gabriel. How I say, 70 seconds, that's something you really want to hit in this kind of matches. But we have Hiroya as the next attacker. So Hiroya was awesome. He was my spotter in the Helsinki where we were doing the attack. So he made a plan for me with the E-Dragons, and it was so funny because he doesn't really speak English very well, right? But I was saying, okay, you are my spotter. Tell me when I need to drop rage or use the ability. So it was very funny because he started saying rage, rage, rage. I like, where? Just rage, 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 you know? so I was just like waiting. But yeah, best of luck to him. I'm so curious. Like, he was very famous during the Town Hall 15 meta. If you remember, he was using that trick where he used the siege machine with the invisibility spells, but drill. So making a bunch of buildings or defenses invisible, and that way his battle drill kind of went deeper in the base with the blizzard. So really nicely done by him. This time he is deciding to go with the Root Rider attack, and he's using the new equipment which we just got in the game called a Magic Mirror, Coco.
Yeah, the Magic Mirror, as you can see, you might be a little bit confused. We have how many queens there? It looked like we had 3 there at the very beginning, which does help. It helps tank all of the health away from the main queen and allows her to keep so much health moving on into this compartment, gets so much damage down on the beginning there on that right-hand side. We don't tend to see it as often just yet, so it is very interesting to see this at play already.
Yeah, I was curious when I saw this equipment being added in the game. I was like, yeah, I think that is a very good choice for the funnel, because this also can kind of speed up the attack. And right now, like, we have King and the Queen sadly in the tornado trap, but now the spiky ball clearing a few buildings in front of the town hall, and Hiroya definitely gonna be happy about this one because it is very quick 3-star, and that's mean Reckoning gonna still stay in the lead here against the DeathGod Gaming.
Yeah, DeathGod Gaming did manage to catch up, I think, on 20 seconds on their average attack duration. And it looks like Reckoning just outdid them again by 5 seconds. So now Reckoning, they do still have the lead, but 5 seconds? They're narrowing it more and more every single attack. It was 8, now it's only 5. So we'll see how close it will get towards the end. You can see them, all the players, they're here, ready to go and ready to make their way through this bracket today.
That is that typical position for Ariam. Oh, I was waiting for it. I think so that's how he got, like, everyone knows, you know, Ariam. Like, always that kind of position, how he's attacking. So it's always nice to see these player cameras. But yeah, you can see again, they're focusing, planning their hits because match is very close. Hiroya did amazing job, 67-second triple with this Root Rider. So definitely helping Reckoning. But let's see how the DeathGod Gaming will answer. Right now, both teams with the 2 triples fighting in the upper bracket.
Mm-hmm. And they're picking up the pace from their first attack. So if it keeps it up, it's going to be a very close match later on in this one. And as you mentioned, these teams, they have been spicing things up, bringing some, maybe a little bit of off-meta things in there as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. We do see quite a lot of fireballs from some of these teams, and it does a lot of damage. So if used well, it could be an option for these players to use it.
Yeah, I am expecting. I want to see 1 fireball attacks. I kind of have hope for Grim or an Iron. I hope so. One of them will go with the fireball or, you know, something like a creative. We'll see if they do it. But I want to ask, you can see that area and the position, how he's attacking. What is your? Like, I holding the iPad, I mean tablet when I am using or doing the attack. Yeah.
Oh, that's why. That's why you use one finger to drop everything. Because your other hand is too busy holding the iPad.
Exactly. That's why I cannot multitask.
Makes sense, Susie. No, I tend to sit at my desk, or I usually have it on my lap, so I have both hands free. Not like Ariam. Ariam's always so chilled. He looks like he's watching a movie. I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's always so calm, and I think that does help. Maybe his performance. Maybe that's why he's easy. You know, with his nerves, he's just so laid back when he plays Clash.
Yeah, I don't know. If I am in this kind of match, I'm stressing out, panicking and everything. I would definitely not be that chill, but yeah, like, he has so much experience, so he knows how to deal with it. We have Drew going in here, so we will have DeathGod Gaming with the first Root Rider attack here. Right now, that average attack duration is 1 minute and 25 seconds, which is still very good. And we are starting with that Siege Barrack from 12 o'clock. Also using a Skelly spell. Mainly, we want to distract the enemy Warden, so that way Royal Champion doesn't take that much damage here.
Yeah, as you can see, that jump spell already dropped. The king with ability will go directly through, get this corner compartment down, as well as the queen. He will actually go back for the queen and then the multi-inferno before leading towards that scatter shot, which will help these Root Riders. Now, we do have the overgrowth coming in, and the Root Riders will be pushed all the way around to go clear out all these defenses around the outer rims of this base before going back in to secure the town hall.
Yeah, what an ability right now of protecting all these troops, so very nicely done. King sadly fighting against that last Ice Golem, but he looks like kind of safe there. So not really taking that much damage. Queen can reach the multi-inferno. He's using the freeze over the X-bow, so trying to keep the Queen alive. And if the Queen can clear the defenses on the bottom side, the Root Riders will go straight into the compartment where we have the Monolith and the Town Hall. Drew still have huge army left, even the Valk. So very nicely done by him, and DeathGod Gaming with very strong triple here.
Yeah, and he has so much still remaining, trying to make their way through towards that final building on that right-hand side. I kind of loved that the king had to deal with the ice golems, because that meant that his Root Riders, being so compact, did not have to deal with it. They were not slowed down. They were not stopped in their path as they were going from defense to defense, which I think really helped them out, making that one a little bit quicker than it could have been with the ice golems going on to the Root Riders.
So we are looking at the stats again here. Stats are still showing the Draconic should be faster, which are they right now, but I think so that both teams are playing really, really well here. Like DeathGod Gaming with the 86-second triple here by Drew. What is important, it is triple, so still keeping them with the 100% hit rate. We still have plenty of attacks with some big names left here. So is there any attacker you are kind of excited to see from this match?
Well, Nia has been around in the Clash community and my streams and your streams a lot, and he has in the past done some really cool things, so I am very excited to see what he does today. Does he play a little bit with his troops and go for a little bit of fun, or does he play it safe? That's probably the one that I'm most excited for, but both of these teams have some really solid attackers, so it still could go in anybody's favor. As we've seen, there have been a few missed triples from both sides. So it still could go either way.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, if I am playing in the team, am I gonna go with the safe strategy? Am I gonna try to risk it, Because it would be amazing if I 3-star, right? Team would be happy because it would be something big. But if you fail, yeah, that will be very hard to recover. So how you say, it will be very interesting if the team's gonna try something risky or not.
Yeah. I mean, as you've said, if you play something risky, it could play out, and it could be the craziest attack that we've seen. We've seen some really, really fast fireball attacks as well. It just depends on the base. It depends on the player. See if they manage to find the value. A lot of the bases have changed a little bit since we've been starting to see these fireballs become very trendy, because they're trying to split up the value so that the fireball can't get too much all in one go. However, Susie!
I knew it! Oh, Diarom, you didn't disappoint me here. I am so happy that you are using the fireball here. This is always risky because Teslas could ruin it here. And Diarom with that fireball here coming with the bunch of rocket balloons. Rocket balloons are so amazing in this because they can reach the defenses at the edge of the base very quickly. But what is important during this attack, you are depending on your heroes. They need to reach the core of the base. Mainly they need to go for the Town Hall and the Inferno Coco.
And he has got that king with the spiky ball. It did get activated here with those clan castle troops emerging. Does do damage on the monolith, and we got those quakes coming through in the center, reaching to all of these multi-infernos. A lot of damage coming through on the world champion and those hogs, which means they all actually go down in here. The final freeze slowing down the town hall beams for these rocket loons to try and make their way towards the center. But I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Nairom took the risk, but the main problem was that his fireball didn't land exactly where he wanted. I'm sure he was trying to reach the core of the base, because where is the value. And this is what I was saying. Like, it is awesome to go with this kind of attack, because you are taking the risk. But if something going wrong, especially if the fireball landing on the wrong spot, it is very, very hard to recover here. And, oh, Nairom, I am... like, respect to him going with this strategy, but the fireball, if you saw it land on the top right side, I think so there was scatter, something was still visible where the fireball went and didn't go for the core of the base.
Yeah, that's what we mentioned. One tile off, even one hidden Tesla for the fireball can pull it to the corner. And it's really hard to recover because the investment is crazy. It is so heartbreaking to see. We can actually have a quick look. We have a replay coming through. We might be able to see exactly what happened. First invisibility on the left. Oh, he left
Bomb
the
tower.
one. Yeah. The bomb tower missed it ever so slightly. It was just out of the range, and it pulled it towards that right-hand side. It would have been crazy as well, because we had the arrow fly directly through the core as well, which was probably going to finish off quite a lot of defenses in there that was missed, because it wasn't going to be enough to get all of it under there with those quakes. So the plan was nice. It was just one tile off, I think, and it could have been a whole different story.
Yeah, it is so much things you have to do in the short time. If I'm correct, the invisibility spell, the duration is 4.5 seconds. So imagine you are dropping 6-7 invisibility spells on perfect place, right? You cannot miss it even one tile as you can see, the bomb tower was still visible. And at the same time, you also have to use the deploy the warden and press his ability. So the fireball is really asking for the skills, and one small mistake can ruin it, because it is very hard to recover, because you are using immediately warden ability, and also you are investing quite a lot of spells. So with the rocket balloons, yes, they're amazing, they are clearing the defenses around, but the core of the base is usually stuck with the key defenses, which are doing ton of damage, and your heroes are struggling to get there.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. Now, on the other hand, though, this is a huge advantage for DeathGod Gaming. They don't have to worry about time. They got a huge defense down from that previous attack, which would put them 2 stars in the lead if they manage to keep up with their triples until the very end. We got the next attack coming in already, and again, we have some more dragons.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We are also bringing the overgrowth spell. I see 3 earthquake spells. He has spiky ball equipment on the king, so I'm curious if we're gonna be using that as the combination with the earthquake spells. But let's see from which side we're gonna deploy the dragons. He is only bringing 1 dragon rider.
Yeah, not too heavy on that Hydra in here. The Dragon Rider will go for those defenses whilst the Dragons will be tanking. Now they're going directly in toward this right-hand side. Warden ability active, which will make everything immune and healing everything back up from some of the damage that they took, because the multi-archer tower does do quite a bit of damage there alongside some of those other defenses. The one Dragon Rider got deployed there on the right, which is hopefully going to try and help those dragons push towards the right, because we have the overgrowth in the center locking in all of these infernos.
His queen died very, very quickly, so looks like now the royal champion will be trying to clear the town hall here. Like, he's using the freeze over that spell tower, but mostly, of course, the monolith. Royal champion triggering the tornado trap, and also she's pulling the ice golems. I'm not sure about this, because the dragons are dying quickly. We have now dragons outside of the base, but the spiky ball! This is the combination which I was talking about. Earthquake spell being used over the core of the base and the spiky ball for the cleanup. Now suddenly the ice golem are slowing down the king, so he's now stuck behind the wall, but dragon should be able to carry the rest of the attack. So very nicely done by him. Spiky ball was amazing here.
Yeah, we were worried because we saw all of those infernos still standing in the center, and we were like, oh, these dragons are going to take so much damage. But he knew the dragons weren't even going to go there. He had it all planned from the beginning. Lock it all in, push the dragons away from the center, and have his king clear that up. And honestly, his king didn't even do that much other than that. He used the ability so well that his king ended up just hitting the wall towards the end there.
I just got a message that he didn't ever meant to attack this player, and he still hit a triple. I am impressed. Like, imagine that you are planning your attack on different base, you misclick, you attack this person, and you're gonna do something like this. That's even better here. Like, wow.
I was just saying that was so perfectly planned. The overgrowth the center, avoiding it for the dragons, and he just managed to come up with that plan in 30 seconds after pressing the wrong base. Wow, that is impressive.
That was very YOLO hit, but didn't feel like that. Like, he did really well. Maybe that queen dying early at the 12 o'clock, but I think that he was so smart where he used the earthquake spell and the overgrowth spell. Like, with the spiky ball, I think that helped a lot, because that base was still looking very scary, and I really was worried the dragon's not gonna clear it, but spiky ball helped a lot.
Yeah, the spiky ball was fantastic. Honestly, it was a really, really cool attack. I can't believe it came up with that in 30 seconds. That is one of the best attacks that we've seen today, definitely. And I think the fact that he attacked the wrong base makes it even better, in my opinion. So yes, as you can see, the stats below DeathGod Gaming, they're at 12 stars. Now, Reckoning do still have an extra attack on them because their DeathGod have already done 4. However, that 1-star is holding Reckoning back. So unless they get huge defenses from DeathGod Gaming, they're looking strong and they're looking like they might make their way into round 2 of the upper bracket.
Yeah, there is no pressure for them. It's no pressure, I mean, about time. The teams really can be very patient with the setting up their attack here. Like, they really can take some time with the funnel, don't have to rush. We have Ryuta also with the dragons, arrow taking down one of the sweepers next to the town hall, and we are starting with the dragons actually front of the multi-arch towers and the eagle, and also funding some of the Tesla. So I would say very nice value from the start of the hit.
Yeah, indeed. Now, we will miss some of those dragons under the ability here. They are regaining health from the healing tome, but also being protected under the eternal tome there as well. Now, again, Ryuta does have the overgrowth, locks in one of the scatter shots and the town hall nearby at towers, the spell towers as well, which will push all of these dragons all the way up top before going in towards the center. Now, there's a lot of hero value still to use. Again, as we saw in the previous attack, I can see that we still have 3 earthquake spells still to use alongside that king ability.
Yeah, he will be trying to use the earthquake spells around the town hall here. Yep, there we go, like hitting the monolith, expo, multi-inferno. I just have to be now patient with the king ability, so that way the actually the royal champion already clearing these defenses and not waiting for the king. Anyway, the king with the spiky ball clearing some of the defenses on the bottom side of the base. Now we suddenly have to fight against ice golems front of the town hall, so we are taking some damage. Like, town hall is still there, queen is on the scatter shot. Luckily the town hall is not full HP, and the royal champion was able to clear it. Ryuta, we have to be now just patient to break the walls and go for the final building.
Yeah, this is gonna do it. We are stuck on these walls. We will have to fight to make our way through. 2 freezes at hand to stop the nearby hero, but also this multi-inferno. Good thing that we already have this wall low. There goes the freezes, and Ryuta will be getting the triple down as well.
Yeah, just 55 seconds. These free spells can really keep the final heroes safe here. So good job. Like, it is triple, that's what is important. How I say, the match is not anymore about the time, so he can be really patient here. Like, we are going now to the round of final attacks. Right now, Reckoning is the 2 stars behind, so DeathGod Gaming doesn't even have to hit a triple for the victory. There is really high possibility they will be advancing to the next round, but maybe we're gonna see something different, because the final attacker for them is Grim, and he likes to do some crazy attacks. So let's find out, we're gonna be playing safe or we're gonna see something unique.
Yeah, you're right. He does like to spice things up a little. So being so far in the lead going into the final round of attacks is a very good position to be in, just to have fun, maybe change up your army, and all he needs is an extra safe 2-star, and then he can secure his spot in the next round of the upper bracket. We'll see what they bring. However, us at home and our predictions are not looking so hot at the moment with this match.
No, I just now thinking, because Jaboya hit a wrong base. That's mean Grim had to change the plan, because there was different base left. So he probably doesn't really have that much time.
Yeah, that's
Let's
true.
see.
We'll see.
Super Dragons, okay. Super Dragons, he has Spiky Ball, Giant Arrow equipment, and Royal Champion with the Rocket Spear and the Shield ability. I like this equipment, especially in the ways that you can kind of take down the Town Hall, but as you can see, you're coming with the Dragons for the Town Hall.
Yeah, this funneling set, Baby Dragon and the Queen helped get these dragons directly in towards that Town Hall. Now he's waiting to use this Warden ability a little bit to stop some of these Town Hall beams going off. And also, that's going to be doing so much damage to the Rage Spell Tower directly behind the Town Hall, getting everything there in reach, the Scatter Shots, the Infernos. He does lock in one of the Infernos there under the under the overgrowth spell, and these quakes are already coming through in towards this monolith. And there comes the queen. He uses the ability. It doesn't chain off to get it down on its own, but he does have enough power. He will be clearing the monolith out of this compartment already. He's got some of those skeleton spells distracting the nearby defenses down on the 6 o'clock side for the Royal Champion coming in there too. But this core of the base is looking hefty.
Yeah, it's okay. Now that the Rocket Spear, that means the Royal Champion has actually she can overrange a bunch of defenses, but not all of them. But what usually happen is that Fox die too early because the Fox gonna stand front of the Royal Champion, and the Fox and RC are very strong combination here. And now we can see that Royal Champion is really weak here, and we will be depending on the Queen. She has to fight against the double Ice Golem here. Super Dragon sadly going down, Super Minions maybe taking out the multi-archer tower, so that's huge help. It is triple for sure, and it's me and DeathGod Gaming will take the W here against the Reckoning. Just have to be patient here, waiting for the final buildings to be destroyed.
Yeah, very, very nicely done from DeathGod Gaming. They played it very well. They played it safe, especially after they got that huge defense there too. They don't have to worry about time. Queen will slowly just make her way through this wall towards those last few defenses. But I'm just gonna go ahead and say, Susie, before this match even started, didn't you say, I don't think we're gonna have a perfect?
Maybe I can see the future. I don't know, the feelings, I had like someone will make the mistake. I am sad that mistake was made with the fireball. Like, I am big fan of the fireball attacks, and trust me, I wish to see the triple with it. So I'm sad about that, but yeah, maybe in a little bit with the prediction I was right, but as you can see, everyone was voting for the Reckoning, so I blame all of you, included myself, which jinxed them. So they will be moving to the lower bracket because DeathGod Gaming, great job by them, hitting the perfect wall, no mistakes, and still impressed by one of their attackers who hit the wrong base and was able to adapt so quickly.
Yeah, honestly, that's a highlight for sure. If you saw that, I don't think any of us thought that was going to be on the wrong base. But if you are a Reckoning fan, don't worry. As Susie said, they're not going home just yet. They are jumping down to the lower bracket. We might be able to show you the bracket later on once we finish this match, just so that you can get a bit of an understanding of what matches are still to come, because we have a lot of matches coming up today and tomorrow. There's still lots of teams playing and fighting to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly how Coco said. And we have Ariam with the final attack for Reckoning. I know it's not gonna change the result of the match, but I think so for the player being able to hit a triple, still kind of, gonna set him up for the next match, like in the really good mind. Like, okay, I smash it. The next match, we're just gonna take the W. Interesting base by Grim. Like, we have outside. Like, the eagle is so easy to reach. That was very interesting base building.
Yeah, we do tend to see the eagle artillery. A lot of players, they do like to go directly in towards that to get it down early with some sort of part of their army composition, because when these Root Riders are compact and they're all grouped up, it can do so much damage. So being easy accessible to get that down nice and early is going to be very, very nice for Ariam. As you can see, these Root Riders, they're plowing through these defenses towards their south-hand side. World Champion just uses her ability, spawning in these hogs. He's using some freezes on the Town Hall to stop some of those Town Hall beams, and it goes down, freezing the monolith on that right-hand side whilst raging up the Queen, turning her into a little Queen charge, buffing her up towards those last few defenses, and Ariam is going to be ending strong here for Reckoning. They're definitely still showing. He can see he's celebrating there as he's lying there on his bed. He's very happy he gets the triple down, showing that they are still to be feared, even though that they are going into that lower bracket.
Yeah, I have a feeling that he was like so ready to show this expression, you know, like, yes, we smash it. But one star happened, but huge congratulations. DeathGod Gaming is advancing to the next round of the upper bracket, and it will be very interesting because we will have two Indian teams fighting against each other. Marcos Esport versus DeathGod Gaming, and Reckoning will be moving to the lower bracket where they will get a second chance, but it will be a lot of pressure. All their matches will be knockout matches. We can check the result of the match here, Coco.
Yeah, as you can see, even with the 1 star that Reckoning had, they still had time in their favor. Now, we don't know how it would have actually played out because once the team from DeathGod knew that they had that advantage, maybe they took it even slower than before, so we don't really know exactly how that would have played out if we didn't get that 1 star. But huge performance from DeathGod Gaming, going all the way out, ending strong, and they are advancing to the next round in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I enjoyed this match a lot. I know that was 1 star, but we have so many different variations of the attacks. We saw some Root Riders, we saw the Fireball, some regular dragons, even the E-dragons, even the Super Dragons, I totally forgot. So seriously, nicely war here, but let's check the bracket, Coco.
Yeah, as you can see, we mentioned Marcos Esports versus DeathGod Gaming sat there in match 7 there on the second round of the upper bracket. Now, we haven't said goodbye to Cosmo Esports and Reckoning. They're waiting for us in the lower bracket. Now, we have a lot of matches still to come. We have Dizi Group versus STMN and Dizi World versus Team Queso. So we still have 2 more upper bracket matches still to do. But I also think we still have one attack that we'd like to replay and have a little look at.
Yeah, definitely, I would say highlight of the match here, because someone who planning attack, because we know, right, we have 45 minutes battle day. There is not really much time for the planning attack. So this is always for me like big respect to players, because they have to choose the base, get the plan, and make sure everything going well for them. So yeah, we're gonna look at the attack there, but I have to say we still have so many good matches in front of us, and today we also will find out which 2 teams sadly will be leaving this competition.
Yeah, it is sad to say that we will be saying goodbye to some of these teams because they have been playing well already. So we'll just have to wait and see. But why don't you walk us through this next attack?
Thank you, Coco. So this hit, especially what was insane, that he hit the wrong base here, and there is only like 30 seconds before you really have to go in with the attack, and he adapted so quickly. Like he set up the attack with the dragons. He brought only 1 dragon rider, but the equipments of the heroes were very important. You will see that during the hit. But first of all, just very simple funnel here, using the siege barrack, which will be clearing the 9 o'clock corner, and also we have some troops funneling the 6 o'clock side. That way the dragons going in. Wooden ability protecting all of them. He used the queen and the 12 o'clock. I have feeling that his queen died way too quickly here. There is a lot of defenses like, whoa, these red bombs were brutal because he lost immediately all these healers, and the equipment is important, right? So he kind of said goodbye to healers, and the queen barely cleared anything. But luckily we had the royal champion who arrived there. She triggered some of the skellies. She lost the fox immediately. So many things went wrong for him here, and he was still able to recover. Like, he didn't panic. He still was cool. Like, okay, I can do this. Like, the royal champion even triggering or pulling the enemy clank as a troops. And this is a very bad position for the dragons, front of the defenses here. But the most incredible part of the plan was that spiky ball. Like, usually people are using the overgrowth spell, and after when the overgrowth spell disappeared, dropping the earthquake spell and using, of course, the king ability. Like, at the end, that king didn't really do much. Only his equipment cleared the core of the base and allowing the dragons finish the base here. So I am very impressed. This attack was crazy, like hitting the wrong base. Some things went wrong for him, and he still managed to hit a triple. Very nicely done by him. And also not that slow attack at all. So very nice job. And DeathGod Gaming were able to hit the perfect work, Coco.
Yeah, that was honestly, it was one of my favorite ones. As we mentioned before, I can't believe that he didn't mean to attack this player because it looked so perfect. But very, very well done to them advancing through. We do have another really cool match coming up as well, so make sure to get your predictions in over on Twitch and YouTube. Let us know, who do you think will be victorious, because we have Dizi Group versus STMN. Now we have a ticket holder in here, but Dizi have been playing very, very well in these ticket tournaments. So who do you think that you're going to be voting for? Because if we have a look at the stats, Dizi Group, they are tied in first place with their hit rates. They've only missed one single attack throughout the entire tournament. Stamina, on the other hand, they have missed 7 attacks.
That is a really good question. So I'm looking this match by like kind of from 2 different views here. Like STMN, as they have the golden ticket, of course they are going for the prize pool, but they have less pressure on them, right? So if they lose, it's not gonna be like something bad, right? It's like they don't really dealing with that stress like Dizi Group. But Dizi Group had the opportunity to also play for the golden ticket. So my prediction, I still cannot decide here. Can you get us through their lineup, please?
Yes, we have Ueta, we have Denden, Yaga, Xian, and Kai here. Now, they've all played very, very well. Look at them all. Almost perfect hit rate. Just the one attack that they managed to fail. And their attacks are very quick, too. Now, Stamina, we've seen them around. You might know them as VM Legacy. They are now named, they are now under the Stamina name. We have Thomas here as MVP, going 8 out of 8. Darkstar, Synthé, Ninja, and Fluxy all the way through. Now, they have missed a few attacks here and there, but they have been very consistent in many, many other tournaments. So this is why I would probably say Stamina might be bringing their A game in this. They might have taken a little seat, sit back there in the earlier stages. I think they have a bit more experience than Dizi, but Dizi is definitely a really good matchup for them. Who do you think is going to take the win here?
I will go with the Dizi because for them is more on the line, and if now, like, they have to do their best. Now is their chance. But we are already live, Coco, and Dizi Esport opening here with the Root Riders. I love how the Giant Arrow got so popular now. Like, almost everyone using the Giant Arrow equipment with any different, like any attack.
Yeah, we used to see the arrow being used when we tend to go with the dragon attacks, but I think people have still loved to use it for funneling. Sometimes we've even seen it just clear off like some of the buildings on the side of the base to help get everything deeper into the base. Now, on this one, we have a lot of single Infernos, which might do some charge up damage. At the moment, everything was still protected, though, under that ward, and everything's being frozen in place here as well from those Ice Golem coming out of Darkstar's clan castle to defend here whilst this attack's still being played out.
Yeah, it's everything looking good so far. Like, he has still plenty of time. Sadly, he missed that enemy royal champion with the freeze, and that's why he's losing his RC. And now look at the enemy RC hiding behind the wall, poor king. Freezing around the monolith. Time is still looking good. Like, this attack has a chance to be something around 70 seconds, and I think so that is very good start for Dizi. Ueta definitely will be happy. 73 seconds, actually, exactly.
Yeah, this was a really, really good attack from Dizi to kickstart this match. They're definitely bringing in the heat. And even though Stamina might be favorites for various different reasons, they're bringing in the heat. And as you can see in the predictions, it's tied between us, but also at home. Twitch chat is voting for Stamina, but YouTube going for Dizi. Honestly, I think it still could go either way. Dizi have performed very, very well, even in many different tournaments. Not just the qualifiers that we've seen. They've made it to a few times, but also we also had ESL, the Snapdragon Pro Series, that they played very, very well. They collected quite a lot of points throughout the weeks that they played there.
Oh, I'm happy that YouTube's staying with me. Thank you, YouTube. Don't worry. Our prediction gonna be correct. But yeah, Dizi also were playing for the golden ticket, if I remember correctly there. So team which we saw really got far in many tournaments. STMN very fast. Like you tell me this name and like immediately I know I can imagine that Darkstar will be probably using the fireball and it's gonna be like attack around the 60 seconds. That's like first thing. We have Cinti, like I love to watch him during the Town Hall 15 when he was using the Skelly Donut over the Town Hall during the World Championship or any other big tournaments, or especially the Hawks attack as well. So yeah, this war will be very interesting. Both teams have so many talented players, and yeah, we'll see who will be correct with the predictions.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 50-50 at the moment. Half of us will be right, half of us will be wrong. It just goes to show that it is neck and neck. Both of these teams, they have a lot of that we were expecting of them in terms of we both know that these teams can perform exceptionally well. They've done it many times before. We'll just have to wait and see. There are some really good team players on both of these teams. So yeah.
Yeah. So 73 seconds is good set for the Dizi. I'm waiting for STMN, how quickly their first attack will be. And yeah, I want to see the fireball, so please don't let me down. Team, we had Darkstar and we miss it! There was fireball! No! Oh, we definitely gonna watch the replay right after this one, but Darkstar is live with the fireball. He was able to clear the bottom side of the base here. Overgrowth spell right now hiding the Town Hall, that allowing his rocket balloons and the heroes to get early like kind of value before they will have to deal with all these key defenses inside the core of the base.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we've seen it many times before, but to get a lot of value down, we approach the base from all angles, and you can see there's action going on every single corner of the base. We had these rocket loons flying in everywhere, the quakes coming through, the spiky ball going off into the center. We haven't even hit the 60-second mark, and there's less than 10 buildings left. Now, the most important thing is the Town Hall is standing, and a lot of things is getting picked off in the core.
Oh my goodness, that queen is the hole. Oh, that's so close. Oh my god. Are you... Yikes. Oh, the Town Hall was so low HP, and this is the second time where the players decide to take the risk, bringing the fireball, and I'm so sad that we have again 1 star there. The heroes were already so low HP before they were start going towards the core of the base. They took a lot of damage here, and sadly didn't have that strength to finish the Town Hall. It was so close.
Yeah, that was crazy. It looked so good, but once you looked at the hit points, it just changed drastically. You could see that everything was losing so much health and going in towards the center where there was so much damage there in the center as well. It just looked a little bit problematic.
Yeah, it looks like a very simple fireball, but very effective as well. So clearing that bottom side of the base, a nice value here. Oh, but yeah, wow, Darkstar, a really good try. What I noticed, they show the time of the fail, so that means that he failed the attack fast enough, you know, because sometimes it's happened that teams, even with the fails, can tie on the stars and percentage, you know, and the time can decide. So that's also, you know, kind of a little bit positive thing. But yeah, 1 star, huge defense for Dizi, and everything changing right now. The teams don't have to push for the time, and again, like similar situation we had in the previous war, they can be very patient with the funnel, and they can also switch to the different strategies.
Yeah, definitely, especially after the first attack, knowing that you can maybe calm down a little, don't have to stress by deploying everything very quickly, because that seems to be a very big trend at the moment in the esports scene, because at the moment, these players, they're so good. They've cracked the code. They've figured out, for the most part, how to get these triples done. So the next tie to decide the winner has been time. So they've also been trying to figure out what is the quickest way to get these triples down. Now, they're able to use what feels close and comfortable to them to get these triples down. They don't have to worry, oh, will I be able to get the funnel set in time before my dragons go too far? They can actually wait and take their time to ensure that everything makes their way to where that they want it to go.
Yes, exactly. I noticed like there is a very strong strategy fireball with the super witches and druids. Maybe some of the players will switch to that. It's very powerful. Like you can even make the mistake and you still are able to recover here. So it's only not fast enough because there are super witches, and in the general the super witches are not fast troops. So maybe some of the players will use this strategy. I would love to see it. If you guys are looking for the Town Hall 16 strategy, this is something you should definitely try. But we have Kai going in here for Dizi, and now pressure is on them because they have to trying to keep hitting the 3 stars. Oh, sorry, less pressure on them because they didn't fail, my bad. So coming with these Root Riders, Queen from the 3 o'clock corner already reaching the multi-inferno and also triggering the tornado trap there. Wooden ability protecting everything here, so nicely done because they will be fighting against the CC troops, so they will be not moving away from that compartment for a while.
Yeah, they'll be locked in place while there's a lot of splash damage doing heaps of damage. We even got the ricochet cannon reaching towards some of these troops. Now, as you can see, we've lost a lot of health. Now, there's not that many major defenses left before we go towards that town hall. The world champion has already made her way into this compartment, raging her up. And with that spiky ball going off there too, we managed to clear the entire left-hand side compartment, and Dizi have yet another triple on the board, which puts them at 6 stars. Stamina now, they're in a tricky spot. They're going to have to make sure that they get every triple that they can, and they have to really hope that one of these bases is a bit different and might trick one of these Dizi players into a defense.
Yeah, me and YouTube definitely feels confident right now. You know how the stats are looking. Dizi with the very strong second triple 65 seconds. That's another impressive time here. We can see all these different equipments. Do you have the favorite one which you like to use in the attacks?
Well, I'm still stuck with the double book on the warden, the healing and having the healing and the eternal tome, because I loved Electro Titans at Town Hall 15, so I don't want to give that up. They are a bit slow, but I have added the Electro Titans alongside my Root Riders, so if any traps pop up or the Clan Castle troops come out, it does help clear that out, because for me, time isn't really an issue. I have the time to let these troops make their way through the base, but that's why I tend to keep the heal, because I want to make sure that everything's got enough health to make their way through the base. But it is a lot of fun to watch these fireballs or the arrows go through. Like, as we mentioned, it's really nice to snipe some of these important defenses like the sweepers to get them off with a dragon attack. It's fantastic to use a giant arrow, or even the spell towers, as we saw before, to stop everything being slowed down and doing lots of splash damage to all of your smashed troops. It can also be fantastic. What's your favorite at the moment?
Oh, so I am definitely spamming the Broom Witches. They are like the event troops, now my favorite one, because it's so easy. But yes, I finally got my Fireball to level 22, so I can start having some fun. So I'm ready to practice it. I think a little bit worried how fast I am with the dropping the invisibility spells, but you know, with the practice, I think so I will get there. But how you were saying about the giant arrow, you can really use it in many different strategies, even with the Root Riders. Like giant arrow most of the time is used for the funnel, because it's really speeding up the funnel. You don't have to bring any other troops or waiting for the heroes to do the job. Arrow immediately setting up the funnel, and you can start deploying everything here. So yeah, but let's see. STMN Ninch is in with the Root Rider attack, only bringing one earthquake spell. but we also have a Ray Gem here over the King, Haste, and the Hawk Puppet equipment on the Royal Champion. If you guys are not sure what equipment you should use, I will definitely recommend you this combination. It is very powerful and it's working with many different strategies.
Yeah, that's for sure. And now we've got the Warden Eternal Tome on all of these troops making their way in towards the center now. Because the Overgrowth is on the Town Hall and some nearby defenses, all of these Root Riders will be bypassing the Town Hall compartment at the moment. They're going to take quite a bit of damage, though, because these Clan Castle troops, they're still emerging. They're holding everything in place. These multi-infernos doing quite a bit of damage. Ninja is spotting that and freezing one of these multi-infernos. However, we might get a little bit stuck here in the center. I think we might lose all those Root Riders.
Yeah, we did. Valks and Root Riders are all gone. Town Hall is again but I think so we have super minions which are fighting against the Town Hall. There is like 1 HP left. And the Town Hall staying up. Let's see, so we still have King with the abilities. We have healers on the Queen. We have to break the walls.
It's regaining health.
And the Town Hall.
It's regaining health too.
The builder guys are... Oh, Spiky! Oh, Spiky Ball for the victory there. We need to take down the Monolith still.
Yeah, the Monolith is quite feisty. We have the Frosty, which actually will be able to slow down those Monolith shots. The problem is the King's gonna get stuck on these walls. He's gonna have to break through before getting towards the Monolith. How much health will he be able to get back? The healers are doing a fantastic job at healing him back up. It is gonna slow down the average attack, but attacks don't. The time doesn't really matter at this stage.
Yeah, it just was second. Like this one was very close hit. Like the Spiky Balls seriously save it. If the Town Hall is still there. There is no way the King would be able to take down the final building, so it would be 2 stars, but luckily the Spiky Ball able to finish. It was good call to use the ability early, because we have the builder guy fixing the Town Hall, and if the Town Hall got enough HP, it would survive, so good job by Ninja. I mean, he was able still hit a 3-star, and that's what is important.
Yeah, it was a good recovery, good timing, as you mentioned, to make sure that we can get the Town Hall down. But oh my, that got me nervous for sure. I was about to say, not another defense for STMN. We've got a golden ticket holder here playing, and unfortunately, these bases are just getting the better of them. They were so close.
I also have a feeling that some players are really playing even better under pressure, you know. And like how I say, STMN, they have the golden ticket, like they're still aiming, of course, to win the first place and get the title of the champion for the Global Clash Cup. But Dizi has more on the line. Like they really, like we saw all these 3 Dizi teams, like 2 of them are playing today, trying their best to win the golden ticket. And some of them, they got really close here. So they want it so much, and they will try their best. I hope they will not make any mistake, because right now both their attacks are so fast, and when you are pushing for the time, this can be made it.
Yeah. No, you're right. It could be that they know that they're in a safe spot, like Stamina know they're in a safe spot. They already have their ticket. Their position is already secured at the World Championship. They don't even need to go to the last chance qualifier. Now, just as a reminder, this is a silver ticket event. So the winner of the Global Clash Cup will be getting a silver ticket to go to the last chance qualifier for a shot to go to the World Championship. So that's why Susie's saying that there is a lot on the line. And it really could be the pressure that might be making the difference for some of these teams. I mean, Dizi, they're doing so phenomenally well at the moment. Let's not jinx it just yet, though. We've got the next attack coming through from Dizi, and again, we are bringing in the Root Riders.
Oh, I love that comment there. But Ashin is bringing the new equipment. So we have Magic Mirror here. Let's see. Right now, I think so I see only 2 queens, so the first clone died very quickly here, but the 2 queens still can do a lot of damage here. A Royal Champion still nicely clearing the north side of the base. Overgrowth spell again hiding the Town Hall, and the defenses at the back here. Opening the wall for the King. Skelly spell doing great job, distracting the King, but also the Monolith.
Yeah, I think there actually might have been one of the Queen clones with the Root Riders, which was actually pretty cool to see, to help them out under that Warden ability there too. Now the Overgrowth will return back these defenses, and it's going to do a lot of damage, and these Root Riders are already low, so we're freezing the Town Hall and the nearby defenses to allow for everything to power through. We will have to utilize this World Champion ability. She's lost a lot of health as well, only leaving her Hogs, which get destroyed by the Ricochet Cannon. Thankfully, the King is still up from the outside. Now, there is walls open towards the Builder Hut, and it's actually even going to go down from the Super Barbarian. But we just have this one storage. Nothing really can stop him here. This will be another triple down for Dizi. Nicely done yet again.
Yeah, and luckily they don't have to be worried about time, because in the general this attack would be slow and he wouldn't be happy about it. But King, how you say, managed to clear the storage here, and Dizi Esport adding their triple here. So 9 stars for them. Still looking good. I know this attack was maybe a little bit closer than their previous hits, but it still wasn't like that scary.
No, it was good. It was still pretty solid. We did lose a lot of health around that Town Hall compartment, as we mentioned, but they can play it pretty chilled and relaxed as they move their way forwards with that huge advantage already. We'll see if STMN managed to get a defense or not.
Yeah, like I think when the 1-star happened at the start of the match, is for the team which got the defense is huge, because there is no pressure. They really can go kind of chill way. If that's happening at the end, I think so it's not that bad, because there is still possibility of the defenses here. But STMN Esport is very skilled team here, so I'm not giving up on them yet. Like, anything still can happen. Most important for them is to not making any other mistakes and go perfect with the rest of the attacks.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with everything that you said there. They are a very skilled team. They could maybe make a comeback from this, but they just have to get their head in the game. It feels like they might be a little bit laid back because they know obviously their position is secured at the World Championship. They might not be playing for the same reasons as you said, there's not as much on the line for them. So we'll see. Obviously, there is still a lot of money on the line, so it would help them out quite a bit. But Dizi are playing exceptionally strong. They've played strong in many other tournaments as well, so I'm very excited that they are managing to keep that up here as well today in the Global Clash Cup Finals.
Yeah, and they also have their family clan in the bracket, so there is also chance they will be facing each other. But we have Cinti with the Fireball. I'm sure this is Fireball army here. Yep. And 33 rocket balloons, starting with the earthquake spells, going with this Invit, landing I think so on the Boulder Hat, was able to even finish the Clan Castle building, which is such a bonus.
Yeah, this is fantastic. It cleared so many major defenses, and the Clan Castle going down is phenomenal. It doesn't have to worry about being slowed down by those ice golems, which we tend to see, and he's already starting to clear out the defenses around the Town Hall, sending in the blimp to go and grab that extra star whilst the King's clearing up around the outside. The World Champion has been deployed there on the left to go for the defenses, which still remain there on that left corner. Oh my gosh, wow, this is amazing.
Yes, really, really good attack. Like, time is also awesome here. Like, this is just proof that this strategy can really allow you to hit the fast triple if you know what you are doing. Like, Cinti hitting the triple, if I'm correct, that was like 65 seconds, so that's amazing. But the setup of the Fireball was without any mistakes, like he landed where he needed. And I am big fan when you are able to clear the Clan Castle building with the Fireball, because that way you don't have to deal with the enemy Clan Castle troops. So that was really nicely done by him.
Yeah. It was really nice, and it was so fast. Again, I don't know how they do it. The Fireball we've seen before, and it didn't work out as well in the previous ones, but this one just goes to show that if you do things right and you've planned it out perfectly and everything goes to plan, it can be fantastic. And it's not just doing a crazy amount of destruction, it's allows for really quick attacks as well.
It's also fun to watch. I am sure
Yeah.
like also attackers like to play with the fireball because I don't know, I just like the animation, like the fireball lands and like half of the base is gone if you're going for the crazy value. So, and you're like, oh, I did so well, right? Because so many buildings being destroyed like under like few seconds. So yeah, I am big fan of the fireball hits, and thank you to Cinti because we have first successful fireball hit. We saw 2 fireball hits which sadly finished with the 1 star. Like they were close, but this one was totally overkill here. So very nicely done by him.
Yeah, he played it well. He played it well. You can see that he figured out exactly where he wanted things to go, where he wanted the fireball. He did have a poison spell. I'm not 100% sure where he used it. I don't know if that was for backup or for one of the heroes or any potential traps that might pop up for his royal champion, because there was a lot going on simultaneously. As we mentioned, the multitasking, especially in these really quick attacks, is crazy.
Is like that hit was 65 seconds, so he did everything under 65 seconds, so that just kind of show how quickly he had to deploy. And yeah, Cinti is like one of the players who doesn't surprise me when I see him going with the risky plan. Like we saw it during the World Championship, like doing the Skelly Donut over the Town Hall. I don't think so that someone else dared to do it, but Cinti loves to use the risky attacks because when they actually work, it is amazing. Everyone is just like, wow, that was so cool.
Yeah. And he was shaking during the World Championship as well. He was shaking, and he still manages to perform so exceptionally well. Doesn't miss a single spell. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's always amazing to watch Sinthe play.
Yeah, I don't know how he does that, like, like on the stage and with this kind of attack. But let's see, then opening here, coming in here with the Root Rider hit. We are using the Angry Jelly pet with the king. There was a giant arrow from the queen, and also bringing the magic mirror equipment. Also, we're gonna see the magic mirror being used like more often in the matches. Like I think so most of the players are right now working to level up this equipment.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one to invest them in. It can be pretty strong, but we've got the overgrowth on that town hall. Now everything's being slowed down in the center, as we mentioned many times before. The triple ice golem in those clan castles. If you don't know what to fill up your clan castle with, it is always a very good shout, especially up against these root riders. When they group up and you can slow them down with some of these really strong defenses around it, can always be a very, very good decision to add that to your clan castle. Now with the overgrowth active, everything will be pushed up top to the 12 o'clock side. We also have the queen reaching over these walls to get the monolith down. Everything will regroup back on this left-hand side, and this is another really quick one. Dizi, they're playing so exceptionally well. We have yet another triple down. Den gets it done for his team, and you can see he's happy.
Yeah, he's so confident, right? Like, yep, I got it, easy peasy. But he has experience. Like, we had the opportunity, like he was playing with the X team, so you know he's a really good player, and you know he is ready. Like how I say, Dizi group, they are playing in so many tournaments, and they are doing really well here. And they don't even have to push for the times, but their attacks are still very fast. Like this one was 74-second triple. And yep, he was just like waiting for the final buildings to be visible because of that overgrowth spell, and he still have 2 free spells to protect the rest of the army. So very clean hit.
Yeah, imagine doing all that, and then you're even swagging spells on top of that. Didn't even need anything to slow down the damage on your troops and your heroes. Very well played. As you can see, at the moment, Dizi have done 4 attacks, and they are going perfect so far. They are en route to staying strong in the upper bracket. Now, this will be very interesting to see what happens as well in the next match, because there is a family clan as well for Dizi playing in this tournament, so they might know some insider information to how these teams play, so you'll definitely want to stick around for that. We have many more matches to come after this one as well. Honestly, there's just a lot of excitement to bring in this whole tournament.
It's definitely like they work so hard during all tournament. Like how we say, they started first with the qualifiers where they were doing 5 matches per team. So that was a lot of work. And after they went to the single elimination bracket, and we have so many big teams there. Like because this tournament is hosting the silver ticket, many big teams still didn't have it or didn't have the golden ticket. So it was very important for them. Like for example, Navi or Try Gaming that time. I think so. Navi I think so during the single elimination Navi got that golden ticket from the monthly qualifiers, but Tribe, for example, didn't have it yet. So that was so big deal for these teams. They've also Synchronic was playing, MMG was playing, so many big teams, and these teams made it. Like for example, Reckoning, I remember they were facing a Navi. That wasn't easy match, but Reckoning got the victory. So a lot of work, like a lot of practice, a lot of building the bases and seriously trying their best. And now these 2 days are so important because they can show all their hard work, why they are so good and why they deserve the silver ticket.
Yeah, weeks and weeks of preparation and hard work has led these teams to this position to be here today. As we mentioned in the stats, there's only been a few attacks missed for the most part from these players. So they're just outperforming everybody that has participated. With so many teams participated from the beginning. But we have another attack coming through. We have Thomas up next for Stamina, and again bringing in the Root Riders. Now he does have his World Champion coming in quite early to cut off the funneling as she goes in towards that left-hand side compartment. And a lot of traps are popping up. I can see some hidden testers and some of those skeleton traps, which means she's going to be taking a lot of damage. We'll have to use her ability there quite soon.
Yeah, right now we still have the king. Sadly, king decided to go. Oh, maybe he will go around. I was about to say that sadly he's beating the wall. Royal champion with that hog puppet and haze, getting some value. Sadly, hoggies are triggering the tornado trap, so they're kind of being slowed down. And the overgrowth spell will start disappearing. So the feels like the royal champion and the hog's gonna take the early damage here. But with the free spell nicely freezing the monolith and also the town hall. Also, we opened the wall front of the town hall, so this is a very strong hit by Thomas.
Yeah, it's looking very good. He has so much still remaining. The town hall is secured. Last 3 buildings also go down, and he's trying to really recover from the 1-star that we had to open up this match here.
Yeah. It would be any different story because when I check the time of the hits between the both teams, like they're very similar. Sadly, that 1-star happened, so Dizi has the huge lead here. Now they will go live with the final attack. They can play very, very safe here because even the 2-star, again, it's kind of similar situation like the previous war, will be enough for the victory here. So they don't have to rush with the attack. We can see the player cameras. Dizi definitely looks like, so calm and ready for the W here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everybody's there and ready, and we have spotters that might be able to help as well. But going into the final round of attacks, if we briefly look at the stats once more, 12 stars for Dizi, 10 stars for Stamina, 2-star lead for Dizi as they go into the final round of attack is a fantastic position to be in. That is why they look so cool, and they know that they're in a very good position.
Yeah, I like Dizi didn't really took that much risk, They kind of went with the safe strategy. On the other side, STMN went with the fireball attacks, and we know they are risky. So maybe that's why, why the STMN is with the 10 stars right now. It's just like sometimes like this happened, right? You're doing a risky attack, it can go wrong, and even the 1-star is a very high possibility here. But when we check the order, he's like, how I say, very good attack speeder. So yeah, I think so STMN will be still giving a really big fight in that lower bracket.
Yeah. As you mentioned, right after the attack as well that came through in the very beginning, the 1-star attack was extremely quick. And I think that might just be it. They were trying to set the pace even faster than Dizi did. And Dizi did a fantastic job. They started and they placed a very quick attack as their first opener too. And I think Stamina, they just wanted to show them, I think they wanted to go for like who's boss and we can do better, we can do faster, and Darkstar is definitely one of those players who can do it. He set a record before, which was a 47-second attack, I think, at one point during a competitive match. So he's definitely a person who can get it done, but it just unfortunately just didn't have enough power to get it done this time.
So we have the final attack from Dizi Esports. How I say, they need just save 2 stars, but of course he will be trying to hit a triple, so the Dizi will be finishing with the perfect bow. We have Central Town Hall, so the most important is to clear the Town Hall and get the enough percentage. Skelly Spell is already distracting, sadly not anymore distracting the Monolith, so his army start taking the damage. He's using the wooden ability. Queen staying outside of the base, but she will have access to some of the defenses as these walls at the corner are all open.
Yeah, he also, the Angry Jelly on the King is going to be pretty nice because that means he can only go for those defenses. He's not going to be distracted by any of those fluff buildings, which makes him a good choice to go with those Root Riders. He's already stuck there in the core dealing with those Clan Castle troops, which means the Root Riders, they can just move on towards that left-hand side and clear out this Multi-Inferno. We also have a few of those Root Riders up top with the Warden and the Royal Champion. The Town Hall will return back, and having the King here in the center is actually nice because these Root Riders don't have to go back for it. You can see he's happy. He's already putting hearts on the screen. He has enough power, and Dizi are ending so strong up against a golden ticket holder. 15 stars, Susie.
That's amazing. Like, you know, STMN is not easy team at all. So for sure there was like a lot of stress, I'm sure, and pressure on Dizi, because I think so this one was like definitely one of the biggest matches here, and Dizi did really well, like finishing with the 15 stars. I think average attack duration in the general 1 minute and 20 seconds is a very decent one. So yeah, huge congratulations to them. Like they will be advancing to the next round of upper brackets, getting closer to the last silver ticket.
Yeah, a very well-deserved victory from Dizi. They played exceptionally well from start to finish. Honestly, it was a very, very nice one. We do still have one more attack to watch, though, from Stamina, so we'll be able to see if they are able to end strong. Now, if you are a Stamina fan, don't worry. There is a double elimination. They are just jumping down to the lower bracket. It means more matches, so they will get some more screen time, but that also means more risk of losing another match, though.
Some of the teams that really play well from the lower bracket, like for example Synchronic, I don't know, they just like always are awesome in the lower bracket. I don't know if that pressure helping them, so maybe it's gonna be case for some of the teams which are now in the lower bracket and trying, of course, to survive there.
Yeah, definitely. And we mentioned before, in other tournaments, lower bracket like finalists have made it all the way until the end and have been victorious. It is possible. Now, it is much harder for sure because there's more matches, more bases that you might not be able to use. So it does get harder going into that low bracket, and the pressure heats up a bit because you know that you can't slip up. You have to win every single match to get to that grand finals.
Yeah, but again, for some of the teams, it is actually helping. So we'll see. Like, we have good teams even in the lower bracket. So every war will be really amazing here. But let's enjoy the final attack from STMN. We have Fluxy, who will be using the Root Rider attack. And I see the Magic Mirror equipment being used on the Queen as well.
Yeah. We've got the Siege Barracks down south. We've actually got the Royal Champion coming in, which will help some of those troops. We've also got it already, this Expo distracted by those P.E.K.K.A.s coming out of the Siege Barracks. Now, the Root Riders will be going directly in, of course, with the help by those Druids, and some of those Valkyries will be able to get some of these defenses down. Two might be going a little bit towards that right-hand side, but for the most part, they're staying nice and compact. Now, he hasn't used that Warden ability just yet. He's got that Rage Gem. Oh, there we go. It actually did just go activate. I was about to say there's multi-infernos, otherwise they're going to hurt, especially with those scatter shots nearby and under the Rage Spell Tower. So it is a good decider there from Fluxy to use it here to stop some of that damage coming through, and the Rage Gem is making sure that his Roof Riders and his troops are doing as much damage as possible to these defenses.
Yeah, just waiting now for the Tesla farm to be clear. We already have huge army in front of the town hall, but we need the Root Rider to open the wall. Sadly, the Root Riders died before the walls got open. So now, I don't know, this is getting way too close again. We have king abilities here. That Clone Queen is gone. Oh, the Monolith is still surviving. The king going for the wall. The Monolith is very low HP. Pekka doing some damage, Frosty helping, wall is about to be open. I think so, he got it. But this is another attack from STMN where we have the... Oh my goodness, that's way too close. Oh! No, never mind, it is 99.
99% 2-star from Fluxy, unfortunately not enough. Dizi group standing strong and going through the next upper bracket. These attacks have been incredibly close from Stamina. Wonder if it's just the offense or if these bases from Dizi have just been exceptional for them.
Yeah, we can look at the bracket, Kuko, here. Like, as we can see, STMN, as they take the loss, they are moving to the lower bracket, and they will be waiting if they're gonna go against Dizi Ward or Team Queso. In the upper bracket is very interesting situation. If the Dizi Ward can take the W against Team Queso, they actually can face the family clan. So,
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, that is honestly... It's a bit heartbreaking to see a matchup like that, Dizi versus Dizi, because obviously the people that are behind these teams, I'm not sure how close that they actually are, but they must be close. So you want to cheer for both of them, but then they face each other. So it must be a really tough situation for some of these players, but it might make this war even more interesting because they might know how their players play exceptionally well from knowing some insider information.
Yeah, and they somehow always facing each other in many tournaments. Somehow
Yeah.
they always land in the bracket like this. So I don't know, they kind of don't have luck with this. But I guess the Dizi fans will be like, okay, one team will be advancing and one team will go to the lower bracket. So it's gonna be, they will be also happy but also sad.
Yeah. Maybe it's a good day to be a Dizi fan, and you have twice the chances of a Dizi team staying strong there in that one. Now, we do have the next match. We've got Dizi World versus Team Queso, as we just mentioned. Let us know who you think will be victorious in these matches. Who do you think, Susie?
I have to say, I'm so far perfect on the prediction with the YouTube here. But, okay, Dizi or Team Queso. I'm gonna go with Team Queso. I think so that will be my predictions. What about you, Coco?
Honestly, it is a tough one. I think I might go with Dizi again. I think that they might be able to learn from the other Dizi group, because the Dizi group is a very strong team. They've played exceptionally well in various different tournaments, and I think having them as a family clan might be able to help them, and maybe they've learned and they might be able to use that to their advantage. So we're going head to head on this one, Susie.
We'll see how the Twitch and YouTube will vote, but looks like Twitch and YouTube going with the Dizi as well.
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. It seems like you might be alone on this one. I think it says Dizi there, but you
so
might.
I'm the only alone here.
You're the only the Queso. You're the only the Queso cheerer at the moment on screen. We do still have some cheers though in chat. I know that there are some people who are a big fan of some of the Queso players. They are some very strong players as well. Maybe we get to go and have a look at the lineups, but we have the next match coming up very soon.
Yeah, we are only like a few minutes away from that first attack. Both teams, again, very well-known teams. They do really well, but let's check out the stats. So first of all, I always look at the time. Dizi World looks like the average attack duration is 1 minute and 28 seconds. Team Queso, 1 minute and 38 seconds. The rest of the stats are very, very similar.
Yeah, they are pretty close. They've only missed a few attacks and 14.8, 14.7. Honestly, it could go either way in this one. It's really close on this.
Oh, it is. Let's check the lineup for the Dizi World here. So we have MVP Schneider, we have Zahid, Shikari King, Huan, and Zubidi here. Strong lineup. Their hit rate is amazing. Like, we have only one player which fell one hit. The rest of the players have 100% hit rate, and even the average time for them is very good.
Yeah, and here we have Team Queso. We have Santiago as the MVP, going 9 out of 9. We also have a few other players. Look, we have Juanjo of Des coming in with 9 out of 9 as well. We've got Marcelo, Rami, and Joel over here as well for Team Queso. They've only missed a few attacks in there. The average time might be a little bit slower on this one, but Santiago is definitely carrying his weight there.
Yeah, what do you think? Are we gonna see? Because I had a prediction that we're gonna see some defense in the previous war. Do you think that we're gonna see the perfect war? Because so far we only saw one double perfect wars. There was still some of the mistake. What are your predictions? Because this one is actually the last match of upper bracket of this round here, but it looks like we are already live.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. We've seen it before. It can definitely happen that there will be some defenses. I think that maybe these teams might be keeping an eye out for that as well, maybe playing it safe, because they have seen in previous matches that there have been a few attacks that fell short. Hopefully they've learned from that and they might be playing a little bit safer. I can see we actually had, I think we had the Earthquake boots there on the King.
Yeah, some players really like to use it because it could be good combination with the spiky ball. As the spiky ball hits some buildings around, Earthquake boots can finish them. But also, Earthquake boots are awesome because they are opening the walls for your heroes, and looks like the King is joining the army. There is army of the Root Riders on the bottom side of the base. I wish they opened the wall for the Queen, because I don't think so the Queen will go around. I think so she will be sadly beating the wall, so she's not really gonna help that much.
Yeah, she's unfortunately stuck doing her favorite thing, of course. Now, in that tunnel compartment, we're taking a lot of damage, so he does see that, uses freeze, and I think there's a rage there too, ensuring that his troops can make it through. And only one building still remains on the southern side, and he still has quite a lot left on that south corner. And Dizi, they're standing strong. First hit, first triple, and they're setting the pace for this match. Team Queso will have to match that now or beat them if they want to take the advantage after the first attack. And it was a really quick one, 1 minute 15 seconds.
Yeah, that was definitely like a really good time. When we look at the other pro players, I think I would be definitely happy if I could hit something like this, but I can only dream about it. Very good start for them, like strong hit, no mistakes, a good time. So Dizi definitely setting up that match very well here.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very good opener, and it does show how strong that they are. We'll just have to see what Team Queso have in stock for us, if they're able to match that. They did have some really good attacks, or attack statistics all the way through. They only missed a few attacks throughout the entire tournament. I mean, to be honest, all these teams, they are here because they have been tripling almost all the way through.
Yep, and they went through the single elimination bracket, so
yeah,
you know, it's like that is like ton of pressure during the single elimination bracket, and if you are facing the big team, it's even harder for them. But they show they are good enough to be here. How I say, the lineup of the teams is really stacked. Every war is so important and interesting to watch here. So Team Queso will be attacking soon. I am curious what kind of strategies they will be using. I streamed them a little bit, but not that much, so I'm not way too familiar with their typical attack, so I'm very curious which way they decide to go.
Yeah, I feel like they might be making a few changes here and there as well to some of their players. Like, I've seen them around, but as you mentioned, we haven't seen them too much, or this lineup that we have at the moment. So I am excited to see what they bring today, because as we said, their stats did show that they played well in the previous parts of this tournament. and I hope that they live up to that. Now, 1 minute 15 triple is definitely one to live up to. I think their average attacks were a little bit slower, so if they manage to get one down around the 1 minute 15 mark, it is definitely outperforming their stats from the previous stages of this tournament.
Yeah, I think so. It's also a fact they fail some of the hits, so that's why the time is how it is. But I think the main goal for Team Queso will be 15 stars, because I think so that is like kind of number one rule. We saw that in the previous matches. If you don't hit the 15 stars, it's like there is very small chance that you will be taking a victory.
Yeah, that for sure. Now we have the first attack. Rami is up. I see the spiky ball. Oh, we have another mirror coming in from Team Queso now. We already used that ability. The arrow flew through the base and drops some of those additional queen clones to help her through some of these defenses on the south-hand side, which will also help with the enemy queen. She gets absolutely destroyed there, and it'll be fantastic for funding for these dragons coming through on that right-hand side.
It was very smart that he dropped the Skelly spell, because there was enemy warden, enemy queen, and the X-bow, so the Skelly spell really helped the queen to survive. We saw the clones now disappear, so the queen is on their own, and sadly the ricochet cannon doing way too much damage. The dragon tried to save it, but wasn't fast enough. Tornado trap got triggered inside the core of the base, was kind of keeping these dragons inside the poison way too long.
Yeah, and not just the Giga Poison, the Multi-Inferno, the Scatter Shot. They picked up so much health from his dragons here, only leaving 2 remaining there in the center. World Champion will have to do quite some work to clear up some of these defenses that are still up. And the Eagle Artillery is going to be striking hard, hurting those hogs that she just spawned.
Oh, that's gonna be Ripperoni for the queen. She lost the for the royal champion. She lost the fox, and it's just these X-bows, like the warden clearing one, but now the seeking airmine. Warden is gone as well, and Rami will fall short here. He will be hitting a decent percent 2 stars, but so far from the matches which we saw, how I say, if you fail the attack, it's very high possibility that you will lose the match. This one is only start of the war, so anything of course still can happen. But again, setting up that this match is not about time, and Dizi can really kind of go chill. And same story for Team Queso.
Yeah, this might hurt their mental a little bit, because as we've seen, sometimes it's just one fail that could be the decider of war, because at the moment, these players, they're so exceptionally good. They know how to get these triples down. So missing one attack could really be the difference between winning and losing, with these teams being such amazing players. Now, it can still be, it can still make a comeback, because we've seen in previous matches where these teams unfortunately didn't manage to get the triple down. We've seen 1 stars as well. So anything can still happen, but I think this might just be a point where Team Queso have to be like, right, it's okay, we'll move forwards and we try and recover, and we try and get and hope for a defense on one of the bases. Hopefully they brought their best bases to show.
Yeah, exactly. They just have to focus on their attacks, ignore what the opposite team is doing, because they can also make the mistake. They also can their attack not go well. Like the 90% 2-star is a decent percentage, so it still can play big role in the game. So Team Queso, the rest of the attackers, just focus on their hits, and we'll see. Like there is still 8 hits to go. Anything can happen. Coco probably can jinx one of them.
Me? You're the jinx queen, Susie. I can't. So
far, I didn't
don't
jinx.
do that. No, anything can really happen. 90% 2-star is a really good percentage to have moving in to the next round. But we do have Dizi up next. We've got the giant arrow going all the way through, and we had some quake spells in here, but we didn't really snipe anything off. I think we actually managed. Did we get a sweeper down?
I think so this was mostly for the funneling.
Yeah.
I didn't really pay attention much, sorry, to that giant arrow. Root Raiders are already in, using, of course, few of the raid spells to get that early push with them. Royal Champion actually already joining them. Now feels like they kind of split. Interesting the Druids decide to stick with that one Root Rider and ignoring the rest of them, but I don't really like how many troops are already dying. Like the Town Hall doing really a lot of damage, and the Royal Champion is already forced to use the ability as CC troops. Oh my goodness, the Royal Champion actually take down the Town Hall.
Honestly, I wonder if the plan was to get the spell towers down, because it just did so much damage. Honestly, I really wonder if that was where it was. Maybe we can have a little sneak peek afterwards, but so far the Queen's doing a fantastic job at clearing up. There is a skeleton spell which was trying to distract the single Inferno, but unfortunately will charge up and take down his Queen. But we do still have a lot remaining from that left-hand side. Clears the single Inferno. We're going towards the Ricochet Cannon now, and only one more building remains. The King, the Warden. There's a few Valkyries in the mix there, which will be very good at breaking open the walls. And it actually still triples, even though we lost so much in the center. Zahid manages to secure the 3-star.
Yeah, it is a really amazing recovery, because I noticed that he had the Earthquake spell. So with the arrow and 2 Earthquake spells is enough to clear the Raid spell tower or any tower. So you were right, he missed it and he still hit the 3-star. Like, very nice recovery. I love it that he didn't panic. He still was having like everything under control. Like, it got a little bit closer, but you know, the most important is that he was able to clear whole buildings.
Yeah, for sure. As you mentioned, it was definitely close towards the end, but having those heroes up, it was unfortunate that the Queen did go down. There was a skeleton spell that he placed pretty nicely there, but just didn't manage to distract the single Inferno in time. But yeah, played out very nicely towards the end. Just a little bit off with the arrow if he was aiming to get these spell towers down. But yeah, he kept his cool and he got the triple down, and they're in a good position now.
Yeah, the arrows are not easy. Like, it's like, even if you are dropping the Queen, like sometimes she can take early damage, so you have to be really fast with her ability there. So yeah, mistake can be made, but seriously, nice recovery by him. And they're hitting their second 3-star, so still keeping the lead against the Team Queso. Team Queso maybe was like, oh, maybe we can get a defense, you know, but it sadly wasn't enough for them to get a defense.
Yeah, just not enough. We'll see if they manage to get a triple down. That will be obviously the goal for them, because they need to try and recover, get as many triples down from this position onwards, and hope for a defense for a chance to sway the lead in their favor, with the first attack being a 2-star 90%. 10 buildings is the difference between these two teams if the next attack triples.
Yeah, I think like if you are hitting anything above 90%, like you would probably want to hit something around the 95, but I think so 90 still can play the huge role, because when the attack going wrong, most of time, if you have good plan, you still can get closer to the 90%. But for example, if you are doing some risky plan, like the fireball, the percentage are usually lower.
Yeah. That's for sure. Now we do have the next attack coming in. Santiago is up for Team Queso. Early jump, actually, so he can get his king into these compartments, go a bit deeper, and get some of these heavy-hitting defenses down. He'll be aiming to get the scatter shot, and maybe a little bit towards... There's a multi-inferno. He does go directly in with that ability. The giant gauntlet going to be doing some hefty damage in here, clearing the scatter shot, and then you actually might be a little bit distracted by those Clan Castle troops. We'll be locking him in place. The Root Riders will be making their way in towards the base now from the 6 o'clock corner, using the ability here, making them immune to all of this damage. And here we go. The overgrowth on the Town Hall and some of the defenses in the center of Zahid's base.
I really like the timing of the overgrowth spell. He was very patient, waiting for the king ability to be gone, so he gonna get the maximum value of the giant gauntlet. And the pathing for the troops is amazing. Like, they are all staying in the one group, and Queen is still alive. So this is very, very clean attack by Santiago. He still have the rage and freeze for the final defenses here. Look at the huge army of the troops. These buildings have no chance. and Team Queso with their first triple.
Yeah, you know you've done it right when pretty much your whole army is still remaining at the very, very end. He took very good care of his troops, managed to clear everything out so perfectly. Goes all the way around the town hall, then towards the town hall, which did get them a little bit slowed from the Giga Poison, but leaving that to the end, especially with so much still remaining, is fantastic. He still had spells to invest there too, but very, very well done. Hoping to make a recovery from that defense that they got, and this is definitely on track.
Yeah, it is. Like, you can see he still have the rage and freeze, that some spells which most of the players are saving for the final compartments, of course, for the town hall. But what I like in this attack is that army really stayed together. That was no split with the army, so he cleared everything around very, very quickly, and the timing of the overgrowth spell was perfect as well. So really good job by San Diego, and Team Queso will be happy with this triple for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're definitely going to be happy with that triple. Hopefully that keeps the spirits high, going strong into the next few rounds of attacks. But as we mentioned, Dizi World, they do have that 1-star advantage. They've gone perfect so far. You can see the stats below us. 6 stars to 5. And if it were to be a tie, which I doubt that it will, but just in case, the time is also still in favor of Dizi World, but they don't have to focus on that. We have had to keep an eye out on that in previous matches, which is why I'm still mentioning it, but I don't think that we will have to in this match.
No, I think so. It will be decided by the stars. It feels like that, or maybe the another scenario could be percentage here. Like, there's still 6 attacks to go. Team Queso is hoping that Dizi World will make the mistake here. I just hope Dizi will be playing safe, because they don't have to risk it. They just can go really steady, you know, just play safe, don't do anything risky, and you got it. And you will be facing your, you know, family team in the next round.
Yeah. Oh, it's just so crazy facing your family team. It's sad, but it's also pretty cool because we'll see what they play against their own family clan. Maybe they have some tricks up their sleeves for us in the next few matches. But we have the next attack. Dizi are bringing in yet again the Root Riders. We have a spiky ball in here too. Giant arrow will fly all the way across the base, and this time we do manage to get the spell tower down. There is another poison spell tower nearby that town hall, but getting one of them down is quite nice. And we're setting up the funnel up top, so we got a bit of funneling there from the queen, in addition to the siege barracks up top at 12, which will lead these Root Riders in towards the center of the base. No overgrowth, which means we might be holding out for this warden ability to use it as we start to get towards that town hall, towards the Giga Poison from the spell tower as well as the town hall.
Yeah, the druids should be able to keep the army alive, and even if they are now shape-shifting, they still can tank for most of the troops. The timing is of the CC, that right now the army is standing in front of the town hall. He used the warden ability. The troops needs to go away. Looks like we lost few of the Root Riders, or many of them are actually low HP, everything dying way too quickly, and the warden kind of staying on his own.
Yeah, everything did fade out pretty quickly there. Good thing we do still have that World Champion and a Rage coming through to help out with the scatter shots here. Now, the good thing is the scatter shots actually distracted by the King and the Queen, I think, on the southern side, allowing for the World Champion just to power through and getting both of them down. And Dizi coming through with yet another triple on these Team Queso bases.
And it's like his hit wasn't totally clean, like he lost many troops around the town hall. He still hit a triple under 77 seconds. So maybe just kind of showing, if your attack's not going well, don't give up, because heroes are very, very powerful, especially with the equipment. And if you still have some of the spells left, you know, you still can change the result of the attack, and the hero still can carry the rest of the hit and bring the triple.
Yeah. It's just to figure out where that you can get the best use from the remaining spells, and he did use it pretty wisely. You could see that the Scattershot was being distracted, and he knew that his world champion would be able to sneak in behind those shots and get some damage down there, which was very, very nice. So yeah, even if things don't go wrong, don't give up hope. As you can see, recovery is what is making some of the differences between getting these triples down or not. Never give up too soon. Always play it out as best as you can, and maybe you'll come in clutch. As you can see, the teams, they're locked in, they're ready, they're all on camera for us, still planning some of their attacks. And obviously those that have already done their attacks, they're definitely going to be here helping out their team.
Yeah, it's so important. Like, you are not really done when you finish your attack. You want to help your teammate, like, you know, if even some kind of small details, but especially if you can also spot their attack. Spotters, I believe, they are such an important part of the hit. Like, if you miss something, you know, spotter can say, hey, you missed this building, deploy 1 minion. You know, it can save. It can be like much faster. Or, you know, if something going wrong and you have another person there, you can figure out the plan B very quickly and try to recover as well. So yeah, there are still many players which are trying their best and helping the team. Team Queso will be going on next here. Right now, sadly, only with that one triple. We'll see if they can add a second one to their score.
Yeah, especially with all the multitasking going on with these attacks right now. Obviously, they don't have to rush their attacks, but in previous matches that we've seen, it has been pretty close on stars and percentage tied out, and then the time is what would sway these matches. So deploying everything fast and attacking quick can be pretty hard to manage at times. So having an extra person there, being able to watch one corner whilst you're doing something else in the other corner, can also be very, very valuable. But Marcelo is up next. He's still opting to use these Root Riders in combination with the Valkyries. Now, he started with his King and the Queen. Got the funnel on both corners of this compartment to allow for these heroes to take this jump spell and go in deeper to get these major defenses. In the same time, he's also got the Root Riders up top, raging them up towards the Monolith, using the Warden Eternal Tome to stop them from taking too much damage. And as well, he's got that World Champion already going with the Clan Castle troops from the Siege, helping out to clear out that right-hand side corner.
Yeah, the RC is really playing important role here because she needs to funnel and push these Root Riders and Val's kind of going towards the Monolith. But the Royal Champion sadly lost very quickly Fox, and that's mean we are losing the RC and we are just down to the Hawks and the Super Minions on their side. His heroes are still fighting against the CC troops. I think so that one was final Ice Golem, but when you check his spells, he has double freeze and the rage, which should give him enough support for his army here. And Team Queso with another solid triple here, second one for them, so nicely done by Marcelo.
Yeah, we see these players, they like to keep a rage and a free spell towards the end, and it has always been very valuable to help against the Town Hall. You can see him cheering there on the right-hand side, saluting as he sees the base go down here. Getting another triple down for Team Queso is very huge. Yeah, the spells at the very end, I love when they keep it because it really does come in clutch towards the end, especially when the overgrowth spells have been used. It frees up so much damage once it wears off, and being able to lock that in whilst the remaining troops go through those last few defenses can be very, very nice.
Yeah, especially that you have so many key defenses around the Town Hall, like trying to protect it as much as possible. So when that overgrowth spell is gone, there is so much damage. And yeah, having the freeze and the rage is typical, and he actually has double freeze, so even better for him. And yeah, Team Queso can be happy again with this attack. Like right now, so far we are seeing just 3 stars. Sadly, we have still that one fell. But again, 90% 2 stars. We'll see how the Dizi board will be answering again. They will go in with the next attack. So far, we are seeing again a lot of Root Riders. Maybe we're gonna switch to some dragons, or they will be kind of playing safe.
Yeah, maybe they could switch it up if they wanted to, go a little bit something, maybe whatever their preference is, maybe what they feel most comfortable with. At the moment, as you look at the stats, 9 stars to 8, the 1-star lead is still in favor of Dizi World. So yeah, it just depends what they feel most comfortable with. If they want to go with the plan that they maybe originally had, if maybe when they got that defense, they maybe opted to use something different. We'll just have to wait and see. At the moment, it seems like they are still opting for Root Riders. It depends on what they combine it with. We see sometimes Valkyries, sometimes it's heavier on Super Barbarians. It just depends on what the base looks like and what the player's preference is.
Yeah, super bars are a really amazing troop. I really like to use it. It's so powerful, it's also tanky and very fast, and can help you to clear the defenses around the base very quickly. But we have Fireball. I'm so happy. How many invis? So we are bringing 5 invisibility spells. We also are using the spiky ball and earthquake boots equipment on the king here, starting simple with the funnel. And it looks like the fireball will go from 3 o'clock corner. I think so. We land over the eagle. I couldn't see it properly, but I think he got everything what he wanted because he also cleared the clan castle building.
Yeah, we've seen this actually before. Now, the only problem is the Warden is incredibly low, but we've seen it before where the Warden goes in, uses the Fireball, and doesn't get, like, the Eagle Artillery down, but once he's used that Fireball, he still stands strong, and he would snipe it off. In this case, he did opt to use a few additional troops to help clear that out. The Owl is also there for cleanup, so he did successfully manage to clear out that right-hand side. He potentially may have used an additional few loons there, which might be a problem. We'll see how many that he needs for the center of the base. We do still have the Royal Champion with their ability still available for the center. We do have to wait for the Overgrowth to come back. There's still an Inferno locked in place, as well as the Monolith. Some spells, double freezes coming through on the Town Hall and the Inferno on the south-hand side. The Rocket Loon's flying all the way across that right-hand side to grab the Monolith, and he gets it done. And he's got the one Headhunter under the invisibility. He didn't even need to do that. Pretty much swag there. Really nicely done for Shikari King. Getting another triple down for Dizi Esports. Shikari King has been a very solid player throughout the years, not just here. And this year, he's outplayed himself year after year.
This one was a very cool attack, very fast. I am impressed. They took the risk. And it was a really nice attack. I like that arrow. Actually, with the giant arrow, he was able to clear both air sweepers, which kind of helped his rocket balloons to be able to reach all these defenses. Fireball looks a very nice set. And I like that Electro Owl was able to finish the eagle, so that worked. Like, it is very tough to keep the warden alive, but if you can, that is a really OP bonus. And he wasn't able to keep the warden, but the pet definitely add the value here, and that was a really beautiful fireball attack by him.
Yeah, it was indeed a very, very nice. It was well planned out. I'm not sure if he invested a few additional loons around there. I know he probably would have planned to do so anyway, because there were quite a few defenses surrounding that compartment where the fireball landed, but he played it very well. He managed to get it all down. He kept good care of his Royal Champion there as well towards the end, which is able just to jump over these walls, go from defense to defense, securing the Town Hall and getting the triple down at the very end, putting them at 12 stars before going into their final attack. We do still have a few more from Team Queso, so the pressure is definitely rocking up. They have to make sure that they're getting those triples down, because they only have one final chance with the Dizi's final attack.
Yeah, they're aiming for the perfect war. I still like. Yeah. I love it that he took the risk. That's really nice. Team Queso, 2 hits, 90%. Still can, well, we don't know how the Dizi will be like the result of their final hit. Still, anything can happen. But I don't know, if I'm Team Queso and watching this hit, I'm like, whoa, okay, guys are good, guys are ready for the victory here. But yeah. Team Queso should go in soon, and yeah, maybe they also bring something different Maybe we will be seeing some fireball hits. Let's find out. Looks like Joel is in and actually going here with the dragons. We are bringing the frozen arrow equipment for the queen. Also bringing the bats spell here. So most of the time you are trying to distract the air defense and of course do some damage to the air defense as you are using the dragons as well.
Yeah, I love that we actually have a flame flinger down south. You know, we tested for any potential traps. Now, when using a flame flinger, the main thing that you want to look out for is where are these expos placed and where are the mortars placed, because they can outrange the flame flinger, but at the moment it doesn't seem like there were any down here on the 6 o'clock corner, which means he can reach in and actually get quite a lot of value on the southern side buildings, especially since the warden statue is even touching the eagle artillery. It can do damage to 2 buildings at once, and he didn't find any hidden Teslas with the little bit of testing that he did.
Yeah, and they don't have to be worried about time, so a flame flinger was definitely a good choice. Queen can reach the town hall, and with the frozen arrow, it feels like she has it under control. There we go. There is that bat spell over the air defense. So again, distracting the air defense, but also adding the damage, so clearing the air defense very quickly here. And funnel should be set up by the king here because he opened the wall for him. He clearing the air defense on that compartment, and also king will be patting towards the scatter shot. Huge army of the dragons reaching the core of the base. They are under warden ability, and also the ray spell is kind of helping them to deal with this damage.
Yeah, it's looking really good at the moment. We still have that world champion coming through up top, and he keeps deploying these skeleton spells to distract the nearby defenses. Here go the hogs from the Hog Rider puppet as well, just to help clear up the right wing, but this was very well played. He kept his calm. It was very slowly executed, but it was very, very nice. Look, the flame flinger didn't even pop open. He still has those clan castle troops. Didn't even need it. So many dragons still remain. Clean up on that right-hand side. This was a beautiful triple for Joel.
Yeah, and he even have the freeze and the poison.
Yeah.
Like, didn't need to use these spells here. Good plan. Like, everything feels like work exactly how he planned. I love that flame flinger. I think so. The flame flinger got really amazing value, and also being able to take down the tower with the hero. So that's why the dragons are dodging the poison and of course the explosion from the town hall. So very nicely set up the attack, and Team Queso with another triple.
Yeah, which means we're moving in to the final round of attacks. And Dizi World have 12 stars. Team Queso have 11. So Dizi World have the lead at the moment. All they have to do is beat the 90% 2-star, and then they will secure their spot in the next round of the upper bracket.
Exactly, like 90% is still very decent percentage, so the plan still has to work. There is like kind of one step away to advance to the upper bracket. It is really awesome to not go into the lower bracket because you are playing less matches, and of course you are not in that position when you are risking that you're gonna be leaving the competition if you lose the next match here. So yeah, Dizi, it's could be Dizi versus Dizi. Maybe that's gonna happen.
Maybe 2 family teams facing head to head. We'll have to wait and see with the final attacks. Now we will find out very, very soon because Dizi will be going in next. So here we go. We're already kickstarting the final attack, and look what we have. Oh, it's risky. It is risky. Wait, did he just take off a Team Queso shirt?
He did. That's so trolling. Anyway, Juan, best of luck to him. Lovely that he has enough time to, and he messed up.
No.
Oh, the karma. Oh no. Did he? Oh, he didn't see. He didn't see that arch tower was visible, and now the warden went down so quickly, and it's gonna be very tough to recover. The most important is he needs to go for the 90%. Anything above a 90% 2 stars.
I'm a little bit scared because the amount of spells that were invested there was so sad to see. Just that one Archer Tower was ever so slightly not invisible. Now let's see if he can recover from this one. Now he's got the jump already placed. I think there's an ice golem there too, which will lead in before the king, stop some of the damage coming through. Now the queen's already gone off. She's used her arrow. I think she cleared out some, was it for funding up top? But she does continue her path towards the left-hand side. Cleanup is already scattered. Now I wonder how we're going to get this town hall down. There's still 2 quakes remaining. He's already used that king ability. Oh no.
He holding on the royal champion, but there is enemy king. There is this of that one is ground X-bow next to the town hall as well. Oh
It
my
looks like
goodness. He needs to hit anything above 90%, 2 stars, and he still hasn't cleared the town hall. Phoenix is targeting the cannon. Royal champion now coming in. RC immediately targeting the town hall, ignoring everything around. No, I think so. There are some skellies, rocket balloons. Oh my, that's so close. But the town hall being cleared. Now we need enough percentage. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds. He needs 6 buildings. They will tie if the team Queso hit the triple. So he actually needs 6. Oh, that's not enough.
6 buildings, yeah. 5 buildings
It's
for the
not
tie.
enough.
But the monolith's gonna stop it. There's no way. Final attack from Dizi. 85% 2-star as we go into the final attack for Team Queso. Team Queso now actually have a chance to take the lead and go through to the next round of the upper bracket if they play this one safe. They need to triple this one out though.
I don't know, maybe he jinxed himself by changing the jersey there. I don't know what's happened. But wow.
Yeah,
Dizi didn't need to
really playing for.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's a good question. No, we are joking. He's definitely playing for the Dizi. He tried. Like, that's what's happened with the fireballs. Like, missing again that one building. The Archer Tower was still visible and investing so many spells, including the Warden. It's very tough to recover, but he was still able to hit 85% 2 stars, which is amazing result. I'm still like impressed. I think so. It's a huge recovery there, but now 5 buildings behind. So if Team Queso hit a triple, they will win.
Yeah. I would love to say as easy as it is to get the triple, but the pressure must be rocking up. You know, the final attacker, he might have thought, they played Dizi played well. They haven't failed yet. They did some good attacks, and now they know they actually have a chance.
Exactly, that's why it's important. Never ever give up, because you don't know what your opponent team will do.
Yeah.
And just keep going and try your best to keep hitting the 3 stars. We are live with that final hit. How I say, Team Queso needs to hit a triple. If they do, they win. Anything less than triple, it will be victory for Dizi. We are starting here with the Flame Flinger, which so far looking very safe here. So he could get a really nice value, like there is a multi-inferno at the edge of the base.
Yeah, if you get some good value around there, as long as there aren't any hidden Teslas. I'm not 100% sure if he did some tests already. There are a few actually already popping up directly where he sent those dragons in. With the funding set from his heroes, the king and the queen will be allowing for these dragons to go directly in towards this right-hand side compartment. I think a few of them might actually even go in towards this town hall compartment, which he's actually raging up to try and get the town hall down. Now, hopefully this multi-inferno will go down before these dragons take too much damage. There's freezing in the center where the monolith was, and the town hall for those dragons that did approach the town hall from the left-hand side.
Yeah, it still feels like we have quite a lot of dragons alive, which is nice. There is King with the Warden at the 9 o'clock corner right now, next to the buildings which are being hid by the Overgrowth spell. Flame Flinger will break because there is enemy. Oh, never mind, there is no enemy King. The Fire Spirit took care of it. But we will be also bringing some of the CC troops inside of the Flame Flinger, and that's gonna support Race of the Army, Eagle and these X-bows being active again, Spiky Ball doing some of the cleanups, and this one was a really cool hit so far.
Yeah, they've done it. they've actually managed to recover. This is why you never give up. The final attack from Team Queso is going to be a triple. You can see he's happy. He gets the triple down, which means they know that they've done it on percentage. The 5 building difference, the 90% up against the 85% will be allowing Team Queso to advance to the second round of the upper bracket. Huge congratulations. But don't worry if you're a Dizi fan. They are jumping down to the lower bracket. They still played very, very well, but that just means we're not going to be having a Dizi versus Dizi just yet. Might be later on in the bracket, but not in the next round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Team Queso. They made it. Like, how I say, 90% is still playing big role. And indeed, they are winning on 5 building lead here. So we have actually first ward, which is decided by the percentage. Dizi ward will be moving to the lower bracket. They will go against STMN. So no easy opponent. Really good luck to them. It will be big deal because as you can see for the bracket here, we are now moving to the lower bracket. From now, these teams are in the single elimination match. That means the team which lose will be leaving the competition and losing the chance playing for that last silver ticket, Coco.
Yeah, it really is going to be tough in this lower bracket, but it's definitely still doable for all of these teams. Next, we will be watching Cosmo Esports versus Reckoning. We might be taking a little quick peek, though, at one of the favorite attacks from this last match, so don't go anywhere just yet. I think we're going to be having a look at Shikari's fireball attack.
Yeah, that one was for sure amazing attack here. Look at the setup here. Shikari King started first with that siege machine that allowed him to set up the funnel, but very simple fireball here, landing over the eagle, and with the earthquake spell able to finish most of the defenses. Sadly didn't get that multi-archer tower because it was a little bit far away, but what is amazing, taking out the clan castle building, that way he doesn't have to fight against the enemy clan castle troops. And also the giant arrow was perfect, clearing both air sweepers, so making kind of easier life for his rocket balloons. There is huge Tesla farm on the north side, but we have the king, and we know the king is very powerful, even deploying the royal champion, so clearing that compartment quickly. Bunch of rocket balloons are triggering the tornado trap around the scatter shot here, but nothing to worry, he deployed another extra one. Very nice value of the spiky ball and the earthquake boots. They were able to clear all these Teslas, and now we were just waiting for these buildings to be visible as we were using the overgrowth spell. Rocket balloons landing over the monolith and the royal champion for the cleanup and for the victory, and he is even able to swag one of the invisibility spells. So seriously, very amazing attack by him. And Dizi Esport, again, respect to them using the fireball hits in this kind of competition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we said, high risk, high reward. That is definitely what we've seen. If it goes right, it has been pretty much crushed. But if not, it's been a really tough time for some of these players to recover. But it is definitely a fun one to watch. So if you want to have a little bit of fun with the fireball, make sure to go test it out. Test it out maybe in your friendly challenges before. Because it does need quite some skill to place these spells correctly. One little mistake can be the world of a difference. But we are about to move on to the next match. We are in the lower bracket now. So unfortunately after this match, we will be saying goodbye to one of these teams. But let us know in Twitch and on YouTube. Cosmo Esports versus Reckoning. Who do you think will be victorious?
I will not change my mind. I still will go with the Reckoning. I hope so. Nairo will not get scared to go with the fireball one more time, that he will still risk it, and this time he will smash it. So I will be voting definitely for the Reckoning, where we check the stats. What do you think? Which team are you choosing for the predictions, Coco?
I might follow your instinct. I think Reckoning... I hope that Nyrome is able to recover it from the previous one that we saw, and even though it may have not played out the way that he wanted to, hopefully that doesn't make him scared to do it again, because we have seen some really, really good attacks from him with Fireball and playing around with all these things. So hopefully he's able to make a full recovery from that. Cosmo Esports lineup, we still have the same one. We have Bunch, we have Warman, Danny the King, we have Javi and Doyer over here in the lineup.
Yeah, we also can see their stats here, so they're very strong. They did really, really well in the upper bracket, but sadly still fall short here. It was decided by the time. Reckoning Esport, we have MVP, SDK, AK Morio, Eriam, Nayarom, Hiroya, and Ryuta here. Team which were playing with so many different strategy in their previous match, so we'll see if they're gonna do something similar, or they're gonna change the tactic against the Cosmo Esports, especially because this one is a knockout match.
Yeah. I mean, there's some favorites on both teams for sure, but Reckoning, their lineup is just so incredibly strong. I would be terrified to go up against them. All of their players, they have so much experience. They've played very consistently. Now, obviously, we did see them lose that previous match that we watched of them earlier on today. However, that was the first fail that we saw throughout the entire tournament for Nyrome. So it really just goes to show that behind the scenes, the matches that we may not have had on the main broadcast have just been very dominating in favor of Reckoning.
Yeah, with the Reckoning this season, I feel like they are getting close in many, many tournaments, but sadly still kind of losing that one step. Like during the monthly qualifiers, many times we saw them, but still sadly it wasn't enough to qualify, and playing in the finals. They did, I think so they did well in the Snapdragon, because they qualified immediately into the open finals there, but again weren't able to win the silver ticket. So maybe this is their time. Cosmo were very strong against the Marcos, like they hit a double perfect ward here. I think so they hit some very fast 3-stars, but also sadly they have some slow attacks which kind of decide the result of the match.
Mm-hmm. And again, Ariam, he's just ready for bed. He's just lying there chilling. Honestly, if you would see him, you wouldn't even know he's playing in the competition.
Look at that Danny.
So
Danny's also ready. Danny's also sleeping.
That's true. Jenny's also there, super relaxed. They're not even worried. Right, so we do have the stats for the first attacker on the screen. Ryuta seems to be going up first here for Reckoning. Now, pretty good stats, if I must say. 9 out of 9, triples all the way through, 100% hit rate, and average attack, 1 minute 28. There's some speed definitely coming up on this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he is going in as first, because usually he attacking like 4th, most of time 5th. So maybe he liked the base, maybe he's like, okay guys, this base I probably faced before, or I have really strong, plan for it, so I feel confident and I'm ready to go. So maybe that is the reason. But yeah, kind of surprising to see him attacking us first for the team.
Yeah, could be. I had a little bit of a look in some of the statistics as well before. I think they have been changing up in the previous matches in this tournament, their orders. So it really could just be based off of preference on what bases that they might find instead of their usual attack order. That, as you mentioned, sometimes some players are semi-designated a spot if some people like to be the opener of a match, or they like to be the attacker in the end because they're a bit versatile if they need to go for something special in a specific tournament. However, we've seen some changes in the stats but behind the scenes, but also here today, as you mentioned. I think STK Morio, I think he opened the previous match, if I'm correct.
Yes, he did. He was using the E-Dragon attack, and yeah, it was a decent, strong hit, also very good time. But yeah, like teams are rotating some of the kind of who is attacking when. But yeah, I kind of used to see Ryuta attacking as a last, but looks like the Cosmo esport will be opening, and it's Javi going in here with the Root Riders against Hiroya. He's using Angry Jelly with the Queen, but we are watching the Ryuta also on the camera. It's a little bit confusing.
A little bit. Right, we're setting the funnel pretty nicely with these heroes going in towards the south hand side, which will allow for the king to even push further with that jump spell that Javi is using towards this scatter shot. Now the Clan Castle troops will emerge. He's already, I think, got that poison spell down, which will help clear out those ice golems, whilst these root riders are going to be protected from this splash damage because they're going to be locked in place, and there's a few splash damage defenses surrounding that area.
Yeah, he still has so many spells to support the army here. Nicely done, freezing the Town Hall here. Phoenix actually doing some damage to X-Bow, so that's a plus. We have some burst going for it as well. I don't know, there is like, I feel like the troops are dying way too quickly. Royal Champion still have Hawk, Puppet and the Haze, so sometimes when the attacks look like this, Royal Champion still can save it, like he could save the spells for the RC as she will get closer to the cannon. They are the like kind of dangerous for her. So Javi will be hitting the triple. We don't know if the match will be decided by the time, but sadly, it's not gonna be the one of the faster attacks of today.
Yeah, definitely getting the triple down is going to be huge for Cosmo Esports, especially when they're facing Reckoning, a very, very strong team known in the community as well. But this is perfect. It is, as you mentioned, a little bit on the slower side, but anything can still happen. So we'll keep an eye out for those triples first, and then see if time will be the decider or not.
Exactly, like we were watching 4 matches, only one of the match was decided by the time. As of the matches, we saw some defenses, so it got decided by the stars or percentage, so there is still very high possibility. They don't have to be worried about the time. The priority, be confident with hitting 15 stars, because that is the one of the most key, to get the victory.
Yeah, no, I agree. Definitely getting those triples down is going to be a priority. Now, we have seen in many other tournaments and in earlier stages of even Global Clash Cup that we have had a few matches that were decided based off of time, which is why if you haven't been watching any of these previous matches, you tend to see some really quick triples. These players are trying to deploy everything as soon as possible, do a lot of damage very quickly and early on, which is why they tend to attack the base from multiple corners to try and get a very speedy triple down. However, it can be scary sometimes if things go wrong, if things go astray, your heroes are not going where you want them to. So it does all have to still add up together, even in these quick attacks, to make sure that it is all still successful.
I think so. We have 5 fails today. 4 of them were from Fireball. So that's a very interesting stat. I'm trying to remember what the Rami used, because his attack was a 90%. I think so that was something with the Root Riders, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so, like the hit rate can be still very high. Really depends what kind of strategy they are using. Teams are still going with some risky plans like the fireballs, and right now 5 hits, I think so. 1 was triple and rest were some fails, sadly.
Yeah, but don't be scared to use fireballs. We've also seen some crazy good fireball attacks, so if you do things right, it also works. Don't be scared to give it a go. Now, Ryuta is going to be the first attacker, however, for Reckoning, not of the whole match, which is still a very interesting point. As you mentioned, he doesn't usually open too much. However, we've got Root Riders going through, and he actually already has the Warden ability active on these Root Riders, protecting them. And I think we also have a Single Inferno, which is still locked onto maybe some of the Druids that are over here. Might even be switching backwards and forwards between the Royal Champion and some of the Druids.
Looks like the king is now triggering the tornado traps. Army is kind of splitting up. I don't really see many Valks following the Root Riders. They're mostly going for the enemy royal champion. The super minions are amazing. They went for that single inferno, which everyone was ignoring. So nicely done by super minions. Timing is still good. He has plenty of spells. Now we are of course using the freeze over the town hall, but not that many troops here. Like the Root Riders staying alive is so important, because that would allow to queen or even king to join the army, and we would not just depend on the royal champion.
Yeah. I wonder if he wanted to keep his queen tighter into the base. Maybe, I'm not 100% sure, because if he managed to clear off some more of those buildings in one of those compartments, maybe we would have gotten more of these or value from some of the troops. However, Ryuta played it pretty cool and got another triple down. And both of these teams are opening very, very strong. First hit from both sides are going to be a triple, and it was very nice from both of them.
Yep, it was like, it's not that like huge lead in the time right now. Like Ryuta was 83 seconds, Cosmo 96 seconds, so that is still kind of like small difference here. Interesting, like not used to see Ryuta playing as the first. Maybe he didn't really want to be that final attacker. He didn't feel like, okay, I don't really want to, that everything may be gonna be decided by my hit, and he's just like, okay, I want to attack first. So, yep, it's work. It's a decent fast triple and keeping the Reckoning in the lead. Let me remind you, everyone who is watching, you are watching a knockout match. The team which loses will be sadly leaving the competition today.
Yeah, it will be sad to say goodbye to but one of these amazing teams. They're both awesome, and they both played pretty well in the previous stages of the tournament, not just here today, because weeks and weeks of hard work and preparation have gone into being here today. Only 8 teams are here from over 200 teams that started out in the Global Clash Cup.
That is already like kind of a decent record, right? Like over 200 teams were playing, and 8 of them are playing today, made it to the finals. So like they should be really proud of themselves. They made it, and I think all these matches, all these teams are doing great job. Even if they some of the teams lose the war, I think so. In the general, the war was really good, and the result, sometimes mistakes happen, but I think so. All these attackers should be very, very proud of themselves.
Yeah, definitely. It's an achievement to be in the top 8, and they're still performing very well here today. We'll see who manages to hold that lead. At the moment, it's completely even. If it were to come down to time, Reckoning have the advantage already, but it's not by much. It's still pretty close. It still could be swayed in Cosmo's favor.
Yeah, exactly. Like we saw it in the previous war. Team Queso, opening with the 2 stars, and at the end they were able to get a victory here. So this is still anyone game. We have Warman going with the Root Riders. Again, we have that giant arrow equipment from the queen with the healer puppet. So max level of the healer puppet will give you 3 healers, which is a really nice support. Okay, sadly he meets with the arrow. He's not clearing that single inferno and the poison spell tower, so we are swagging at the start bunch of spells.
Yeah, we saw this in one of the other attacks earlier on today, where we managed to get both of the spell towers down. It is so unfortunate that this one didn't play out. We do manage to get one of them on the 6 o'clock side. However, the king is going to be taking so much damage here from this single inferno.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be tough right now, because single infernos are not the best for the Root Riders. I mean, they're strong against the Root Riders, what I was trying to say. So they can really kind of ruin the heat. Right now, the huge army of the Root Riders staying at the 12 o'clock, and the Royal Champion seriously carrying the attack again, because she's clearing these key defenses, and King was able to finish the tower. Even that we mess up with the giant arrow and miss building a swag bunch of spells, Warman still able to hit very fast triple, so amazing recovery by him.
Yeah, it was a really quick one too. You could see he was cheering himself on there towards the end. This is fantastic for Cosmo. That was a really good one. Yeah, the fact that he still got everything through. I think it was really nice that we had a few of those route riders split off, which helped the king, but the main portion was still nice and compact up top, which means they could avoid, for the most part, the single inferno that the king and the other few route riders were able to take down. And then for the most part, they stayed healthy, they stayed alive, and they pushed through all those defenses from the north-hand side of the base.
Yeah, and that average attack duration went down to 1 minute and 23 seconds. So, yep, it could be again close. Like we will see how Reckoning will do with the second attack, but Cosmo Esport, great job by them. 71-second triple. That's definitely helping them with the time game, if that's gonna be factor.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what happens with the next attack for Reckoning. Let's hope they'll be able to keep the pace up. But yeah, it still could be anybody's war. It is crazy to me that it's completely tied on time at the moment, but we still have so many more matches, more attacks to come in this match, which will change it up and maybe sway it in one way. It could be swayed pretty easily at the moment.
Yep, like I'm curious if Nairon will be going with the fireball, if he's gonna risk it, or he's gonna kind of go with the dragons or something like that. Because it is single elimination. Like we were saying, the teams are working very hard. Like this tournament was going on for months, and that's a lot of work. Of course, they were preparing for all the tournaments as well, so keep up with everything. It's not easy task. So yeah, now they know they're kind of one step away being eliminated, so they have to be very careful with every decision.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is definitely on. I really wonder if we will be seeing a fireball as well, because it is risky. And we have seen a few of them, unfortunately, not go the way that we wanted to. So I have a feeling we might be seeing quite a lot, which will be playing it safe. We've got STK coming up next, and he is also be playing it safe. No fireball in on this one. He's actually got the spiky ball on his king. Arrow already through all the way across the base, helps out get these root riders in, and I think we even had a skeleton spell to distract the single inferno as these root riders started to approach these compartments.
This is very interesting. Like Morio usually using the E-dragons and usually attacking first for Reckoning. Interesting switch here. I don't know, it's kind of giving me vibe like Reckoning really trying to play safe here, not making any mistakes, and Morio so far doing a great job. Like time of the attack looking good. Root Riders and Valks are now reaching the core of the base. Overgrowth spell is gone, so that means all these buildings being visible. Most of the heroes went to the left side of the base, so that's leaving both X-bows and the Town Hall being active. But luckily we have some super minions trying to reach some of these buildings and hope they can do some damage. Spiky Ball doing a lot of cleanup, and now the RC, the first hero who will be clearing the town hall and clearing the rest of the buildings.
Yes, nicely done. We're approaching the 1 minute 20-second mark here as the final building goes down. STK with yet another triple for Reckoning. So far, it's even, and I think the time must be incredibly close as well now.
Let's check it. 1 minute and 22 seconds average attack duration for Reckoning. 1 minute and 23 for Cosmo Esport. Very, very close match. I think so. This is amazing. A lower bracket match here. Just showing how close it is, and it's still any one game. Oh, I can't even imagine how nervous can be, because I am already nervous, like just for them.
Yeah, we're nervous here and we're not even playing.
Yeah.
but yes, I mean, I don't know how they do it. They're keeping their cool at the moment. It doesn't seem to show in their performance just yet. No jinxes. But they're playing very good. They're playing it safe. They're making sure they're getting those triples down, triple after triple. And it doesn't seem that they're rushing anything. It feels like they're actually making sure that everything is being placed where it needs to be. The single inferno was nicely distracted. The spells are being placed pretty nicely. The abilities are being popped at the right time. The world champion was fantastic. They're under that the ability of her haste file was sped up toward that end. As again, they're playing very good, and neither of these teams want to go home yet.
Yeah, I was so happy when they added the Royal Champion into the game. Like, I was impressed by the abilities of the RC, and now with these equipments, like, there's so many times we are seeing attacks where the Royal Champion actually saving the hit, because having these hogs front of her, they're nicely tanking, and that haste boost is really lovely. And yeah, I have to say, the Royal Champion was amazing there.
Yeah, I love the Royal Champion. She's really cool. You do tend to see her sometimes. Maybe she's used for recovery. Like we saw it in a previous attack where the Town Hall was still standing. A lot of players might hold off on deploying the Royal Champion too soon, just in case they might need her on a different corner, because she's very strong. Especially, it can be nice to pick off some defenses if you have the Rocket Spear. It's one of the newer equipments also in the game, that if you pop that ability while she's not in range of any defenses, she can even take them down without taking any damage.
Yeah, and it's a very strong combination if you are bringing the shield, because shield can hit some of the defenses, and she almost like one-shotting or two-shotting the buildings. Interesting, Danny coming in here with the 3 clone spells. That is a really big investment with the spell, so he will be really depending to get the value of these clone spells. And of course, he's coming here with the dragons. We will be sending the Oblivion, and let's see how much value we can get. The deployment of the clone spell is so critical, because if you miss them, it's very hard to recover.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the blimp's gonna go directly in towards that town hall. Now he's placed these clones, leading these loons in towards the center of the base, and they do get cloned up. They take down pretty much all of these defenses in the center of this base, which means these dragons are able to go for the scatter shot and the eagle artillery before we have that right-hand side cleared out from some of those heroes.
Yeah, the core of this base doesn't look that scary anymore. Sadly, a few of the dragons are low health, so the Warden soon will kind of gonna stay on his own. He used the free spell over that multi-archer tower. Fingers crossed he can finish that multi-archer tower. He's still gonna depend a lot on his Royal Champion, but we saw that RC can be very powerful here. Like, he still has her abilities, but Fox just died. That could make this hit even complicated.
Yeah, he does still have the Royal Champion ability, which he just used here. Queen as well, and still has an invis. He does still have quite a lot of power from those heroes. As you mentioned, the heroes are incredibly strong at the moment. Even if your troops die, these heroes can come in clutch. And Danny does manage to triple it out as he's just lying there, chilling in bed, and gets another triple down for his team. Now, I didn't check the time on that one, so I'm not 100% sure how that one will change up the stats at the moment.
That one was a 95 seconds, so a little bit add to the average attack duration for Cosmo Esport. What I'm curious, like, if you are attacking like that and holding the tablet or phone, I would be scared that kind of falls down on me. It's like a very interesting position how he is attacking, but it's working for him, right? That one was a really cool hit, and this one was like first attack of today where we saw the clone spells.
Yeah, it is the first time that we saw a triple clone spell as well. Sometimes you see double, but he went all out. He went all 3 clone spells in that one. But if you do see one of them placed in the wrong place, or a Warden ability going off too soon, maybe he dropped his phone. But yes, it was nicely done. He kept his cool, and it did pay off in the end. If he didn't get those clone values, the core of the base would have been very, very hefty up against those dragons that were approaching. So it was very nice that he actually did get the value that he initially wanted.
Yeah, I saw like some of the teams that really are fans of the clone spells, and I saw like when people going with the 3 clone spells, like, it's really tough to recover. So he took the risk, but it was clean. I think so the clone spell position was really good. Like, he pushed the loons go inside the core of the base, and they did an amazing job. Like, he even used the free spell to make sure they can get the scatter shot as well. So yeah, that was nicely done by Danny for sure.
Yeah, and it also goes to show how strong it is if like you use your spells correctly, or if you swag them, how much of a difference that it can make. I mean, we've seen in previous attacks where we've had some very hefty spell investment very early on, and not having those later on can also make a big difference in the attack. But he did get the value that he needed, got the triple down, and we have Nyrome up with the next attack now. He's not opting to use a fireball on this one, playing it a little bit safer. He's got the king with the funnel from the left and the right hand side, so he will go directly in towards the 6 o'clock compartment. Now Nyrome has also placed a jump spell directly over this queen area, so he'll use that ability and allow for the king to jump in deeper, go towards those clan castle troops. They are going to slow him down quite a bit, and we've even got the poison spell tower.
Yeah, he also using the magic mirror equipment for the queen, so we will be seeing 3 queens, and if they can clear that corner of the base, it's gonna be a really nice value, because there is also the X-bow which gonna do a lot of damage. There we go. Using the queen ability, 3 queens fighting against the enemy royal champion and immediately going for the X-bow. Super minions with the rage spell there, helping them clearing the monolith and trying to go for the town hall. Right now everything is standing in front of the town hall, being slowed down by the tornado trap.
Yeah, they're going to take quite a lot of damage in here. The multi-infernos, the multi-archer tower, the town hall did so much damage here too. And we had to pop that world champion ability while she's still in the poison, which means these hogs are not taking that. They're not going to be able to take that much damage on these defenses, only pretty much leaving the queen. Oh, it's not a good day for Nyrome, unfortunately. This one's going to fall short.
Oh, how you say, it is definitely not good day for him. Like, I saw him in so many wars, he really can do well, but today it's just not happening. Like, he even switched to the Root Riders, he tried to play safer here, and sadly, it will be hold. It is 90% so far, I don't think he's able to clear anything else. But it's not over yet. Like, we saw the team Queso, they fell attack and it was 90% 2-star, so there is still chance for the Reckoning to survive in the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely. They have to keep their head in the game. They can still recover from this, but this is not ideal, that's for sure. And unfortunately, this is a lower bracket match. As you mentioned, it is a knockout match, so we will be saying goodbye to one of these teams right after the next few attacks. Depends on the outcome, if they're able to recover from this or not. We, as you said, we saw it before. We saw a 90% 2-star. It was exactly a 90% 2-star that we saw before, and they managed to get a defense at the very end, getting the 5 building lead, securing the victory at the end there. So it can still happen, but they have to focus. They have to make sure that they're getting all the triples that they can get from this position onwards.
Yeah, and now, because of this 2-star, everything changed about the time. Team don't have to be worried about it. They again can play really safe, be patient with everything. So Cosmo Esport, this is definitely helping them, because they were a little bit behind on the time, not much, but of course that was some pressure, because they knew they had to kind of speed up their triples there. But now they don't have to be worried about it, just kind of can really play safe, go for the safe 3 stars, and they will be surviving in that lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. It's tough. It is very tough. I can feel it already. If I was on a team and then we don't manage to get a triple, I can feel it would be getting to me. So it does take a really strong mental to just move past and just focus on offense from that position onwards, just to make sure that they do allow for the best position possible and hope for a defense. But Cosmo right now, I hope they don't get too excited. We don't want to see them throwing their attacks because they think that they've already won, but they have played some really good attacks already in this match and the previous one that we watched in the upper bracket.
Yeah, they were able to finish with the 15 stars. They know what they are doing. Oh, you see this fireball here. This is what I was saying about the witches. Like, if you love Fireball and you just want to kind of learn how the Fireball works, this is the strategy you want to try because it's very simple. You can use the Overgrow spell to kind of direct your Fireball. It is much easier than using the Invisibility spell, so a bunch started really well landing on the Monolith. The Fireball value doesn't have to be amazing here. Mostly you are using the Fireball for the funnel, and after the main army are the Super Witches, and you are bringing a lot of druids. You don't want to deploy them all together, so usually you're kind of going with the 3-4 druids. It really depends how your army looks like, and after when they shapeshift or if they die, you know, you want to deploy another set of them.
Yeah, this is a really good setup at the moment. We've got the pathing already with the siege barracks around the outside, and we still have that jump spell that Bunch does just deploy now, which will help connect these compartments so that we can go in towards the center of the base and clear out the buildings that we haven't gotten down just yet, but also leading us in towards the town hall compartment. Now, the nice thing is as well, he's got that rage gem, making sure that everything's doing a lot more damage than usual, and especially making sure that everything's staying healthy with those druids still up.
Yeah, Super Witches, they're powerful troops. Like, you have these big boys which are having a lot of hit points, so they seriously can tank, and especially when you are doing druids, the druids. You know, even if they're after healing, they shapeshift into the bears. The bears also have quite a lot of hit points, so you have a lot of troops which are tanking for your heroes and also for your witches. That's why it's also very powerful strategy here. Like, the Fireball was set up really nicely. Like, the Royal Champion is now mostly clearing the defenses around the base here. He already deploying few cleanup troops. I think so there was even Headhunter for the cleanup, and Cosmo is for with the 4 triple. That means they will be aiming for the perfect war. I was waiting if someone gonna switch to this strategy when the war is not decided by the time, because it's just so powerful.
Yeah, it is a very strong attack. You can see there's so much still remaining. The hero is still alive towards the end of the tag. Bunch is happy he got that triple down. And it was a lot of fun to watch. And it definitely is a really good one to practice. It is much easier. It's a slower paced. It's easier to follow. And especially, as you mentioned, having the overgrowth instead of the invisibility spells is fantastic because you don't have 4 seconds. You have way longer to help plan the position of your warden to make sure that the fireball goes where you need it to go. With those invisibility spells, you have 4 seconds from the first one deployed to make sure that you can get everything set up for the fireball. So it does allow a lot more calmness when using the fireball with an overgrowth on the wing like that.
Yeah, like, I know the Fireball with the rocket bounce, it is really cool to watch because with that strategy you really need to get huge value of the Fireball, but it's very difficult. Like, you can go with the overgrow spells there too, but it's gonna it can make easier for sure, but the Fireball has to be perfect. Here it's kind of easier because even if you mess up Fireball, you still have really high chance to hit a triple. So I really saying, if you want to try something like this, go with this strategy. It is easier to set up, and you kind of gonna learn how the Fireball work exactly.
Yeah, that's right. It is a really strong army. However, this one is not going to be these super witches. We've got more root riders coming through from Heroia. King Queen up top. The walls are open as well, giving these heroes access towards that scatter shot. And we have the Warden ability on these root riders making their way towards the center. Now, the Rage Spell Tower did go off, buffing up these core defenses. The multi-Archer Towers and the Infernos doing heaps of damage, which we were able to eliminate. And especially, again, I love that we're actually seeing so much more Rage Gem. I feel like it was still popular, but I still feel like today, exceptionally, we've seen so many more attacks with the Rage Gem on the water than usual.
Yeah, I love the spiky ball again being used. But this was interesting that Hero popped immediately his queen ability, so the 3 queens did a lot of work to do, and wow, this one was really fast, 3-star. I love, like, usually the magic mirror sometimes feels like not really getting that much value with the queens, but here, I don't know, it feels like the queen did really well. Like, one sadly split with them, but she still reached some of the buildings, and another two queens went inside the compartment where was some good defenses. So yeah, Hiroya with really good hit.
Yeah, he played it well. He definitely played it well, and I'm pretty sure that was just under the 70-second mark, if I'm correct. Which, as we said, it was really quick how he managed to break that all down. However, they are still going to be ever so slightly behind going into the final round of attacks. We have one attack left from each of these amazing teams, and we are set at 12 stars to 11. Now, we saw in the previous match that it can all just change in the last attack, so it's important that these teams, they still have their head in the game. It's not over, even if for the most part all the players have done their attacks. The last attack is just as important.
Exactly, like we are in the same situation like in the previous war. One team with that one fail, which was a 90% 2 stars, and other team which is aiming for the perfect war. In the previous war, we saw the team with the fail actually take the victory because they were able to get the defense. We'll see if that's gonna be the same case. Cosmo don't have to risk it, they don't have to use the fireball, can go with something safe. We will find out. But I think so they will be probably going with something safe, and they will be able to hit the 15 stars. What do you think, Coco?
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to be playing it safe. The last attack that we saw in the previous one was a little bit risky, especially going into the final attack, knowing that you already have the lead. So I assume Cosmo will hopefully not be making the same mistake that they saw in one of the previous matches. Now, again, high risk, high reward. It can play off, but in a position when you have the lead, why risk it? Is the biggest question at the moment. So we'll see what happens with the final attack. It would be unfortunate to lose Reckoning, but Cosmo have been playing very, very well, and they've got 12 stars. They've gone perfect so far, and another triple would mean they perfected Reckoning. And Reckoning, they're a fierce team.
I know. Wow. It's gonna be, yep. Honestly, any of these teams leaving the competition kind of make me sad because both of them are really, really strong teams, and of course I would like to see them playing for that silver ticket here. But Doyer, which was able to hit a really OP triple in the previous match, which one was like 64 seconds, and we also watched his replay. So that one was a cool hit, and this time he decided to go with the Root Rider, so I think he is playing a little bit safe here. Nothing wrong with that. Root Riders and the Valks are right now fighting against the enemy Klanka's troops. Kelly's spell is hoping to distract. Monolith right now sadly hitting his king, but the rest of the defenses around being definitely distracted by the Skellies.
Yeah, the Queen's still going on that right-hand side. As obviously we saw, the Queen has already used her ability, so that's why we have those healers active on her, keeping her pretty much at full HP as she pushes forwards. Now everything's still absolutely clearing everything else so perfectly. Everything surrounding this overgrowth spell is just getting absolutely crushed, and he didn't even use his warden ability yet. He just used it with only a few buildings left, and you can see he's happy. He got the triple down, and it's not just the triple, it's the perfect war. And Reckoning Esports are no longer able to catch up in their final attack, so he knows he got it done. He'll be taking the win on this one, securing his spot in the next round.
It's so impressive that he didn't use the warden ability. I don't know if he meant to save it for the late or he just forgot. But yeah, at the end, it wasn't close. Like the troops were still with the decent HP. So that was very powerful attack. And yeah, amazing job by Cosmo, because this one is their second perfect war, but this time they are able to take the victory, and they will be surviving in the lower bracket. But that's mean soon we will be saying goodbye to Reckoning. Like we still have one attacker left, so we will be watching Ariam. We'll see what he has ready for us. But as you say, Reckoning, the best scenario for them is 14 stars.
Yeah. We'll see if they're able to end strong. Maybe have a little bit of fun whilst they're here on the main stage here for the Global Clash Cup. We'll see what Ariam brings for us. Whilst he's just lying there in bed. But yes, they're a good team that we are saying goodbye to. But a phenomenal performance to Cosmo. I mean, 15 stars against Reckoning. That's definitely one to put in the books.
And also, I know that we will be losing the Reckoning, but how I say, every of these teams is leaving with some cash. So we have amazing prize pool. So even if they are not taking that first place, right, not winning that silver ticket, they're still gonna get some amazing prize. And I'm sure we're gonna see a Reckoning in the future and in the future tournaments. They are amazing teams, very talented team. Today it just didn't work well for them.
Yeah, that's all what it goes to say. You know, some players or even some teams, they have good days and they have bad days. Just like us at home, when we have one bad day in war, the next day could be really, really good. So the main thing is just to not give up. As you can see, we've seen these players and these teams in countless tournaments, and they're here and they're showing up and they are playing better and better, and just sometimes it just doesn't go your way, but they can still play it strong towards the end. We'll see what happens with the final attack from Ariam. No way! He brought in a Noah's Ark. He brought in one of every single troop, but look at him, his feet up, he's laid back.
Oh, the Flame Flinger was deployed in front of the Tesla. Oh, his Flame Flinger immediately broke. That's why he reacted like that, because is he actually playing? It's just like every time. So many things like didn't went perfectly, but everything going sadly wrong there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you can see he's not happy. You can see he's not happy. This is why you always have to test. You always have to test the traps. You have to make sure that there are no hidden testers, no mortars, and no expos that can reach your Flame Flinger. It would have been really good value getting the Flame Flinger in this compartment. Now let's see how he groups everything up. I'm not sure what is happening. I don't think he knows what to do at this point. Usually we tend to see all of the tanky troops kind of go in together, but I'm not sure if he knows where he wants to be using all of these troops.
I think so. He's just like deploying everything now. Like not much. I'm kind of feel so sad because if you have such an amazing plan, right? You want to show some incredible hit, some creative hit, and one small mistake and everything going down, everything going wrong, and it's just so hard to recover. And yeah, it would be lovely to see what was exactly the plan, but he just dropped the Flame Flinger right in front of the Tesla, and not much he can do.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for them, but huge congratulations to Cosmo Esports securing their spot in the next round of the lower bracket. They played very, very well. 15 stars. It's a phenomenal achievement that they got, and I'm very happy that we get to see more of them later on in this tournament.
Yep, good luck to them for sure. You will be able to see them again tomorrow. They are done for today. They played 2 games. Were able to win the game in the lower bracket, but we are not far away from the next match. Predictions are already starting, so please Twitch and YouTube, let us know which team you will be voting for, because we have big war. We are going Dizi war against STMN. What is your prediction, Coco?
This is tough because, as we mentioned before, Stamina, STMN, they're a very strong team. They already have a golden ticket and they perform very well across many different tournaments. However, I think they are the team in the last 8 that are still standing who actually have the most missed triples. So is that because they don't have to worry about the ticket? Might be, which means I might say Dizi. I might go with Dizi for this match. What about you?
I will go with the STMN. I think this time they will smash it. I think we're still gonna see some fireballs, but this time it will work. And I think so they will take the W here. But everyone at home, this one is another single elimination match. So we already say goodbye to Reckoning, and in less than 50 minutes we will be saying goodbye to the second team today. So it is very important war. For STMN is less pressure because we know they have the golden ticket. So it is like kind of bigger deal for Dizi World.
Yeah. It looks like you're alone. It looks like the predictions from Twitch and YouTube came in for Dizi World again. So I got you at home. So Susie can go and jinx on her own.
Everyone going against me, you will see my jinx power gonna show up today. You will see.
Or maybe that's the curse. She's gonna jinx us all.
Maybe. We'll see how big power I have. But yeah, both teams, amazing lineups. All these names are just showing. I don't know if I hear some of the names of the lineup. It's just like, oh my goodness, I remember some of their epic hits from some big tournaments. So I'm very excited. We saw that in the previous war when Nairom, the fireball didn't go well, he switched to Root Riders. I'm curious what Juan will be doing in this war, if he's gonna be risking with the fireball again or he will switch. But we saw Dizi using some fireball hits, so I hope so this is gonna happen again. Maybe gonna be fireball war. Who knows?
Oh, maybe. That would be quite the crazy matchup here in the lower bracket, especially, yeah, we will be saying goodbye to one of these teams. So I don't know if they're going to be risking it that much. It's tough because, again, if you see the value and you believe in it, you don't know that it might be baited. You know, there's the hidden traps that might be popping up when you place your warden for a fireball. So it's tricky. It's a hard one. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And let's go. We are live with the Sinti hit. Looks like he is using the dragons. They are already reaching a big part of the base. Right now the town is still visible. I think so he was using the Blim. I'm trying to find it where the Blim land because...
Yeah, it is next to the town hall.
Oh, it is. So does mean that something went wrong and a town hall is still staying. Oh my goodness, everything going down. STMN, how you can let me down like this?
See, it's the Susie Jinx power. We said it, you know? Maybe this is why you were good being the predictions on your own. Unfortunately, for Sinte, let's see how his heroes play out though, because he does still have that king ability and he has quite a lot of spells actually. So he still has a rage, he still has a freeze, poison for any potential traps that might pop up. He also has the enemy queen that is still standing there in this left-hand side. What scares me though is that it's a single inferno and these walls, they're shut. They're gonna have to break through these walls to get to these defenses.
That's correct. There's also the poison spell tower. Okay, Spiky Ball activating the poison spell tower, which is cool. And also they do a lot of... Why they don't work together? You are in one team, king and a queen. Come on, go for the same wall, please. Anyway, we still have that freeze spell. He deciding to freeze and use the poison, so slowing down the enemy heroes. And of course, while the king is fighting, queen, of course, going for the wall. But oh my goodness, she got distracted by the... What are you doing, queen?
Wait, what? What is this pathing? I mean, it works. Did it make sense? I'm not sure. I don't know. Sinte's queen is she's doing her own thing. She seems like the king and the queen, they're having a little bit of an argument at the moment, so she's just trying to be a little bit petty. It looks like, but he gets the triple down for his stamina. Now it is slower than previous attacks that we have seen from Sinte himself. We were able to see the beginning of the attack that we missed, unfortunately. Maybe we'll be able to see what actually went wrong with his blimp. Queen was deployed on the right. Baby Dragon on the south. The arrow went all the way through the core. Then we got the Warden that is following, of course, all these dragons. The Warden ability on the blimp. But what happened when it got in towards the center? There's a few traps popping up. The Sweeper knocks it back. And the Tornado Trap. He does pop it open, but the Tornado Trap's going to keep these loons away. And the freeze is going to wear off. And for the most part, all of the loons went away from that town hall. There we go.
he went with the mass alon's CC, so there's always risky. I think so. I'm curious if he was aiming for the both air sweepers with that arrow. But anyway, he used the free spell. That was unlucky split. I think some only 2 loons went for the Town Hall, but still, he recovered. Even that King and the Queen didn't really work together. You know, even they were in one team, but still able to hit that restart. Don't know if the match will be decided by the time, so I'm not gonna focus on that yet. But still, Dragon hit, great recovery. We are happy. Only what I'm kind of missing is that we couldn't see Cinti Cat on the camera there. But let's see Dizi with the first attack, Coco.
Yeah, Cinti's up next. Now, we've already got the Root Riders going in towards his left-hand side. Now, he's cut the funnel off with the Siege Barracks with the World Champion, and it looks like the Queen on the left. With the King support, they should be able to get some decent value. However, the Queen, she's already going to go down here. She goes down pretty early.
Yeah, that's not ideal. RC, let's see which way she will go. So she's going for the multi-archer tower here. There's this base has 2 single infernos. Spiky Ball mostly clear the buildings outside of the base here. Skelly Spell was distracting. This will be ending on the Town Hall here. Like, we have a few walls open on the right side, and we are kind of hoping that the Royal Champion can do it. That is so the Headhunters triggering the Tornado Trap and a bunch of single bombs, so keeping the RC inside the tornado, so sadly losing the Royal Champion. But I think so we have enough strength to finish this base.
Yeah, he still has some of those Hog Riders and those Root Riders still up towards the very end, clearing that off. And Dizi get a triple down 2. I didn't check the time. I assume it was a little bit quicker, but we're still very early on to be keeping an eye out. It's just good to keep an eye out for it, because in the past it has come down to time. However, as we've mentioned, stars, percentage is what matters first, and not many matches today have actually been decided based off of time.
Yeah, you are correct. Only one match, and that was the match which were opening the stream here. So yeah, Dizi, good attack. It worked. It is strong triple here. I hope so. STMN not gonna have these shaky hits anymore, because yeah, that was like sadly that Bleem didn't work, but I'm still kind of impressed that Cinti was able to recover. Dizi, no issue there. Like, it was a solid hit and a solid time as well.
Yeah, they seem to be struggling a little bit today. We saw, like, I mean, Stamina, they've got so much experience. As we said, they've got a golden ticket already. They've got their spot in the World Championship. They're a really good team. They've played well. They've won so many tournaments and have played very high in a lot of tournaments. But today, they're just not living up to that. Something is just not gelling today, which is very unfortunate to see, because I do love to see those attacks. Like the one that we saw from Darkstar, it was such a cool attack to watch, but it just didn't have enough power to get that Town Hall down in the very end. So they do have some really, really, really good attackers, but today they're just falling short ever so slightly.
Yeah, but I don't know. I have a feeling that Darkstar still will go with the Fireball, like the matches which
he might,
STMN. Yeah, the matches which their matches which I was streaming, he always used the Fireball. I don't know if he's like always using, but I always kind of have luck that he bring the Fireball. But yeah, it's still like very, very strong lineup. So I'm not giving up with the STMN. I'm still very confident with my predictions.
No, they're a good team to put in your predictions on. You and people at home, I assume, also put their prediction in on Stamina. It is still a very, very solid bet. They are a very strong team, just in a few attacks that we saw today. And I think their stats from the rest of the tournament, they just fell short, it looks like, in a few of them. But we've seen Darkstar set some records. So he loves a good Fireball and he loves some good attacks. We'll see what he brings later on today. But for the time being, we have Ninja up with the next attack. Now he's got more Root Riders coming through. Overgrowth for later on in the match. He's actually already got the Warden ability active for these Root Riders, helping them power through the Giga Poison. And he's still got 2 Earthquake spells in addition.
Yeah, I think so. Again, kind of saving them with the spiky ball. Mostly, they're kind of trying to think where he would use it. Maybe it's gonna be around the town hall, kind of close to these multi-archer towers and the inferno. Anyway, the Root Raiders are doing the work. Super minions are now joining them. They will be kind of cleaning up that all the HUD which we miss. Overgrowth spell is now gone, but he still has spells to support his army. So yep, it is Earthquake with the spiky ball, boom, 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 clearing everything around. And now we just need to take down the town hall, the Inferno and the multi-archer tower. We have still 3 queens here, which are trying to break the wall as possible, as fast as possible. So this is still looking very good from a ninja.
Yeah, that multi-inferno, as you said, it's very low. It's still standing, but it's low. So that's the good thing. The tornado trap is actually pulling in the queen into this into this compartment. She can reach directly over the wall and get it done. But that's the triple done that Ninja needed. Another triple down for stamina, which means Dizi, they're gonna have to keep up with these triples.
Yep, they have to answer with the 3-star as well, because again, this one is a knockout match here. So only one of these teams can advance to the next round of the lower bracket. Ninja with the 99-second triple. It is very interesting to see average attack duration for STMN like this. Not kind of used to it.
Yeah, it is a little bit slower than you would usually see. Almost, honestly, pushing a minute slower than we would usually see. So it just does go to show that today also might not be their day. They're still performing well. They're still getting those triples down, but they are a little bit slower than the ones that we've seen on average today.
Yeah. So a really good job by Ninja. I think so. He played very safe there, and I don't know about you, but I really like to watch the spiky ball. Like that was smart play to using the earthquake spells where he did, and also the timing of the spiky ball is so important because it's not easy to control which building the spiky ball hits. So timing is so important because you have to kind of understand how the equipment works.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's still very new as well. That the magic mirror is very new. I don't think I've seen it too much on my streams, but we do occasionally have it here and there in these tournaments. It can be very nice to help, as you said, for funneling to get everything down very quickly, but also it tanks quite a lot if you were to ever do a queen charge. I really want to see it being used as like a queen charge to see how much value could you actually get, how much value or how much power can you eliminate going on to your queen here? Like how much pressure can you alleviate from the main queen by using that ability? We still have yet to see. It's not really the go-to approach that the players are using at the moment, but it's definitely a strategy that we could be seeing in the future.
Yeah, I saw some attacks with the magic mirror where the players brought the druids or even the healers, like multi-healers, you know, kind of keep these clone queens alive long enough. So yep, it is many possibilities how you can use this equipment here. But interesting combination of the equipments on the king here, where we are bringing the earthquake boots.
Yeah, the earthquake boots is gonna be fun to open up these walls, and it does quite a bit of damage here too. Now the king does enter these walls. He's actually going back out there, but he'll still be following all these Root Riders. The queen's still on the outskirts of this base. Now he's got the Warden Eternal Tome protecting pretty much everything approaching the base from that right-hand side. Now we are not going into the center for the most part. The one in the main portion is going to the right. The Valkyries are going to get absolutely melted by the poison from this spell tower in the center.
I really like that he used a few super wall breakers to open the compartment at the bottom side where we have the Inferno, because he sent up a few super bars which were able to clear the Inferno. As the Royal Champion, I don't know, she died way too fast here, but hold a second, there is so many defenses. Spiky Ball doing some cleanup. We have still Rage and Freeze, but the CC troops will be slowing down the Queen right in front of the Town Hall.
Yeah, the Town Hall is still standing, and it's going to be doing quite a bit of damage. One more freeze does still remain, and he uses it on the Town Hall and the scatter shot. Now the Town Hall has got quite a bit of health left. The Queen goes down, only leaving the King. He does manage to get the Town Hall down. However, even on revive here, his time is limited and he's going to be stuck on these walls, leaving up the defenses in the center of Fluxy's base, which is going to be huge for Stamina.
94% 2 stars. First fail in this match here. That's leaving, or actually giving STMN a lead here right now. Even some of their attacks went the faster one, but time is not important. And again, now they can spend a really lot of time with the funnel and setting up all their plans. And maybe they're even gonna switch to the different strategies, which are not like one of the faster attacks, but kind of easier to use on this basis. So really good try, 94%. I think so is the highest fail of the today if we are talking about 2 stars. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is a good percentage to have, that's for sure. It is very shy of that 100% that is needed for a triple. But after the first 2 attacks from both of these teams, Stamina are going to be taking the lead by 1 star, 6 stars to 5 now.
Yeah. As I was telling you, I feel confident with my predictions. Everyone was voting against me, but I see the jinx is working. All right, let's see who will be next attacker. Darkstar is getting ready. I am hoping for the fireball. I want to see epic fireball hit.
I mean, we could be seeing some crazy fireballs. Darkstar has done some crazy stuff throughout his career in the esports scene, especially this year as well. He's been loving the new equipment that Supercell have been adding to the game, and he's definitely been utilizing it very, very well. So this is definitely one that you don't want to miss, so don't go anywhere. Hopefully we'll get some fun stuff from Darkstar this time. Hopefully we get the Town Hall down.
Oh, wow, Coco already trying to jinx him, but don't dare. He will do well. He will do well. I think so. We are about to start watching the hit. Here we go. No fireball. But we have Vemstash and the spiky ball equipment, also using the magic mirror. So have you also say more players are using the magic mirror? I'm very curious if it's gonna be like kind of new meta with the equipment combination for the queen.
Yeah, if you don't know what the magic mirror is, that is the newest equipment. It's actually in the shop at the moment, in the most active event still going on. So this is still a work in progress for these players to figure out what's the best way to use it at the moment. Darkstar is opting to use that ability on that left-hand side, spawning those clones for the queen, which are able to help her get some more damage down as well as tanking for her. But at the moment, there's not really much that can actually clear her off the base. Now, the second overgrowth is coming through, which will push all of these root riders down towards the south-hand side of the base. He still has that king ability, he still has a rage and a freeze as well, and so much still remaining. And everything's just gonna hang out here, regain some health from these healers, whilst we wait for the Town Hall to return from the overgrowth spell.
Yeah, some tea time, you know, until the building's being visible, spiky ball even being used there. So yeah, that's kind of a risk when players are bringing 2 overgrowth spells, because the timing of the overgrowth spell is more important when you're just bringing 1. Because it could be this kind of situation if you use that second overgrowth spell and it's, you know, clearing all these buildings around way too quickly. The troops will be waiting and you're just like kind of waiting and wasting the seconds of the attack. But this is no case because the match is not decided by the time. So even the troops were waiting for the buildings to be visible, Darkstar still able to hit a very quick triple, and we saw how powerful was it. Like he still have plenty of spells and ton of troops.
Yeah, it was an overkill towards the end. He had so much power still in his army as it was approaching that town hall. He knew that he would get it done, and he did just that. He got the triple down that they exactly need, which means Dizi, they have to keep up, they have to make sure that they're tripling, and they have to hope for a defense because they did fall short on that previous attack.
Yeah, they did, but 94% is a really, really good percentage. Maybe there will be more mistakes will happen. Don't know, but yeah, again, they can just kind of follow the previous team, just focus on the rest of the attacks, ignore what the opposite team do, and you never know. Maybe you will take the W. Like we saw some crazy endings of the matches for sure today.
Oh yeah, the ends have been crazy today for sure. They're definitely bringing in the action from start to finish. If you leave for a second, then they might be doing something special that you might be missing out on. But yes, just as a reminder, this is in the lower bracket, which means at the moment, Dizi are at risk from going home.
Yeah, and at this tournament, which is hosting that silver ticket, it is the last silver ticket. There will be no more silver ticket. And the silver ticket, if you are kind of confused what is golden ticket and what is silver ticket will allow you to join the last chance qualifier where you will be playing for the last golden ticket. We already know 5 teams with the golden ticket, and soon we will find out that 6-1 group of the silver ticket holders is so stuck, so it's not gonna be easy, but being able to join them, it will be definitely amazing here. Dizi are live with the third hit, Sau STMN with the very strong triple from Darkstar. Looks like we will have the Root Rider attack using the freeze over the core of the base, especially freezing the monolith, which can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, now we've got a little bit of a split, and I think some of these root riders that were heading towards the town hall, actually, they're looking pretty good. I was not sure if they managed to get under that warden ability, but I think they may have just gotten in there. And especially we have the healing. Is that the healing tome? So the healing tome is going to make sure... Yeah, so everything's going to be regaining health, actually, that is in range.
Yep, and there is still like huge army of the Root Riders. Many of them are full HP, so this is very, very solid hit for Dizi Esport, and second triple for them. So I am very happy to see they are still hitting, kind of very strong 3 stars. Even if they fail the one attack, they're still able to keep going and really trying their best. Like this one even took like only 77 seconds.
Yeah, it was a quick one indeed, and it's another triple down for Dizi. The interesting thing on this one that we had the Rage Gem and the healing. I'm surprised that, a go-to for these teams and the players is to actually pretty much always have the Eternal Tome on the Warden. It makes everything immune for a good few seconds, protecting them from incoming damage. So it was a very interesting twist there.
Yeah, don't be like Susie that I most of time forget to use the Warden, It's like kind of after I'm kind of like, ooh, where are my troops, when I'm swagging the Warden ability. So yeah, Warden is definitely one of the most amazing heroes in the Clash of Clans. Like Town Hall 11 was my favorite Town Hall for a very long time, and especially because of the Warden. The kind of how the Warden works is amazing. It's something I didn't really think that it will be in the game. So yeah, Town Hall 11 definitely one of my favorite Town Halls to play.
Yeah, I have to agree. Town Hall 11 is definitely a lot of fun, especially learning how to use the new heroes that Supercell are giving us. That's for sure. And these players, they've cracked it. They know how to do it. And the best thing is now the abilities have changed. So we've seen quite a few different combos today. We've seen the double books, which is the healing and the Eternal Tome. We've seen quite a few Rage Gems, and this one we didn't even have the Eternal Tome. So, and the same thing goes for all the other heroes. We've seen quite a big switch between them. The Vamp Stash has been in play today, as well as the Earthquake boots. We've seen the Spiky Ball, the Gauntlet. There's been quite a few different approaches that these players have taken towards these attacks.
Yeah, exactly. Like Town Hall 16 meta totally changed. Like we were used to seeing the same hero's abilities for years, right? And now everything changed. Like you have kind of new toys to play with, and you can choose your favorite combination. Like it's opening a door to many different strategies you can use, and I love it. Like some of the animation of the abilities is amazing. Like the earthquake boost that always remind me of when I was using the 4 earthquake spells to open the core of the base, right? The walls, and of course do some damage to the buildings around. Fireball, like just explosion there. Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's definitely a lot of fun. The only sad thing is I need more ores, please. Because I need mine to do as much damage as these ones. However, Thomas is up next for stamina with the next attack. And we have Siege Barracks on the right. King is going for the Eagle Artillery because he opened up these walls already, I think, with a wall breaker. Now we've got these Brute Riders, which are going to go directly in towards the single Inferno because we've got the World Champion that cleared out the 6 o'clock compartment, which will push everything nice and tight in towards the center of the space.
Yeah, King right now sadly being froze by the Ice Golem, so not really moving that fast. Wooden ability protecting everything right now. He's just hiding Town Hall with the Monolith, with that Overgrowth spell. This Poison Spell Tower which got activated on the King, so that's kind of letting the Root Riders and Valks ignore it and not taking any damage from it. RC being distracted a little bit by the Skellies, but nothing serious. The Fox made her invisible.
Yeah, and now she's just gonna go back towards that right-hand side, deal with some of those skeletons while she waits for some more defenses to pop up. Thomas has got a freeze and rage prepared for when that overgrowth fades away, helping this Royal Champion do even more damage. The Town Hall goes down, the last few buildings as well, and Stamina have yet another triple. You can see him smiling as he gets another triple down for his team.
Yep, fourth one, and that means they will be aiming for the perfect war. In the previous match of them, they sadly fall short. They finished with the 12 stars, so they're already doing much better than in the previous match. Maybe, how I say, some teams are playing better when they're in the lower bracket because the pressure kind of helping them. And STMN, the 4 triples.
Yeah, they're looking very solid at the moment. They might be heading for that perfect war, as you said. Dizi World, they still have 2 attacks remaining. Now, they played well, and we have seen some fails from Stamina, so it's still not over. We saw a previous match sway in the very end, so it's not over just yet, even though Stamina are looking very strong right now.
They do. And you just remind me when you were talking about the ores. I think I am only one person who has the problem with the shiny ores, you know? I have like ton of starry ores and glowy, you know, always flexing on the stream like, hello, look at my ores. But everyone like, how you don't have shiny ores? I am probably like the only one person.
Honestly, I think I'm the same. I'm missing the shiny ones. I have glowy and starry.
We are unique, aren't we?
Yes. Well, the good thing is that you can still use some of these equipment even if they're not maxed. They still do a lot of damage even in the earlier stages of you leveling them up. For example, depends on how you want to use them as well. Like the earthquake boots, you don't even need to level them up too far depending on what you want to do with it.
Yeah, sometimes they're just using the earthquake boots for the opening the walls. Now, of course, doing some damage. But for example, Giant Arrow, level 1 Giant Arrow can trigger the Invisible Tower. So sometimes you are seeing players using the Giant Arrow just for this reason, because there are still many bases with the invisibility spell towers.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing is, if you watch any videos where they use a giant arrow with lightning spells, your calculations might have to be a little bit different. So just keep that in mind, because your arrow is not going to be doing as much damage to clear off some of these defenses. Now, I see a bunch more invisibilities. What does that mean, Susie?
Then we have again a fireball. I see an overgrowth spell, not using overgrowth spell to hide the buildings for the warden. The earthquake spells also activated the town hall and the arrow. That was perfect, sniping the town hall there. So very nice setup, like Shikari King hit the fireball triple in the previews of their match, and it was again another amazing attack. But this one is, I don't know, I even like it more because it's so impressed to don't miss the arrow, because you are setting up a really nice fireball, but you cannot really snipe the town hall, so it's leaving the town hall with a little bit HP.
Yeah, it was a very, very good setup. I mean, you can see he knew he wanted that town hall down, and he needed the arrow to make sure that it did get secured at the moment. His queen did go down there. The double expo was a little bit too much for her. The king ability goes off and chains all the way through in towards the center. Now he's got the royal champion still and an invisibility, even clean up on that right-hand side, and just about a 60-70 second attack at the moment. And Shikari King gets it done yet again. His attacks have been very, very good.
Yeah, especially with the fireball, and he actually swagged that invisibility spell at the corner there. So I love it. It was very confident start of the invis, like perfect landing, perfect dropping of the earthquake spells and arrow. I was for a second scared it's gonna miss the town hall, but he didn't. He was able to clear the town hall, so really nicely done. And especially seeing they are still not being scared to using the fireball, even they are 1 star behind. But we are about to go live with the final attacker for STMN. It is very simple. If they hit anything above 94% 2 stars, they will be surviving in the lower bracket.
Yeah, 94% 2-star is the number to beat. Now, unfortunately, the hit rate, Foxy doesn't have that many triples down. However, if you look at his average destruction, it is pretty high, which means when he hasn't been tripling, he's been getting the percentage in those still. So that still means that even if he does fall short, on average, he should be higher than the 94%, but let's see if he can get it done for the final attack in this match at a chance to stay in this tournament or to go home.
Exactly. Now, hydrate. I think some of this, it's just can be safe strategy, doesn't have to take the risk, and STMN needs to be in a really good position. Just need to have really solid plan and not make the mistake. Fluxy hit a 99% 2 stars in his previous match. It was like Chad was jinxing there, so he was 1 building away from the triple here. See how his attack will go in this one, because even 99 would be actually enough for the victory.
Are you sure it was Chat jinxing and not you, Susie?
No, I wouldn't do such a thing.
You would never, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, anything higher than the 94 is going to get them the win. So that's the goal. I would assume they'll be aiming still to go for the triple, because that would be ideal, and that would mean that it's not close. So we'll see what he's up to. He actually brought quite a lot of healers on this one. Does he bring even more in? No, he's got the invisibility vial. So we'll see what happens on this one. Queen's already starting on the right-hand side. He's actually setting a little bit of funding there with a baby dragon on the right. Healer's already dropped to keep the queen alive. I assume he's going for a little bit for a queen charge, whilst the flame flinger is active on the left. Can actually snipe off the eagle artillery again. We saw this before, where an eagle artillery was easy accessible and it didn't really work out for the defender. We'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, and it makes sense that he's switching to the queen charge here, because the war is not about time, and I kind of see this very often, like when war is not decided by the time, like it is queen charge Root Riders, because it is very strong strategy. Like if you are good queen charge attacker, you can get amazing value. Like right now his queen is able to take down the town hall. Like she still have healers with her, so she's still giving him extra value. And while she's doing that, Root Riders, including the Royal Champion, already clearing the north side of the base. King with the giant gauntlet on the duty to clear the cannon with the X-bow. Flameflinger still have a little bit of HP. If the monolith gonna get distracted, maybe the Flameflinger can go for it.
Yeah, the Flameflinger is still continuing on that left-hand side. I wonder what he's got inside of it. He still has quite a lot of spells to invest. He's still got a Rage, 2 Freezes, and an Invis with quite a lot still remaining. World Champion is even still alive. You can see he's actually got a smile on his face there, hidden behind his hood. He looks a bit happy. We're already at 85%. The King's still up on that right-hand side. Queen's stuck on the walls. World Champion's looking healthy, and he know he got it done. He focused in on the final attack and got what was needed for his team, and he will be securing Stamina's spot in the next round of the Global Clash Cup.
Very nicely done by him. I love the detail using the rocket balloons in the Flameflinger, because that's actually allow him to clear the monolith very, very quickly. Queen charge was strong, like the queen was still alive, so I would say if you are good queen charge attacker, you really can get amazing value by the queen here. So nicely done by him, and looks like I was right with the predictions here, Coco.
That's only because you jinxed us, right? That's only because you jinxed us.
I never ever was right with the prediction in any other tournaments. I
You're
always
doing
was
good
wrong.
today.
Yeah, and I don't know what is happening today. But we still
you're
have
on fire
one
today.
hit left. Juan has the attack left for Dizi. He were playing with the fireball previous match. See what he has ready for us in this one.
Yeah, let's see if he get in strong, or maybe he has some fun with it. We saw it in the previous match when the last attack didn't matter. Area went for something fun, even though it didn't work out, unfortunately. Maybe we'll see something fun and it might work in favor, but either or, this will not influence the outcome of the match. Unfortunately, even a triple will not be enough for them to catch up to Stamina. So this is looking good. Well, looking good. We'll just have to wait and see. Maybe we'll get some fun. I mean, he used a fireball before. Maybe we can get another one in there.
Yeah, for sure. But how you say we will be saying goodbye to second team today. That means it's gonna leave us to the 6th team. So 6 teams will be still fighting for that silver ticket. One of the team has the golden ticket, so that's giving 5 teams a really huge chance. I'm very curious which team gonna get it.
Yeah, here we go. Juan is up with the final attack for Dizi. Now, I don't think we're bringing in a fireball on this one. Looks like we're just going to be trying to end strong here. Now, he actually has 2 skeleton spells on each corners there, and dropping another one in over the single Inferno. So it doesn't manage to charge up on these heroes. King ability goes off. We've cleared the right-hand side with the Royal Champion so that these Root Riders can go directly in towards the center of the base. Now he's waiting to use this Warden ability so that he can protect these Root Riders against the Giga Poison from the Town Hall.
Wow, the Warden ability was really nice. And wow, like he cleared 60% of the base. He still have over 2 minutes left. So very fast start for him. Super Minions already helping the Royal Champion. She is doing great job. Fox still looking good. Just need to make the RC invisible. Oh, come on, Royal Champion. Anyway, the Root Riders clearing the monolith, and it will be very strong triple by Dizi, but sadly not enough for them to take the W here. They will be finishing with the 14 stars, and they will be leaving this competition.
Yeah, sad to see our predictions not be correct, because Dizi did play well, but they end 1 star short. The average percent was close, but it doesn't beat the perfect war that Stamina got here in the lower bracket, and they'll be advancing to round 2 of the lower bracket, which will be happening later on this weekend.
Huge congratulations to STMN Esport. 15 stars. That's what is winning the matches. Some of the hits were decent fast, but important enough stars to take the victory here. So they are staying in the lower bracket and they will be waiting who they will be let's see, yep, they're waiting who they will be facing tomorrow. So both Cosmo Esport and STMN are done for today. You will be able to watch them again tomorrow, but we will be moving to the matches in the upper bracket. We will have big Indian match here between Marcus Esport and DeathGod Gaming, and after we will go right into the Dizi group versus Team Queso.
Yeah, there's still so many amazing teams remaining. We did unfortunately have to say goodbye to 2 already, but there's a lot still to come. And don't forget that silver ticket is up for grabs. There's so many teams playing actually that don't have a ticket, so the pressure is on. The heat is rising, that's for sure. And we'll see what these next few matches bring. By the end of the weekend, we'll know who will be securing their spot in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's every team dream to play the World Championship. So winning the silver ticket is like kind of one step closer to the golden ticket here. And have you say there is now 5 teams which have the chance to win that silver ticket. I don't count the STMN as they already are the holders of the golden ticket here. So still very high chance here, but let's check the amazing replay of the attacker.
Yes, well, we chose to have a little sneak peek and a replay at Shikari King's attack. He did a really, really nice attack, and it was very calm and cool because he used a fireball and it was very, very successful. As you can see, we have those quakes coming in, the invisibility surrounding that town hall, allowing for the fireball to go directly in towards this compartment. But the town hall's still up, and Shikari knew that. He used the queen at the perfect angle to use that ability to snipe off the town hall, getting that entire compartment down on the right hand side, securing that first star on the board. Now for the remainder of the attack, he still had a lot of value that came through from the blimp and a few of these rocket loons up top, because he sent that in towards some of the splash damage. The heroes got some really, really nice value here, reaching towards the scatter shot, getting the enemy queen down, whilst the rocket loons come in from up top alongside that super dragon from the blimp that he had. World Champion still has her ability at this point. King still has his ability at this point, and he still has 3 more spells to invest. The King ability got some really nice value with the chains that he got from his spiky ball, and the World Champion was able to quickly jump into the center and finish off the buildings that the King already did damage to. And what a beautiful attack this was from Shikari. He's done many beautiful attacks in a variety of different tournaments, and he's just living up to the hype here today yet again.
I wouldn't agree more. Like Shikari King, I'm impressed. He was able to use the fireball even in the previous attack, previous war where we were watching his replay, because both his were very impressive. But we are going to the next match of upper bracket, so it's not single elimination match. It doesn't mean the teams are not trying to win here, because of course staying in the upper bracket is definitely a huge help, because if they're gonna go to lower bracket again, playing more matches and also risking their position in the tournament.
Yeah, well, it's prediction time. So if you're at home on Twitch or on YouTube, let us know who do you think will win this next match. Who are you going to be cheering for? Marcus Esports versus DeathGod Gaming. Now, my vote will probably go in favor of Marcus again. I voted Marcus in the first match, and purely just because I think they have a little bit more experience and they have an insane hit rate. They've only missed 1 single attack in the previous stages of this entire tournament.
Let's look at the lineup of the Marcos. So you are voting for them. We have Amar Gupta, who is MVP. We have Mr. Adil, MWC, Tanwar Sahab, and Krishan Don. I will go with the opposite predictions. I will be voting for DeathGod Gaming. Can you tell us about the lineup?
Yes, we also have Truth, we have Grim, Champagne, we've got Jivoya and Gabriel here for DeathGod Gaming. Now, they played well in their previous match, but will they be able to keep up the pace in this second match? Now, this is going to be a very huge match here. Again, this is, if we have a look at the stats, is slightly in favor of Marcos. Now, they've done more triples, but average attack, if they manage to come out equal on stars and percentage, I think it's going to be a really close match still, because the time average is incredibly close.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see who is voting. Oh my, again, everyone going against me. No one is agreeing with me. All right, we will see.
That's not good for us. She's gonna jinx us all.
So Twitch and YouTube going in the favor of the Marcos esport. I'm not surprised, like the stats are saying Marcos, but I don't know, it feels like for me DeathGod Gaming were really good in the previous war. They kind of are using different strategies, so maybe they're gonna surprise the Marcos. We will see.
Maybe they got some tricks up their sleeve that they haven't shown us just yet. So we'll see what they bring. Again, this is getting closer and closer to the finals here in the upper bracket. Every match matters, every triple matters, every building matters. As we've seen in previous matches, only a few buildings swayed the win over into like Team Queso's favor, for example. So a lot is on the line for both of these teams. None of these teams have that silver ticket, which is a spot in the last chance qualifier and a hopes to go to the World Championship.
Yeah, and trust me, World Championship is a lot of fun. It's experience you never ever will forget. It's amazing to meet all the players, all the content creators, but also the fans of the Clash of Clans. And yeah, even being on the stage, everyone is watching your hit. It is a lot of pressure, but it's also some kind of excitement, right, Coco?
Oh, it is so much fun. It is incredible to be able to actually even see these players just perform on these stages rather than being on camera in their bed. Obviously, it is fun to see them sat there lying down as they're chilled playing their attacks, but it's just a whole different setting. It puts it on a whole nother level, seeing these players in person and seeing how they work and they gel so well as a team. It just always amazes me.
Yeah, and all these players are just so humble, and it just all are so nice people, and it's awesome to talk to them and kind of meet them in the person. And also being able to play during the World Championship is kind of reward for all hard work these teams were doing during the whole year, because it is not just easy, you know. All these teams are amazing, and we're seeing like one mistake really can kind of put you in the position where you can be out of the competition and you will have to try again. So all these hours testing the bases, practicing, like many of the players has multi accounts where they are playing in the legends, you know, they're spending seriously ton of hours to practice and be in this kind of shape.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see even from like the beginning of like Town Hall 16, everything is still changing. They're figuring out new tricks and they're investing new spells here and there on different corners of the base, or using some of the new equipment that Supercell are providing us. And it just always changes everything. The game is always changing and these players are always learning, and it always just amazes me how they are able to crack down these bases and perform so well.
Yeah, and they also kind of have to keep up watching all the teams, because meta is still kind of moving, and I have to say, like, one person gonna show one trick and oh, okay, this is cool, we're gonna try as well, and after it actually became a meta. So watching also all the teams study them, which attacks they are using, you know, and try to bait them, you know, and try to kind of defend against them. So it is not easy job, but that's how it's so important to have amazing team, right? It's not just about the players, but also about the peace builder. They are really big part of it, and of course, like the managers to helping the setting up everything. So, yeah, Marcos is for DeathGod Gaming, big match for sure. and one of these teams gonna be really one step closer to the silver ticket.
Yeah, and the team chemistry definitely makes a difference. We've seen that countless times before. Teams that have been consistently playing together over the years, they just work so well. They know how each other plays, and you just love to see it in person. So, yeah.
Exactly. I see some question. This is in the normal mode. All matches today and tomorrow are play in the normal mode, but yeah, it's still amazing how many different strategies we can see, but we are live, Coco.
Yes, we're live with the first attack. Marco's esports seem to be going up first. Christian Don is going to be opening up this match. Now on that left-hand side, we have the Queen. Root Riders up top alongside the King. And I think we've got an Apprentice Ward in the mix there alongside the Ward, which is going to mean that everything in range of that mini Apprentice like aura is going to have some extra hit points.
Yeah, I still have that E-Dragon, so I'm waiting. Oh, it looks like he's deploying from 6 o'clock side. So the chain, as we can see, that's can be a really nice funnel and clearing so many buildings so quickly. Right now the overgrowth spell again over the Town Hall. A Royal Champion still has ability, but the same story for the King. Super Minions will go for that X-Bow, so that's a really nice play there.
Yeah, the King ability will be chaining off pretty nicely. Does pick off some of those hidden Teslas around that south-hand side. World Champion is still up. She does still have her ability here as well. And now the Fox is going to be keeping her protected. She was making her invisible over and over again. Now, unfortunately, the King is distracted by the enemy King. Won't be able to get too much damage down on the Town Hall. 2 freezes remain. Can the Royal Champion do it? Because the Town Hall is going to do quite a bit of damage alongside the Monolith that's still standing.
Okay, we still have Royal Champion abilities, but with, oh my goodness, there is Giant Bomb, not a freeze. I hope so they will not go through the Town Hall. If they can ignore the Town Hall, Royal Champion still can clutch it. No, the Ward and sniping the Royal Champion, and Marcos Esport opening here with the 94% 2 stars, same percentage which we saw from Dizi Ward in the previous match.
Yeah, this is going to be huge, though. This is the jinx already starting, guys. If you're not voting for whoever Susie's saying is going to win, this is the problem.
I really like that he used the E-Dragon, because that was nothing but hit the E-Dragon, and there was like few buildings with the chain he could clear very quickly. So that one was really nice, but sadly the King was struggling in front of the Town Hall, and Root Riders died way too quickly here. Even the Royal Champion, how strong she is, sadly she wasn't strong enough. It would work much better if the Royal Champion didn't go for the Town Hall, but decided to go first for the Monolith and after go for the Town Hall.
Yeah, that would have been the ideal situation. Honestly, that would have helped protect her quite a bit. It was also unfortunate because the Giant Gauntlet, if you don't know, it can do quite a bit of splash damage. Every swing that the King takes, it can even do damage behind the walls, which is why I was saying it is unfortunate that he got distracted and he didn't have that ability that was going through onto the Town Hall, because if he had enough power in him, or if the situation's correct, you can even see the Town Hall go down behind walls whilst the King is under his ability.
Yeah, exactly. But 94% 2 star. Let's see if it will be enough to keep a Marcos Esport in the upper bracket. It was first attack. That's mean it's setting up this war. It's not gonna be decided by the time, which is kind of gonna, I think, so in the favor of the both teams. I like they don't have to be worried about time, and they maybe again will be switching to the different strategies which are more comfy to use. But let's see, DeathGod Gaming, we have Sap with the Dragon hit here, again bringing the Overgrowth spell with them, and bringing also 3 Earthquake spells, because we are using the Vemstash and the Spiky Bolt. So the Vemstash should keep the King alive long enough to get epic value. And so we will be aiming like for these multi-archer towers with the Infernos, is where I would definitely go with the Spiky Bolt.
Yeah, we'll see where he does utilize that. That is quite a good value spot, already spotted off of the bat. Now, we have got that Queen ability flew across the base. Now, I don't know if we wanted to get any sweepers down. However, they both remain. They're both still standing, and they're both might be a little bit of a problem. However, never mind. We have the Overgrowth coming in, which will lock in both of the sweepers and some multi-infernos, the multi-Aja towers, and the Town Hall, which will help these dragons path towards this right-hand side. In the meanwhile, the Queen has trailed all the way across that left-hand side and will be entering this monolith compartment. It is doing quite a bit of damage here on his king, and unfortunately, the king's already going to go down.
Yeah, and sadly he already had to use that spiky ball, so the earthquakes will do some damage, but I think so the plan was to destroy the core of the base. This is way too close here. RC and the Queen taking out the Town Hall. Now they are dealing with the CC troops. We have to keep eyes on the percentage because the Marcus Esport hit 94%, 2 stars. I don't think so Sub can get anywhere close. The Queen will be in the trouble as soon she is in the range of the multi-archer towers. They can do quite a lot of damage here. He's still deploying few super barbs. He's on 80%. Coco, is it gonna be enough to cross the percentage of Marcos?
Oh, it's going to be incredibly tough. The Queen is going to step forwards. The multi-archer towers is just going to be too much. He doesn't look happy. He's got a few buildings there on the right-hand side, which he can reach about 90%, but he's still going to be 4 buildings short. Now, how much health has this wizard tower got? It's pretty low. He gets another one down. The hidden Teslas, the problem is we need this Phoenix to do the damage. Oh, I don't know if we can do it, unfortunately. I think that's it. 91, which means as easy as that, we've got a change in lead now. They have now surrendered their lead over to Marcos Esports.
Yeah, table have turned and Marcos has now 3 building lead here. It is very close match. I didn't expect we're gonna see 2 stars from the both teams as the opening, but that means there is more pressure. You know, teams are really trying their best, and these teams already were able to take the 1 victory here. So now it's gonna be really kind of tough for the teams that are getting more victories because they are facing the teams which did really well during all GCC tournament.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have performed very well throughout the Global Clash Cup tournament. All these teams are here today because they put up extraordinary achievements in the earlier stages. They beat some incredible teams. Like, we had some of the other golden ticket holders, teams that have qualified for the World Championship, participating in this tournament in the earlier stages that got defeated by some of these teams. So it does amaze me to see how much work goes into being here today. Don't forget about that. It's not just about today. Now, the pressure is definitely rising, and it still could change. However, only a few buildings, I think it's 3 buildings lead, that is now in favor of Marcos, if I'm correct.
Yeah, 3 buildings lead, so still anyone game here. We'll see if any attackers will fail as well. It's how I say, it's kind of rare to see the fails, but the pressure is on. We have second attacker from Marcus Esport, Mr. Adil, coming with the Root Riders. I think so he's one of the faster attacker for Marcus Esport from the matches which I was able to watch.
Yeah, he does do pretty decent on speed and attack duration. And this one, at the moment, his average is at 1 minute 40. We'll see if he's able to exceed that. Now he's got that Queen on that right-hand side, Siege Barracks on the south, and these Root Riders are already making their way in towards these compartments, raging them up, taking the first multi-inferno down. Now they are going to be taking a little bit of damage here from the poison spell tower that went off. Now the warden is going to be used here before these Root Riders maybe take a little bit of a split. So they are being healed up whilst they are immune from any incoming damage.
Yeah, Queen still, oh wow, good freeze. I was worried that he will be late with the freeze to protect the Queen, but good timing. Queen is now looking much better, especially using the raid spell. Root Riders Valves all staying in the one group. Overgrowth spell, the second one being dropped, but this time, as you can see, there's plenty of Teslas which will be distracting his army here. Freeze covering the monolith here. Frozen Arrow still helping the Queen keep going, and this is looking very good for Adil.
Yeah, we have the spinning wheel of death going off here, but I don't think that will actually make too much of a difference, even if this is a disconnect, because look at the amount of value that he can still get from this army. So many Root Riders still remain. They're going up top for cleanup because that Town Hall was still invisible with those nearby defenses. Now, the Rage is not being deployed just yet. There we go. He is still around. It wasn't a disconnect, it was just a little bit of lag there, but this is crushed. So much paths back in towards the center and gets the final defenses down. And it is a triple for Marcos Esports from Mr. Adil.
Yeah, and it's keeping the Marcos in the lead, because even if the DeathGod Gaming hit a triple, right now Marcos has the lead with the buildings thanks to the first attack. So nicely done by him. They don't have to be worried about the time, so really can spend time on the planning, setting up the funnel and everything. So Adil, great job. I'm sure the team will be happy.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly what they need. As we've said before, at this point, both teams, they need to get their head in the game. They need to focus on their own attacks. They need to be getting those triples down for either side, either to keep their lead or to not mess up and try and keep up with the opponents and hope that they can get a defense.
And if you are just joining the stream, you are right now watching the Global Clash Cup tournament, which is hosting the last silver ticket. We have match from upper bracket between two amazing teams, Marcos Esports and DeathGod Gaming. Already showing the match gonna be looking very, very close and probably will be decided by the final hits.
Yeah, it might go down to the last few attacks. We've seen it in previous matches as well. Even when we didn't have the same opener, every attack matters, and it has been the last few attacks that have swayed the war in a particular team's favor. So, it honestly, even if there was a defense early on, it's not the end of the world. If you manage to recover from that and play strong after that, it can still work out in your favor.
Yeah, exactly. I think so. We were very lucky with the matches. Most of them were very, very close and with some incredible attacks. Looks like the Gabriel decided to go with the dragons here. We have combination of the lightning spells, earthquake spells, and of course the arrow. We're able to mainly snipe the monolith, which is very dangerous defense here. And we still have Queen alive. She has 3 healers now supporting her. To be careful because she's in the range of the Expo, but also she has to fight through the enemy king, so he's using the raid spell and also sending the headhunter to help her.
Yeah, here we go. We've got those loons deployed. He wants to place these loons first to test for any potential traps. Would rather have those loons find the traps rather than his dragons. Now the warden is of course going to follow, and he actually gets that siege barracks, the stone slammer actually, in, which will go for that town hall, and hopefully these dragons can avoid this left-hand side damage coming in from that town hall.
I'm curious if I was planning to get the queen to clear the town hall, but sadly he lost her. That was like a lot of dangerous defenses, so it was kind of tough to keep her alive. Slammer did the job, but Slammer immediately broke, and now we have poor Dragon Rider taking a lot of damage from buildings around. What is happening? We have only 3 dragons left. We seriously will be depending on the Royal Champion a lot here, because there is still Tesla farm. He's using the Skelly spell, so nicely done, because the Expo got a distract and the Royal Champion so far safe.
I feel like the warden ability may have been slightly late. I feel like we still took quite a bit of damage here in the center. The dragons, however, they are just about surviving towards this left-hand side corner. 1 freeze still remains. Hopefully we can get the Royal Champion and the scatter shot under the same freeze. However, she does path away, and we just miss the scatter shot under the spell, but the Royal Champion still gets it done. Oh my goodness, this was incredibly close. But the World Champion goes invisible yet again, and she's protected by her Fox. Nicely done. And DeathGod Gaming have yet another triple on the board, this time from Gabriel.
Yeah, the Fox can be amazing with the timing when making the hero invisible. And this one was perfect timing because she was even able to clear the X-Bow. On the other side, probably the Dragons will get it because we took down the air defense. But yeah, sometimes I'm impressed how Fox is so smart because the timing of the Fox can be incredible. It was a little bit shaky hit to say, but he get it done, and now we have second triple from that. First triple from DeathGod Gaming. So that means the teams are still tied on the stars, and Marcos is for still leading with this 3 building lead.
Yeah, that attack definitely made me a little bit nervous. I wasn't 100% sure if it had enough power to go through, even when we had that misfreeze there at the very end. Good thing is that the Fox was perfect at keeping her protected when she actually really needed it. So the Fox is definitely a really good pet to invest your Dark Elixir in. It is one of the best pets in the game at the moment.
Yeah, when I first time saw Fox, I was like, whoa, pet which can make you invisible, that's epic. We saw like from the Town Hall 13, when Town Hall 14, when the pets were introduced to the game, the typical combination was Digi and Royal Champion. I don't think so anyone used anything else. Lassie kind of got less use as the Digi was added to the game, and now everything changed. I don't even see anyone else to use something else that Fox and the Royal Champion. It's just kind of proving how strong combo it is. And yeah, Tanvar is in, and he will be bringing as well the Fox with the Royal Champion. We are using the Frosty with the Queen, and already starting here with the King, which allowing him with the jump spell to reach the core of the base.
Yeah, the jump is well placed here. As you said, the King, he gets some huge value going into here. Now, there actually is a little bit of that Golem might still there, which might be able to tank still for the King. His ability will go off as he starts to get towards this multi-inferno. Now, he's being a bit distracted by the enemy Queen here on that left-hand side before going in towards the center. Now, he is joining forces with these Root Riders that were approaching from that right-hand side, but he uses the Overgrowth right as these Root Riders approach the Town Hall.
Yeah, we're still fighting actually against the CC troops. I think so that one was last Ice Golem. Royal Champion helping to clear the Monolith. Again, deploying few Super Barbs. Super Barbs are a really good combination with the Root Riders attacks because they're very powerful. They can clear the defenses if you send few of them. I think so 2 Super Barbs is almost enough here. Town Hall being back visible, but the Root Riders and the Royal Champion are next to it with the free spell still protecting big army, and his Queen is still looking very strong.
Yeah, we might be taking a little bit of damage here from the Giga Poison from the Town Hall, but I don't think that will make too much of a difference. The Rage coming through, making sure that these Root Riders are doing some hefty damage on these last few defenses remaining on Gabriel's base. The World Champion still alive, even has her ability here that he did not even need. And Tanwar gets the triple down for Marcos.
Yeah, it is like kind of impressive. If you are new to the esports scene, the teams actually don't really have that much time for the planning because a typical esport timing is only like 5 minutes prep, and after we have 45 minutes battle day, and like being the first attacker is leaving you only few minutes to plan the attack. So it's just showing how many experience these players have. Like I can imagine, like I feel like already pressure to just see that I have to pick the base so quickly, and of course also get the plan ready as well.
Yeah, I agree. They're not these 24-hour wars that we tend to see when we play the game. That definitely does change things up a little. We don't have time, though the same amount of time to investigate and try out to see if something will work or how much damage does something do. All these players, they know, for the most part, all of this stuff off by heart. They've memorized a lot of this information and they know exactly what they need to do to get some of these defenses down with additional spells, maybe like we saw with fireballs. So it is very impressive, especially with such short notice, really, to plan. And we saw in a previous attack where also these teams, sometimes they only have a few seconds to plan because, you know, someone hit the wrong base today and they played so incredibly well. It was one of the best attacks that we saw today, and he didn't even have time to plan it because he attacked the wrong base. So he had 30 seconds to plan it.
Yeah, I remember the old times, like I spent hours on the voice chat planning the hits. You know, when there were the 24 hours wars, we had so much time. It was a lot of fun, but less pressure than on these players. But how you say that hit where he hit the wrong base and still able to hit a triple without any issues, like even remembering his king, like only his equipment actually gave him value, but nothing else. So that was impressive. We have Drew in with the Root Riders. We will be bringing only one overgrowth spell, but also we have ready the jump for the king again. This time we have Giant Gauntlet with the Rage, and again we are using the Giant Arrow equipment for the king.
Yeah, he's got that jump already placed, so the king will go in towards this right-hand side compartment, use his ability already, gets the enemy royal champion down, and then we'll take this jump in further to clear out some of these compartments on the right-hand side of the space. Now, the siege barracks will be clearing out some of the buildings around the outside, so I assume we're going to go directly in towards this monolith, which will set the funding already straight because we already have the left-hand side compartment, as you can see, was already cleared as well. So all these root riders, some of them might go a little bit towards that enemy queen, but they will all meet up back in the center of the space.
Yeah, some of these expos are the grand ones, so fingers crossed he can keep these root riders alive, because right now still holding on the warden ability. Okay, using the warden ability. Now overgrowth spell will be dropped pretty soon. We activated the rage spell tower, again hiding the 12 o'clock side, hiding the town hall from the army as well. Tornado trap keeping the army kind of close by, but they will be patting towards the cannon and the archer tower. We have healers on the bear, so not the best value of the healers. I wish they switch and actually follow the root riders, but it doesn't feel like the root riders are in any danger.
Yes, indeed. We do have a bit of a switch, however, they're not gonna stay alive much longer. We found a bunch of traps. The rages and freezes going off in this compartment. We unfortunately missed the freeze on the town hall, so those beams are doing quite a bit of damage, but with that royal champion ability still available, Queen is still reaching over those walls for cleanup alongside some additional Valkyries around the outskirts of this base, and Drew gets it done. DeathGod Gaming have yet another triple down. They did lock in both of these teams. They're focused. They're locked into this match now. They're really hoping that they might be able to get another defense.
Yeah, they, how you say, focus. Focus is the most important right now. Even the DeathGod Gaming is behind on the percentage. Like, they still are in this. We saw there were some defenses, so it's still possible they can get the defense. Maybe Marcus will be keep hitting the triples, because it's kind of rare to see Marcus esport, and even not 15 stars. So I don't know if we can see them with the 13 stars. Not sure.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, as you can see, their stats have been incredibly good over the entire tournament. I think they only had one missed hit in the previous stages, and that's what shows in the stats of every single one of these attackers. As you can see, MWC here went 9 out of 9. Didn't miss a single attack leading up to the playoffs this weekend, with an average attack time of 1 minute 46.
Yeah, he's very impressive attacker. Like I saw him when the Marcus Esport, even during Town Hall 15 meta, when they were facing really big teams, MWC were like usually attacking last, and he clutched it for the team. So very good attacker. Not surprised with that hit rate at all. The timing, I think so. It's just kind of general for Marcos. I think they are very good with the triples, just like timing or attack speed is not the faster one.
Yeah, well, here we go. MWC is up next. We have more Root Riders. We got 7 Valkyries in combination here too. And again, another Apprentice Warden. More hit points being given to these Root Riders. I assume they will follow. Yes, indeed. Of course, alongside the Warden himself. Now, the Siege Barracks is going to be clearing up a little bit around the outside in hopes that these Root Riders will go directly forward. This scatter shot, the King cleared out pretty nicely already on that right-hand side, pulled that Poison Spell Tower already, which means we're going to avoid that for the time being. And here comes the Overgrowth on the Town Hall, the Monolith, and the Inferno towards the south-hand side, which will push all of these Root Riders towards the 9 o'clock compartment area. Also towards the scatter shot here, actually. We might be missing this left-hand side because they're a little bit too far out of reach.
Yeah, I'm still sending the headhunters, but they're not really doing anything now because we took care of all heroes, so they kind of mostly went for the cleanup. I hope so that Queen gonna switch the target and will go for the Town Hall. She does, so very smart Queen, and that's allowing the Root Riders to kind of go for these Teslas like Royal Champion, already trying to clear them. Queen is doing a great job. She will be now in the range of the Monolith, so she's not gonna survive, but we have still a Royal Champion. We have a raid spell, so plenty of support for the rest of his army. RC with the abilities, so we have that Hawk Puppet, and of course the haste, very nicely done by MWC. I like the cutting of the Root Riders. They really stay in the one group, but also I like that his King was able to clear the Eagle very early. Like the Eagle was in the kind of small compartment. He invites the Super Bullbreaker, but that was definitely worth it.
Yeah, it was very nice, and it played off at the end, and he still had quite a lot still remaining once the attack was coming towards an end. So another triple down puts them 4 attacks in at 11 stars. So DeathGod Gaming, they have to keep it up. They need some more triples down here too, and it will all depend on what happens with the final attacks from both of these teams.
It's getting very close. Like Marcus Esport is 1 triple away from the victory here. So far very decent 3 stars here. We can see they are not really pushing for the time, so everything being set up very nicely. DeathGod Gaming still have some amazing attackers left, but everything depends on if they can defend one more time.
Yeah, that's for sure. As we can see, we had a 94 up against a 91, if I'm correct, which is the reason why that doesn't really matter about the time averages we've seen in a few other tournaments in one of the matches today, because we already have given the lead over to Marcos.
Yeah, 3 buildings. Wow.
Yeah,
that's just so close, you know. If I am the attack, I'm just thinking, oh, 3 buildings, you know, how could I get them, you know, so close. But you are playing as the team, winning as the team, losing as the team, because sometimes, yeah, your attack doesn't have to go in, you know, doesn't finish with the triple, but maybe in the previous matches you were the attacker who saved the team here. So wow, DeathGod Gaming, I vote for you. Maybe it's gonna be the first time with the predictions I fail.
yes, maybe you were on a good streak, I must say, but will it end here? We'll have to wait and see. Right, we've got the next attack coming in from DeathGod. Now they need to get another triple down, or they will be falling a star behind. Because Marcus, they've been setting these triples down, so they have to keep responding with these triples as well.
Yeah, base has double poison spell tower here, and feels like we have 2 single infernos in the core of the base as well. Starting first with that giant arrow. Again, we have healer puppet, and we also deploying the king from that side. Root Riders with the walls coming from the corner, so the funnel is very important. RC immediately fighting against the enemy royal champion. I'm not sure what is the health of the Fox, but I am kind of worried that Fox took quite a lot of damage, and we know how important Fox is.
Yeah, the Fox is very important. Unfortunately, you were right. The Fox was incredibly low. She already went down, which means we don't have the same amount of protection here for the World Champion. She has already used her ability. Now the Hogs will be able to go in front of her and tank some of the damage and help her push through towards this right-hand side. Now, we're not going to go up top just yet because the Overgrowth was invested here in this 12 o'clock compartment. He's raging everything towards this single Inferno, and he still has 3 freezes, Susie! 3 freezes and a whole rage still to invest, and pretty much all these defenses are gone.
I was so curious where he's planning to use that jump. I think so the king opened the wall, so he didn't really need it. And now he's letting the queen to join. And have you say 3 free spells? Like, that's more than enough. And DeathGod Gaming will be adding triple as well. And everything will be decided by the final attacks. It is so close, but it is very simple. If Marcus Esport hit a triple with their next attack, they are winning and staying in the upper bracket. Anything less than triple, DeathGod Gaming still can get a victory.
Yeah, it really is the next attack that is going to decide who's going home and who's gonna stay strong. Actually, well, no, this is not going home just yet. This is an upper bracket match, so it's just who's gonna be jumping through to the next round of the upper bracket, because we're not saying goodbye to one of these teams just yet. We have more lower brackets coming tomorrow, but it is incredibly close going into the final round of attacks.
Even it doesn't matter like which team will win or lose, I want them to know they do a really great job. Like, they should be very proud of themselves. It's impressive. They got already victory in the round 1 of the upper bracket here, and this match, 3 buildings, maybe 3 buildings will be deciding everything. So in less than a few minutes we will find out probably the result of the match. Marcus is for the final attacker. Pressure is on him because the triple still not the easy one.
No, that's for sure. And as we said, the pressure's on. Will it get to him? We don't know. Now, they've played consistently well throughout the rest of the tournament. If they're able to keep it up, it does look promising. If they manage, if we look on the stats, in theory, Marcos should have this. However, DeathGod, they've been putting up a fantastic fight up against Marcos.
Yeah, and even if they take the loss, it's not over yet for them. Like, the team which lose will be moving to the lower bracket where they will get a second chance. Like, we still have 2 amazing teams in the lower bracket, Cosmo Esport and STMN Esports. So they're not gonna have easy matches for sure, but there is still possibility to come back from the lower bracket. It's just gonna be not that easy because they actually will have to reset the bracket to have chance to win.
Yeah, that's for sure. And here we go. We have Amar Gupta up next. We have more Root Riders, Giant Gauntlet. We have the Arrow on the Queen, Double Book on the Warden. So we've got the Healing and the Eternal Tome, which we'll be investing. Now, we'll see how this one goes, because we again have that jump spell, I assume, for these heroes. And there's actually a Golem that he can use to help get some extra value from these heroes.
Yeah, we could see how he was getting ready to focus because he knows how important is this attack, because it will probably deciding the result of the match. His king ran into the Tesla farm, but that's the beauty of the Giant Gauntlet, that splash damage, you know, destroying everything around here. Flameflinger still looking safe. Just have to be careful about the Expo. Queen with the healers, probably gonna joining the Root Riders, and in this case it's not bad because the Root Riders will be opening the walls for her and she can still keep following the army.
Yeah, we got the Warden ability active and the Overgrowth directly pretty much at the same time as everything enters this compartment, raging everything up here too. Now we will be bypassing this compartment. We're gonna go continue to take down these defenses towards this south hand side, freezing the scatter shot and the enemy royal champion simultaneously, getting some really good value from these spells. Cleanup has already been scattered on that right-hand side. We've got those archers working on some of those storages. Now the Town Hall will return back. Now he's got a bunch of spells still. Yet again, a freeze and a rage that he can stop some of those damage coming in up top. Now he also has a skeleton spell, which he pretty much didn't even need.
Yeah, that is like only the Town Hall with the multi-archer tower using the freeze and helping with the rage spell Ammar, clearing the Town Hall. And that's mean Marcus Esport will win this match, and they're staying in the upper bracket, getting one step closer to the silver ticket. Amazing job. Like, they were good. They were hitting perfect war in the previous match, and now 14 stars. They have one fail, which was higher percentage. That means they will take the victory and they will win on the percentage.
Yeah, huge congratulations. They played so incredibly well, as you can see. They just had 3 buildings lead, which is just what swayed it here. Now, we'll see what happens with DeathGod's final attack. Will they be able to end strong? Will they also end with 14 stars? Or will they go for a little bit of fun and show us something cool that they have up their sleeve? We'll just have to wait and see what happens there. But we're not saying goodbye to them just yet, as mentioned. They are going to the lower bracket. So if you are a DeathGod Gaming fan, they're still going to be around in the lower bracket. There's just a few more matches that they have to play to get to that grand final spot.
Yeah, and the final attacker is Grim. I am waiting. Like the previous war, he used the Super Dragons. I have feeling Super Dragons attacks are very rare. Most of the players, if they are going with the Dragons, they are usually using the E-Dragons or Dragons with the Dragon Riders, aka Hydra. So maybe he will be having some fun and show us a different strategy.
Yeah, maybe. It's definitely possible. They have brought in a few other troops here and there, but played it safe for the most part, bringing in a favorite at the moment. Road Riders, definitely a big favorite amongst the esports community at the moment. They're very consistent. They are very strong. They're very good at getting all those defenses down, and this is why we're having all of these triples in all of these matches, because these players, they know how to get it done with these Root Riders.
Exactly. Marcos Esport, great job. 2 victories, staying in the upper bracket. DeathGod Gaming will take the first loss, but tomorrow they will get a second chance and had the opportunity to still play for the silver ticket. We have a Frozen Arrow with the Healer Puppet, Equipment of the Queen. With this kind of combination, we have to be careful. Sometimes you are seeing the players using the ability much early. So that way the Queen is not taking the risk and she survives. So as you can see, he deployed the Queen and immediately popped her ability. That's because of the combination of the equipment.
Yeah, the king in the center is struggling a little bit. He has already gone to revive. Won't be getting too much more value out of him. The Clan Castle troops have been pulled, though, towards him, which was distracting those Clan Castle troops away from those Root Riders at the moment. Now, the World Champion just got deployed on that right-hand side, which will probably help clear out some of the funding there to keep these Root Riders in the center of this base before they path towards the Town Hall compartment on the south-hand side.
Yeah, overgrowth spell still, again, like most of players, the main goal is to use the overgrowth spell over the Town Hall. As we are using the Warden ability at the start, you want to dodge the explosion and poison, and that way you will be ending on the Town Hall and you don't have to be worried about it anymore. Right now, the Sally bunch of super barbs are trying to break the walls to be able to reach these defenses, so it's still depending a lot on the Root Riders to be able to go for the X-bows, and we still have the Monolith up. Royal Champion still has the ability, so let's see how soon he's gonna use the Hawk Puppet and the Haste.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have the poisons going off here, and we do take so much damage, and only the Queen remains in this compartment. Now, the good thing is she's got the frozen arrow, so the Monolith's actually not even taking that many shots on her. Now, there's only these 3 buildings left. Her hit points are slowly going down, but honestly, I think the thing that saved this is the frozen arrow.
Yeah, I am big fan of the Frozen Arrow. I saw so many times that Frozen Arrow can do the miracle because, especially if the Town Hall is still up and you have only Queen left, she really can slow down the Town Hall and be able to clear it. But huge congratulations to Marcus Esport. They were amazing today with the 2 victories, and we will be able to watch them again tomorrow.
Yeah, they played so well. They played well today. They played well in the previous stages, and they're just showing why they are to be feared. And this is why they're still standing in this upper bracket this weekend. And I mean, DeathGod Gaming, they put up a fantastic performance as well, but Marcos Esports, they just had the edge over DeathGod Gaming.
Yeah, and we are moving to the final match of today. We still can check the stats of the both teams. Like, they were awesome. Like, both teams were able to hit 4 triples, but we saw the war was decided by the percentage, as Marcus Esport was able to hit 3 building higher. So great job by them again. Again, don't worry about that. DeathGod Gaming, they will be still having chance. They just gonna play from the lower bracket, but next match is as well from upper bracket. Actually, the winner of the next match will be facing Marcos Esport. We will be covering Team Queso versus Dizi group.
Yeah, this is also a really, really fun one that we have coming up. And yes, as you said, this is another upper bracket match. We'll be deciding who'll be advancing. Maybe we can take a little sneak peek at some point into the bracket. But what is your prediction? Dizi or Team Queso?
Yeah, definitely Twitch and YouTube. Let us know. I will go with the Dizi group. I think they will get it. They didn't disappoint me the previous match, and just watching them during all tournaments, I think so. They are a very solid team, and they are very confident with their attacks, and also if the match will be decided by the time, they can hit very fast triple. What about your prediction, Coco?
I have to agree. Dizi have played so consistently well across multiple different tournaments, which is why I would be putting my prediction in for Dizi as well. As you can see, Marcos Esports, they are advancing to match number 11, which is the upper bracket finals, which is the finals before going into the grand finals. Only one more team will be going down there to the lower bracket from that stage. We are currently in Dizi versus Team Queso, and as you can see, we still have Cosmo Esports and DeathGod Gaming matched up there in matchup 9 in the lower bracket. Now, both of these teams, they could still make it all the way. STMN is still waiting to see who that they are going to face, depending on what happens in this next match.
Exactly, and it's very interesting because the winner will be facing Marcos Esport, and the team which loses will go to the lower bracket against the STMN. Dizi group was already facing STMN today, and it was actually Dizi group who sent them to the lower brackets. There is a chance they could face each other one more time, or they will take the victory against Team Queso. We saw Team Queso with the 14 stars in the previous match.
Yeah, they played well. They did play well. We might be able to get some revenge matches coming up. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. I think we looks like we have a little bit of a replay on this one.
Oh yes, we are watching a hit from DeathGod Gaming. This one was a Root Rider attack. Oh yeah, we are, this was the hit with the jump. I was like kind of curious when he gonna drop the jump. I really like using the heroes at the bottom side of the base here, because there were some really good defenses he was able to get, but as you can see, maybe here dropping the jump would be helping the king to join the army, but all the way it was very solid hit because the overgrowth spell right now hiding the town hall and the monoliths of the root riders, with the king which finally joining them, destroying the core of the base, so getting rid of this single infernos. There is also a huge army of the hoggies which came out of the siege machine, so they are kind of clearing all these Teslas which are outside of the base, and also using the jump, which he probably forgot, for the queen, so allowing her to join the rest of the army. He still has so many free spells left, so that was like a no worry about clearing the final building. So he just was keep freezing the town hall, and DeathGod Gaming with the OP Root Rider attack. Something a little bit different, I think. So the design of the base was definitely different than the bases which we usually see.
Yeah, it always makes me so nervous when we leave that town hall up so late in an attack. I don't like to see it, but it makes sense why. You can completely avoid those town hall beams for the longest time, but also you don't have to go through the Giga Poison. But it does make me nervous, especially when we have seen 1-stars come in multiple times because the town hall was left as one of the last few buildings.
Yeah, my clan doesn't let me to use the overgrowth spell because I always leave the town hall up. Doesn't matter if I use the overgrowth spell or not. It's always like 1 star, so I'm not allowed to use it. But let's go. Final match of today. Match from upper bracket between Team Queso and Dizi group here. We are live with the Root Rider attack here. Again, we have Giant Arrow for the funnel here. Spiky Ball already doing the damage and clearing the 9 o'clock corner.
Yeah, the World Champion, again, we've seen it a few times with the Siege Barracks, and it can be very, very good for clearing the path for the Root Riders so they don't fall astray from these major compartments. Now, the Overgrowth on the Town Hall and this Inferno on this right-hand side will push all of these Root Riders for the most part up top, and a little bit towards that right-hand side. We'll be avoiding the Town Hall for the time being, and he's keeping the 2 freezes and the rage for later on already, and we're only 60 seconds in, and this is already looking so incredibly crushed.
Yeah, he decided to go with the rage for the Hawks and the Valks. Now Royal Champion joining, and it is working very well. Like, we will be hitting triple, I think so it is like kind of above 70 seconds, probably like 71. I really like the work with the super wall breakers. He used 2 super wall breakers to open the first layers of the walls for the king and the queen, so they were still adding a really nice value and also funneling for his Root Riders.
Yeah, it was very well played. And as I said, it looked so crushed. They always love to keep these spells towards the end, but I'm pretty sure even if they didn't, they would still be able to power through towards those corners of the compartment. So very well played. Dizi group are the ones setting the pace in this match. 1 minute, 11 second attack triple, which is pretty crazy. Team Queso, we'll see what they've got in them. Will they be able to triple their first attack as well?
Yeah, Team Queso has to focus to be able to hit a 15 stars. Like, sadly, they have 1 fell in the previous war, but the team has very strong lineup, and we were able to see them with the perfect wars many times. So now is the time. Now is the time. It is so important a match, because if they win, they will go to the upper bracket finals, and after this is only the grand final for that silver ticket.
Yeah, that is the best scenario for either of these teams. Even, you know, the previous match, going to these grand finals is key. The silver ticket is on the line. This is the final silver ticket that Supercell will be handing out for a chance to go to the last chance qualifier. And if they win that, they'll be going to the World Championship. So there's a lot on the line for so many players on all of these teams.
And going to the grand final from upper bracket, that is just so big bonus, because you don't have to reset the bracket. You just need 1 more victory. So staying in the upper bracket is the key, because it's possible to reset the bracket, but it's not easy task. So we'll see how the Team Queso will open with that first attack. I'm trying to remember how fast the triples were, but I think so they were really decent timing.
Yeah, it definitely is ideal to get to the grand finals from the upper bracket, that's for sure. If you fall down to the lower bracket, you're not going home just yet. There's just a few extra matches that you have to make your way through before going to the grand finals, but that means more bases that you have to invest. So it can be tough. So going through the upper bracket is definitely what all of these players are aiming for. Rami is up with the next attack. Now we have some more dragons at play in this match, and he actually used the magic mirror early. So the arrow flew all the way across the base. And did we get both sweepers down?
I think we did. I'm looking for them and I don't see any sweeper, so that was a nice arrow, but he also bringing one clone spell. So curious if we're gonna be cloning loons towards the monolith, but there is tornado trap, and that tornado trap can ruin everything. Loons are triggering the Seeking Air Mines, so Blim is still full HP. Jeez, these loons are saving this. Now let's see which way we are cloning. Did we clone anything?
I don't. Maybe did the Yeti get cloned? I'm not sure if that was a cloned Yeti or not. I don't think we got as much value as I would love to have seen from that clone spell, especially when it's a heavy one. However, Rami still has so many dragons still remaining. The monolith is going to be doing a lot of damage, especially alongside those hidden Teslas. The world champion is in the mix, spawns those hogs to help get those last few defenses down. The enemy king is going to try and slow her down, but with these remaining dragons, 1, 2, 3 dragons still left, and the queen on this in this town hall compartment, I think he still gets it done. It was a little bit close there after the blimp didn't get too much value. However, it's still going to work out. Team Queso getting a triple down here as well, which means it is going to be 3 stars each after the first round of attacks.
I think so. Only why he's kind of sad on the camera is because the attack wasn't fast, but I think he got incredible lucky because his Blim triggered the tornado trap and there was Seeking Air Mine. But luckily the loons went front of the Blim and they got hit by the Seeking Air Mine and not his Blim. Because it could even end much worse because his Blim wouldn't land where he landed. But yeah, we cloned the Yeti. Like during the attack at the end, I saw the Yeti disappearing, so he was the clone one. But yeah, still good job by Rami. It is triple, and that's what is important.
Yeah, I agree. You know, as you said, he didn't look too happy on the camera, but only one match today was decided based off of time. All of the other ones were decided based off of defenses, so maybe he's being a little bit hard on himself after not getting the triple down on that one.
Yeah, we're gonna have some changes in the bracket. That was a mistake in the previous one. The changes happened in the lower bracket. So we know that DeathGod Gaming will be facing STMN, and actually team which will lose this match, which we are covering right now, will be facing the Cosmo eSport.
Yeah, just a little bit of a switch around there on that's on the lower bracket side. Doesn't really play too much of a difference in terms of this match here, but it's just a good information to know, especially for these teams that are playing at the moment. Also for Cosmo, they probably want to keep an eye out on who that they might be facing later on in this tournament.
Yeah, Cosmo shows some really cool hits, so they're definitely now study on this match. Like they will be facing the team which will lose, and it will be match in the single elimination knockout match, so it will be very important.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this match, 3 stars each, still could go either way depending on what you predicted for at home. Now we got the next match next attack coming in already. We have Kai up next. I see more Root Riders, a bunch of Druids. We've also already got the Siege Barracks up top with the double packer spawning out of it already with the World Champion. Now there is an enemy king here, so good thing that he didn't go for the World Champion, and he's actually got 2 skeleton spells to distract the defenses, and in particular the single Inferno.
Yeah, and the Royal Champion are really giving nice value here, like single Inferno Eagle, but also keeping the funnel for the Root Riders, which will path towards the core of the base. We have double poison spell tower, so the warden ability will be very important here. Queen also adding the value here, like she can reach the expo and the multi-archer tower. And looks like we find the Tesla farm at the 9 o'clock corner. We still have King with the ability, spiky ball, boom, 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 clearing the defenses around. One more hit over the town hall. Queen sniping the monolith. Very nice play by Kai.
Yeah, I love that he sent the king in towards that town hall with the queen, because the root riders, they didn't have to go anywhere near it. The world champion from that left-hand side, and Kai gets another triple down for Dizi. I didn't check the time on this one, just for reference, but so far, Dizi are looking good. Team Queso, they're a little bit slower, but again, these triples are what matters.
It was actually 66-second triple.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
so fast. I was worried when I saw a double poison spell tower, but he sent the root riders and the warden ability really protect them well. The spiky ball was amazing. Queen just joining perfect time, because I don't think so the king would be able to clear the monolith, so with the queen help it worked perfect. And Dizi with the second triple, putting a lot of pressure right now on Team Queso, because they not just have to hit a triple, also have to be much faster.
Yeah, that is right. I mean, you were right again. The 1 minute 6 seconds. That is almost the quickest attack of the day. I think the quickest we had, was it 104? So this is not far off of it, if that was the quickest one.
Yeah, definitely amazing job. Very confident. Like I haven't seen any mistake. Everything worked perfectly how he planned here. And Dizi group looking very strong in this.
Yeah, definitely. They are looking strong. Look at their average attack, 108. Yeah, they're definitely putting up a fight, but we'll see if they're able to keep up towards the end of this match. Now, they have played very consistently throughout the entire tournament, not just here today. They've only missed a single attack in the previous stages of this tournament, whereas Queso, they've missed a few more. I think they only got 2-3, I think, that they failed. So they're very consistent. They know how to get their triples down, just maybe a little bit behind on the stats in terms of comparing them to Dizi.
Yeah, maybe as they will be trying to push for the time, that's usually when the mistakes happen. So that could be case, but also as the Dizi pushing for the time, they also can have some fails. But Dizi group, I have feeling they really adapt very well to this meta. Like we could watch them playing for the golden ticket, and they set up a really good, start of the match as well. So I'm not surprised to seeing how they are playing.
Yeah, they have been very consistent, not just in this tournament, but in many others as well. So they are definitely a team to look out for. But we have Santiago up next for Team Queso. We've got the Queen going directly through the center of the base and gets both of these spell towers down, the poison spell tower and the rage spell tower from the center.
Yeah, Root Rider is going right into the compartment where they have to go through the ice golems here. King is already adding the value. I think so his queen is sadly already gone, so he lost her very early. We'll see if that's gonna make the difference of the result of the hit. Both Scattershot's Monolith and the Infernos are still visible here, so investing the another rage spell here, trying to get rid of them as fast as possible. Queen still... Oh, sorry, Queen is still alive. My bad, that was enemy Queen. I got confused.
Yeah, the Queen just trailed a little bit towards the right-hand side. She stepped out of the camera's range for a second there, I think. She was being sneaky. However, she is managing to just about stay alive, clearing up some of the buildings around the outside. But the main thing was that the world champion was getting these defenses down on the inner side of these compartments. Now, the Town Hall Poison is going to hurt. But there's not many defenses left. We're reaching over the walls, getting this expo down. The health is slowly thinning out on everything that still remains. The healers trying their best to keep everything at bay. And it is just enough. Team Queso getting another triple down on another one of these Dizi bases.
Yeah, great job by them. Second triple, and for them it's the most important. Like keep hitting these triples here. With the time, this one was 90 seconds, so it was a little bit faster than their first attack here. But when we check the average attack duration for the both teams, Dizi with that 1 minute and 8 seconds is very impressive one.
Yeah, it definitely is impressive when you see how quickly that they are getting these triples down. 100%, I agree. Now, let's have a little sneak peek at the stats from the next attacker. Now, we were just talking about 1 minute, 8 seconds being quick. Denden's not far off of that with a 100% hit rate at the moment so far. 9 out of 9, 126 average attack duration. He's also a very solid attacker. We've seen him play for many teams under many names before in various different tournaments.
Yeah, exactly. He also was in the World Championship in the Helsinki event. The X team was part of the teams there, and I remember him as the Dragon attacker. But I'm not gonna be surprised if he will go with the Root Riders here. Like 100% hit rate is something what you really want, because we see how important it is to hit the perfect wall. Like if the teams are failing even the one attack, it is very tough to be able to get a victory.
Yeah, it really is. We've had some really close wars, 14-14 wars as well. You know, only a few buildings actually being the difference between winning and losing. So every building matters. Every second matters. After we saw, even in the very first matches that we saw, we had the tie being given out based off of who had the quickest attackers. Now, it's not that happened that often, but it is still possible.
Yeah, and right now, Dizi, like they're in a really good position. So if they're gonna just kind of keeping the same hit rate and even with the same speed, like they will get this. And it's Marcus is gonna have a lot of work, because I really believe that Dizi is very powerful team here. Then again bringing the magic mirror equipment here, immediately going with the giant arrow, and of course that means we have these 3 queens which already clearing the eagle and are taking out the expos. Blue start pulling the enemy clan castle troops.
Yeah, those clan castle troops on the queen is actually really nice. So the queen can just deal with that in her own time. There's also a poison down, which did help. Now, unfortunately, those clones are going to fade away, only leaving the queen there. And unfortunately, also the druid is going to go down. But the main portion of the army is where we want to keep an eye out for. The overgrowth has come in on the left-hand side, pretty much getting all of those defenses down. So these Root Riders are going to be making their way towards the 12 o'clock side to get some of these defenses up there. Now, they are going to walk through the Giga Poison from the Spell Tower, taking quite a bit of damage. But with another Rage, with the World Champion. Well, the World Champion even still has her ability. This is looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, she maybe will get a little bit distracted by the Skellies, but I think so. Maybe we still have some Vaults which can help. Vaults are amazing against the Skellies. Oh, look at the smart Root Rider going for the Inferno, and now everyone is back on the Town Hall here. RC doing already quite a lot of damage. King still with the full HP. Sally now losing the Royal Champion over the explosion here, but the army of the Root Riders are arriving. They're probably not gonna open the walls for the King, but King is smart. He's going around and he will be joining the army. So then we'll be adding the third triple here for Dizi group. It's not a faster one. Maybe this actually can be in the favor of the team Queso, because right now this attack almost took the 2 minutes. Like he was using the Skelly spell in the core of the base, but doesn't really felt like the Monolith and the Scattershot got distracted, so his army took some damage here. But yeah, this one was 105-second triple.
Yeah. It did take a little bit longer on that one, but it's a triple down, putting them at 9 stars. We still have an extra attack coming through from Team Queso to see if they can match that. But yeah, that does make the average time a little bit closer between these two teams.
Yeah, this is now opportunity for Team Queso. If they can hit very quick triple, they actually can get very, very close to the average attack duration and have the chance to really fight for the victory in this upper bracket match.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely have a shot. I mean, they're here in the upper bracket for a reason. They played very well already, and they're just showing it. They're getting these triples in back to back, and you know, we're saying that 1 minute 34 average is slower, but it's still incredibly fast to get these triples down in 1 minute 34 seconds. So it definitely is a big achievement to even just get that done.
Yeah, it's just showing how good these teams are when they're able to hit even faster triple here. They're adapting to the meta very well, but it's all also about the practicing. Like all these teams are playing ton of tournaments, you know, they're very active, and if they don't play the tournament, obviously many of them are in the Legend League or even just spamming these friendly challenges. So it's also kind of advice if you guys want to be part of this tournament in the future, you know, you can really easily join. Like you need 5 players minimum, and of course you have to be the max town hall, and just keep practicing. Find the friends, you know, start spamming these friendly challenges, and if you guys gonna learn together, it's gonna be a lot of fun, and you can have also some amazing memories.
Yeah, I totally agree. Don't hesitate. If you're able to give it a go, definitely give it a go. If you manage to even play in one of these tournaments, I assure you, you will have a lot of fun. Now, we have Marcelo here with the next attack for Team K. So now this does need a triple or they will fall behind on stars. Now, again, we have these Root Riders coming through directly in towards the Eagle Artillery. We tend to see this quite a lot. Getting the Eagle Artillery down earlier is quite valuable, because it can do quite a lot of damage in very compact areas, and especially with these Root Riders trailing together as one group, we don't want to be losing too much health.
Interesting choice of the enemy clan castle troops. I think so I saw witches, something what we don't really see very often. Like most of the time we are going against the ice golems as they are trying to slow down the army here. Jump, very nice, bringing the king and the queen, joining the rest of the army and kind of keeping them in the one group. Even the super minions are joining, and of course the overgrowth spell hiding again the town hall, skelly spell distracting the Teslas and also the enemy ward, and this feels like will be fast hit. This is something what Team K-Song really needs.
Yeah, they definitely need a quick one in this situation. We've got the freezes coming through, just stopping the amount of damage in here, and it's going to be another triple on the board for Team Queso. You can see Marcelo, he's cheering there on the right-hand side. I love his hat in there too. Definitely brought the swag to this match here too. Now, we've got 9 stars. Gauge is not updated just below us. No, it just did, as I just spoke. Only 8-second difference between these two teams, and only 2 attacks remaining each.
Yeah, that hit took 77 seconds, so that is a really, really good timing. As the Dizi didn't have really fast triple with the third hit, really gave opportunity to Team Queso to catch up, and there is like not over for Team Queso. They can still slow down the nada hit from a Dizi, and they seriously can be still pretty well in this war.
Yeah. I mean, both of these teams are delivering, and we have a match on our hands. It still could go either way. Both of these teams are very good teams, and I can see either of them actually advancing still to the next round. But it really is just a matter of if they can keep their focus and keep their head in the game and make it happen, make those triples come through, because the triples is what matters. The quick ones are preferred, but we've seen that only one match today has been decided on time.
Exactly. Like right now, just like focus on these hits, focus. And wow, it's a really close war. This is something what I love to watch, you know, when final attackers kind of have now a lot of pressure on them, and they have to be able to deal with it because they know their hits can change the result of the match. So we still have 4 attacks. As the match is still very close, it's still anyone game. Anyone still can stay in the upper bracket and be much, much closer to that last silver ticket.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see what the next attack brings us. We have Dizi up next. And again, more Root Riders. They're definitely loving these Root Riders in this match. They're going for a bit of a safer option. And again, we see the magic mirror going off. 2 of those clones pathing towards that left-hand side. Will support the king a bit by helping get some of those defenses down, whilst the main queen is actually pathing in towards this multi-inferno with those Root Riders.
I like that he actually support his royal champion with the rage and had to use the skelly because there was inferno, but clearing the eagle there, it was a really nice value. Right now all troops are staying together on the north side of the base. We are bringing the super wall breaker to opening the walls where is the monolith, but I don't think so the king will go back. Oh, never mind, I think so he going for the enemy king, but he will be standing right front of the monolith, also using few free spells to letting these super barbs like ricochet cannon doing quite a lot of damage, so clearing them with the super barbs is a nice play.
Yeah, I mean, everything goes through. The town hall was already low as well, and we have another triple down. This is going to be incredibly close towards the end of this match. This is unbelievable.
It was actually 72-second triples. Yeah, they're just so good. The spiky ball, like at hitting around the town hall, including the town hall, really helped a lot because he finished this building so quickly. And Dizi, 12 stars, 1 triple away. Actually, probably from the victories.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. If they triple their final attack with the same pace that they've been doing already, they will definitely already be securing their lead. It will be hard for Team Queso to try and catch up on time. These next attacks would have to be incredibly fast.
Yeah, it's still possible. It's not over. Still possible. They really improved with the time. Like that Marcelo hit was very fast, a triple by them. So still can do it if they can do it with the rest of the attacks. Like looking around the 70 seconds, I think so. They still have a really high possibility to catch up if Dizi can make some mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, if Dizi unfortunately make a mistake, then 100%, then Team Queso have to keep their head in the game and get these triples down. It is obviously still possible to get the time in their favor, but it is definitely a challenge for them.
Yeah, with good news for the teams, this is a match from upper bracket, so even if one of these teams will take the loss, they still will get a second chance, and they will be facing Cosmo Esport. Are 8 waiting in the lower bracket, so we still have 6 teams left. We already sadly lost 2 teams. We had to say goodbye to Reckoning and a Dizi World, and tomorrow when the final day will happen, from the 6 teams, 1 team will be the holder of the last silver ticket.
Yeah, so much excitement as we reach the end of this tournament. Weeks of work and preparation just to get to this stage. And if we get that silver ticket for one of these teams, it's not even over there. The fun is still yet to come. We still have the last chance qualifiers up for grabs there too. There's a lot going on in the esports scene still alongside the Global Clash Cup. But this is just a fantastic addition to add to all of this great chaos that we have.
Exactly. I can't even imagine like who will win the last chance qualifier because it's so stacked with the teams here. And tomorrow one of these teams will be joining them. So it will be definitely a nice tournament or nice weekend for sure. But we have Team Queso switching to the dragons here. Let's see if this is gonna help them with the average attack duration. We already coming in here with the giant arrow, and again we are using the healer puppet here, just looking for the air sweepers. I think so he cleared both of them.
Yeah, he might. I don't see them. I think he did manage to get both of them down. Now the blimp is sailing perfectly towards that town hall, and with a rage, we've got those troops doing some additional damage. And then actually, he plays another freeze just in case. Helps well for the dragons approaching from the right hand side. But we now are able to avoid the Giga Poison and the poison from that spell tower that was on that back end.
Yeah, Queen still have healers, so King also have the Phoenix, so we should be able to clear the Monolith and also take down the X-Bow here. A Royal Champion already being deployed, he still have Freeze, Skelly Spell to support her, and even the Poison just in case if he triggers some of the enemy Skelly, so that way he's not gonna be slowed down at all. But this is looking very solid hit by Team Queso right now at a 91%.
Oh, this is crazy. The last attacks is going to be at so much pressure is going to ride on it. As you can see, he's getting a triple, but he's not happy. And it's because it's a little bit slower than he wanted it to be, which means with Dizi being up next, that will decide if they go through or not.
Yeah, right now we have average attack duration 1 minute and 18 seconds for Dizi, 1 minute and 27 seconds for Team Queso. Like 84 seconds, if I hit it, I will be so happy. But yeah, how you say, Charlie wasn't that fast. They needed to hit even faster triple, and that means if Dizi hit any decent triple, they will take the victory here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the next attack, we'll have to wait and see what the final attacker can do for Dizi. I mean, they've shown us in previous matches in their stats, and even in this match right now, they've shown us that they bring in the heat, they bring in the pace, they've set the matchup from the beginning in their favor. They had those quick attacks coming through from the very start.
Yeah, and this is like kind of last hope for the Dizi fans, because they had two teams playing in the finals, but we already say goodbye to Dizi War, so they're only the team which is left from that family here, and they still have really tough way to make it for that silver ticket. There's still so many amazing teams they have to win against, and the most important, can they get a victory against Team Queso? Because staying in the upper bracket, I keep saying that is so amazing. Not risking their position, but especially not needing to reset the bracket.
Yeah, not needing to reset the bracket is huge. It is the best case scenario for these teams, but it is possible still to reset the bracket and take the victory from the lower bracket. We've seen it in tournaments before, so it's not out of the question. It just means you need twice as much work there pretty much as you make their way through the lower bracket, but also you have to play that match twice in the grand finals.
Yes, you do, and that is also if you are going to the lower bracket way too early. It is also you are playing more matches, which you need a basis as well. So here we are live with the final hit from Dizi, and it will be attack with the Root Riders, immediately going here with the Queen abilities here, and also using the Royal Champion with the Siege Machine to set up the funnel at the 9 o'clock corner.
Yeah, the Rage Gem is going to be pretty nice, making sure everything's doing quite a bit more damage. World Champion's going to jump through, get the Eagle Artillery down already. Clan Castle troops have been pulled, and the poison has been dropped to help clear them out ASAP. Now, with that Warden ability protecting the Root Riders as they make their way towards that right-hand side. There was stopping some damage coming through from the Multi-Inferno, but he actually uses an Overgrowth on the Town Hall and nearby defenses. The King has already gone to ability and Revive and does not manage to get the Monolith down, which means it's up to the Queen to clear out that right-hand side corner, and the enemy King is going to be defending there.
Yeah, she's standing in front of the Monolith while she's fighting, so he decided to go with the free spell. I think so it is smart call, because the Queen still can help him with this hit. Another free spell, allowing the Root Riders about being safe, even with the Hoggies. This is beautiful triple Dizi, nicely done by them, hitting the perfect wall here. I'm just waiting for that average attack duration. Looks like it is 1 minute and 18 seconds. Very nicely done. I don't think so there is possibility for Team Queso to catch up with the time.
I'm not sure. It is going to be incredibly fast if so. I don't know if it's actually on the table still for these teams. We'll have to see if we can crunch the numbers in time. But it's definitely going to be close. If they have to do a quick attack, it's definitely going to be like a sub 60 second, which is going to be tough. I don't think we have, I don't know if we have one on the record being sub 60 for Team Queso at the moment. That we haven't seen one in this match at the moment. So it is looking very promising for Dizi Group.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. I think so it's not possible. I think so they're way too much behind on the time here. And they will need like incredible of us. We are talking about the world record. So it looks like Team Queso will be probably going to the lower bracket, but still amazing job by them. They were able to take the victory in that round 1, so they're still in the good position. We have Cosmo Esport. Like I said, they will be facing the team which moves, but also Marcos will be waiting for the winner because that will be the match of the upper bracket finals, which will be so important.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm sure these teams are eyeing out these players that are playing at the moment, seeing what bases maybe that they'll set tomorrow when they face them. So Cosmo are definitely keeping an eye out for what that they might have in stock for us tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so that's going to be very close war. It feels like the stats of the teams are very similar. So it will be definitely interest. Make sure everyone who is watching the stream, don't forget to have notifications on, because tomorrow you will find out which team will win that last silver ticket. We are ready for the final attacker of the team, Queso.
Yeah, last attacker, 9 out of 9, 100% hit rate, 1 minute 40 average attack is not what we're looking for in these terms, but we'll see what he can bring towards the very end. Will they end strong? Will it be a 15-15 match to end off the show today?
Yeah, it's impressive. Again, being able to keep the 100% hit rate, it is really a nice one. Looks like we are finishing this match with the dragon hit. Again, we had the arrow here where we were able to take down one of the air sweepers, setting up the funnel with the siege barrack and also with the queen on the bottom side of the base. Using that first rage spell here, trying to boost these dragons, but also they're kind of splitting up. Some of them are sadly chasing the enemy king, but now Alusa may be joining the rest of the army.
Oh, we just managed to get those dragons even on that left-hand side, the one on the left, under that Warden Eternal Tome, so it's able to be protected, get a little bit more value there on the left. Double freeze is coming through, freezing the entire core of this base. Back to back as well. He doesn't want any damage coming through from these Infernos and the Town Hall now. Unfortunately, all of the dragons, for the most part, are on the outskirts of the base. There's only one dragon going for the Town Hall already. It did manage to get one of the Infernos down, but the Town Hall still remains, and he's freezing it yet again. He still even has one more still remaining, but it is going to be a slow one.
Yeah, they still have to fight through the ice golem, and actually they're taking a lot of damage from the town hall. I'm a little bit worried here. We kind of maybe depending on the heroes. I don't think so dragons can do it, so we need the king queen, but they have to go through the wall. And are they working together? I think so. They are hitting the same wall. But, oh my goodness, the wall. Oh, there is so much damage going on. Come on, King. Warden helping. The town hall health is staying.
Oh, no!
We have Phoenix. Maybe Phoenix can clutch it. But the multi-inferno with the poison spell tower right behind will be finishing. Oh, come on. Go, 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 Phoenix.
The town hall still... Yes! The town hall does go down. The king goes down. The poison is going to hurt so much. And it's the double poison, the town hall poison, and the poison from that spell tower. The Phoenix is trying its best to take damage on this multi-inferno, but it is just not going to be enough. 15 stars for Dizi Group, 14 for Team Queso, a 98% 2-star. It is just unfortunate for Team Queso, but Dizi Group will be advancing to the next round of the upper bracket.
Huge congratulations to them. They were so amazing at this match. They were perfect with the hit rate and also some amazing fast triples. So it will be really fun to watch them during the match against Marcus Esports, because if you're gonna look at the bracket here, but probably let's first check the stats. We can see how both teams did, and yeah, Dizi with some amazing times.
Yeah, you can see the attack times were definitely in favor of Dizi Group throughout all of the attacks that we had. Very unfortunate that they weren't able to end strong here for Team Queso with a 98% 2-star, but they're not going home. They're still going to remain here for now. Just going to be jumping down to the lower bracket, as you can see right now. We have Team Queso that are being placed there in match 9, which will be happening tomorrow. And Dizi Group advance into the finals for the upper bracket, which is going to take place as well tomorrow. And we have an interesting guest that will be actually coming today. Unfortunately, I will have to be saying goodbye to Susie. It was an absolute pleasure casting with you today. You are amazing. However, I will be casting tomorrow with Lexnov. So make sure to set your alarms. We'll be here. Same place, same time, 12 p.m. UTC, to play out the remainder of the bracket and see what actually happens. Who is taking the crown of this season's Global Clash Cup Gothic Division, but also who gets that silver ticket.
You definitely don't want to miss this. You saw so many amazing matches today. So many of them were very, very close. We are down to the 16s, and you will have a definitely great caster team. As Coco said, Coco and Lex will get you through the all matches tomorrow. I want to say huge thank you to Coco. It was so much fun to co-cast with you. Big shout out to all teams. You were amazing. I'm so proud of you, and I wish rest of the teams best of luck. The best will win, and of course, big shout out to production and also you guys which were watching at the home. I hope so you enjoy the stream. Much love, and yeah, any goodbye words, Coco?
Well, I will just be here, same time, same place. I'll see you here. We need you for the predictions. Well, we'll get Susie's jinxing out of here for now, so maybe we don't have any jinxing tomorrow, but it was an absolute pleasure. Make sure to set your alarms, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye. you.